All right. Well, we'll start with that. Welcome to Unclicked. We are here with two industry icons, legends. One, Chris Muller 3.0 is now the co-host of Unclicked, and we're here with Harold Mcgruther.
You nailed it. Thank you.
What a BMX Plus editor, ride contributor, SNAFU creator, Mongoose TM, GT TM, GT brand manager, inventor of the box jump, possibly. Yeah, etc.
That's what I'm told.
It could go on and on.
That's
and
what I'm
on,
told
apparently.
by somebody who gives a shit.
So we can talk to you and blame you for a lot of things.
You can't blame me for anything. I remember my last best chance at redemption in the bicycle industry happened 15 years ago when I begged anybody that would listen to start selling consumer direct because that day was coming.
Yeah.
And everybody said, no, man, CPSC, assembly, it's going to be a pain in the dick. And I said, okay.
Before we talk about the end, we should talk about the beginning. You've been in BMX since the
1974.
74.
I raced 74 to 80.
7.
Yep. I raced 74 to 82. Let's do the bio in like 20 words or less.
Yes. Yeah.
I raced 74 to 82. I moved to California in 82 to get the first job in the bike industry of any consequence. My sponsor at the time, Torker, said, come run our team and manage our apparel division. Mm-hmm. That was called Max. I did that for the 2 years that they survived. And then that shit the bed. So I went to BMX Plus for as many months as it took to find a job back in the industry. Because although I wanted to be a magazine editor, it only took me about 3 months to realize that was just too fraught with political challenge.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be on the other side of the argument. So I got a job at CW. And that's when I sort of made my bones in the freestyle team management space. I assembled a band of misfits and we did our thing for 2 years and it was good. And it was good enough to catch GT's eye.
Yeah.
And that's when I went to them.
Okay. Chris.
Wow, that was pretty fast.
That was very fast.
And nobody needs to know more than that. Everything I'm saying is 20 to 30 years before anyone was born. I know your audience. I've looked at the demographics. Yeah.
Well, people need to know how you on someone's back. Oh, you paid someone to shit
I
on
paid
someone's
no
back.
one. I paid no one. And people need to know whose back was shit upon. They just need to know this. Mike Buff did the bidding and the paying.
That's right.
Mike Buff did the bidding and the paying, and it was the easiest way for the recipient of said turd to clean the slate financially, which he did. And I was stuck with cleanup. So I opened the refrigerator and the mini bar at the Motel 6 in Philadelphia where we were staying. And I got the ice cube tray and I scraped the turd out and I threw it out the window of our
Please
hotel
tell us
room.
the story.
That's the
whole
story. That's the story.
So Buff paid
Buff paid a BMX rider. Buff bought a BMX rider a bunch of pants. A BMX rider showed up for a 3-month BMX tour with a backpack and a CW helmet. And he said, what are you going to wear? And he said, I'm wearing it. And he said,
what is Seppi?
No.
Seppi
has some self-respect.
It was a third one.
None of your damn business. It was Diz Hicks. Diz Hicks got shit on by Mike Buff. Diz Hicks got shit on by Mike Buff. Yeah. And Diz won't be mad because by the third month of that tour, I was putting umbrella handles in my ass for pocket change. I mean, it was unbelievable. Yeah.
That was a quick 100.
So right? 180. It was one. So here's how we got into debt to Mike Buff. Mike said, tell you what, Buff, Diz, we're going to take you to the mall. We're going to go shopping at Hot Top. We're going to get you loaded up. So he got like leopard print blue jeans and checkerboard Vans. I mean, it was bananas. He was kidding. He looked like he was in a Pantera when they were a hair metal
Quiet
band.
Riot.
Yeah. And, but he said, I ain't got any fucking money. I can't pay you back, Buff. This was like month 2 of the tour. And he goes, okay, then I'm going to take a shit on your back and we'll be even. And he said, okay. So,
It was steaming.
It was hot, 98.7. Yeah. It left at body temperature.
Had a fever, possibly.
It's on his back and it's steaming.
Got a steaming turd on somebody's back.
Unbelievable.
And so that's as low as things got in Philadelphia that day.
Yeah.
Here's how high things got that day. That was the same day as Live Aid concert in Philadelphia. Remember the We Are the World fundraising thing for, same weekend. So I was like, why aren't we there? Why am I scraping up shit on this guy's back? Why am I not watching Queen at Wembley Stadium?
You guys are on tour in a slide-in truck camper.
We had a slide-in truck camper.
It's like 185 days, right?
We did 85 shows in 135 days.
That's where it was.
And it was 2 circumnavigations of the country.
Yeah.
And we did it because the guy I worked for, Roger Worsham, he sucked. And he never lived up to any promise that was made to anyone, me included. When I made the switch, I was told you'll run team, you'll run marketing, you'll do product design. These are things that we need. And 3 months after that first summer tour, I was packing boxes through Christmas. And I said, I didn't come to be your warehouse manager. So for year 2, I said, I'm going to keep the team busy. We're going to do a lot of shows and I want the t-shirt concession.
Yeah.
And he said, done. So I was making $10,000 a week in 1986 selling CW t-shirts. You know how lucrative the t-shirt business is.
Pocketing?
Gross.
Oh, okay.
But I had $4 a shirt at the time,
wow.
selling them for 15 all day long. It was bananas. Yeah. So he left a lot on the table because he didn't give me a raise year 2. I said, I have to figure out how to do it. And that's how I did it. I extorted t-shirt money out of these goons and I stayed on the road for almost 4 months. 4.5 months.
What's up
in a truck camper?
No, that was year 2. Was in a van. We had a proper van, but I blew it up in Florida. We had a proper van that I'd be like, yeah. Nothing we did was pretty. It was gritty and shitty, but the team was interesting. The team put the style in freestyle, for lack of a better way to put it, and guys lined up to see us, and we were everybody's opening act. We opened for Hutch. We opened for Haro. We opened for GT at these huge shows at Rockville. You know, we'd say, we'll go first.
Can you set the tone a little bit? Like, where's the industry at? Is this like the point where like ET is coming out?
ET was in 82.
82. So yeah, we're in 85 right now.
This is 85, yeah. And Bob Haro had been traveling. Bob and the BMX Action Trick team were the first guys to go out on the road, and they did so around 81. And then they did a lot of local stuff, 79, 80, 81. But 81 is when everybody pulled the trigger and said, we're hitting the road. And I met Bob in the summer of 1981 at an Indianapolis BMX track. That was the only venue that would pay to have a freestyle show up. A freestyle team would show up at a race because they were flush. They had money and an audience, and guys would do 20 minutes of kick turn bullshit and get their $300 and go to the next town, you know. And that's how I met Bob. That's how I met Bob.
That's what you guys are doing. You guys are doing kick turn demos, basically.
Kick turn and 8-foot quarter pipe demos.
Okay.
Yeah. But man, we had no less of an authority than Chris's mentor and friend Bob Osborne thought, rightly, I think at the time. The pinnacle for freestyle achievement shouldn't be competition. It should be demonstration of skills, however you define that. It should be doing a show. It should be entertaining the masses. It should be getting paid to express your talents for money. And I liked that idea because I just watched competition kill BMX. You know, BMX was a lot of fun until it wasn't. And it stopped being fun when companies like GT, Hutch, Redline, and Mongoose were sending, 11 to 23 dudes a weekend for 25 weekends a year to races and incurring all of those costs to win a van from the NBL at the end of the year. It seemed foolish to me even at the time. And it was my job to run those programs.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
And where's CW, excuse the ignorant questions, but where's CW on the totem pole, like versus like a GT or
a rock solid number 4.
4?
Yeah. Rock solid number 4. But again, just on the strength of 2 dudes. Seppi and Diz did have outsized marketing potential in their day, but Roger couldn't capitalize on it because Roger's roots were, Roger Worsham was the owner and founder of CW. His roots and passions were still racing. So while I was trying to get him to give Seppi and Diz $85 a show and $12 a day food money, he was paying Pete Lunkarovich $100,000 a year to go racing,
And he was a bike shop guy.
Yeah, he was a bike shop guy. Coast Wheels was the name of his shop.
Right.
Yeah. Roger was clever and opportunistic, but he was a scoundrel. He ripped off friends for artwork. He just ripped people off. And I was tired of getting ripped off. So when GT called me after that bananas tour where I missed 2 shows, 85 shows in 135 days. We missed 2, one to a blown up van and one to a shitty venue. We couldn't, it was unrideable.
Yeah.
And so and that got noticed because we were the little engine that could. We were the team that, despite the shitty trucks and the lame ramp and the goofy riders, and we had no aerial attack. Diz could do a 9-foot air on an 8-foot quarter pipe, but he would auger into flat bottom. I mean, it was a bad deal, But goddamn, our soundtrack was for the ages. We had 80s new wave and early metal. You know, Metallica was on our soundtrack. And these kids in Iowa are watching us in a cornfield, Diz doing kick turns with spikes on his wrist to
Doing
Metallica.
horns
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff
to
like
Metallica.
that.
And
Yeah.
that changed people's lives.
I feel like there's like the moms in the crowd going like, cover your eyes.
I saw
Like-
the show
like-
one time at the Orange Y BMX track. They
Okay.
had a big race, and you guys did a show in the parking lot.
I may not even have been on the payroll at that
A
event.
Diz and Seppi show. Might have been Gork,
I think it was. That was a shakedown for yeah.
because Gork was sort of the CW.
Yeah, and Gork got CW started.
Oh, okay.
I can't claim to have figured out Diz. Gork figured out Diz a year earlier.
Well, he brought him from Sacramento.
He brought it from Sacramento, yeah. And Seppi, I knew well.
Mhm.
We were good friends. And
It was the Wobbly Bob trick team.
Wobbly Bob Trick Team. Yeah, that was fall of 84 probably. Because
Yeah.
so Gork worked for CW and built the foundation for this first summer tour for CW, and then promptly quit like 6 weeks before go time
Mhm.
to take a job at BMX Action. So Roger Worsham had a GM named Rich Osborne who worked at Torker with me.
No relation to other.
Yeah,
options.
I'd love to back up to Torker for a minute. You know,
Yeah.
Torker had the twin top tube frame.
Yeah.
Became the first freestyle
Was the
frame,
first freestyle
but
bike.
it was a race frame.
Yeah.
Were you there at that time?
Yeah. Yeah.
And how did that happen?
I raced for Torker 79 to 82. I was just a, mid-pack goon that got free shit and reimbursement on local entry fees. But I endeared myself to the family. They saw in me a spark,
Mhm.
and they supported
was that
me.
the Johnson family?
The Johnsons, yeah. Steve and his brother Doug. Steve and his 19-year-old brother Doug. Steve was 24, 25 at the time, and he was responsible for the Torker BMX racing juggernaut. And it was significant. They had I would say, the first mega team in the modern team mold. And for freestylers who don't know what that means, a fast 9-year-old, a fast 11-year-old, a fast 13-year-old, a fast 15-year-old. Torker owned it.
Yeah.
From Jason Jensen to Mike King to Eddie King. All the way up. Yeah. The only thing, ironically, they never truly owned was pro. But they
had Clint Miller.
and they had Toby Henderson and Mike Miranda, and we had those guys in the last 10 months of our existence.
So did the Torker frame with the twin top tube become the first freestyle frame just because it was easy to stand on the top tube?
Yeah. Torker sponsored Bob Harrow for years.
So by luck, not design.
No, it was by design.
By
It was
design,
by design.
but
Here-
not
and-
by
and here's the-
conscious
here's-
design? Is that
here's
what I
the-
mean?
No,
here's-
it was a race frame.
Yeah, it was
They
a
made
race
it as
frame.
a race frame, but
Yeah.
then Harrow wrote it, and then he ended up re-stickering it as a
Yeah.
Harrow.
He changed the
Something like that.
I can give you all of it because the Harrow there was a practical reason why Torker had twin top tubes.
Mhm.
The first Torker was made with material that Steve Johnson's father, John, salvaged from aircraft. He was a FAA test plane pilot based here in Southern California. So they had a revolving door of hammered airplanes that he salvaged material from. And they had that, 5/8 top tube
Right.
material in the wing spars on a Cessna 152 or something. And he literally salvaged chromoly from wrecked aircraft. And that's what he built the first Torkers with, on a wooden jig in his garage in Anaheim Hills. And the twin top tubes were just a practical solution. But it was an easy marketing solution too. It was very visually distinctive. There was only one twin top tube bike before it that I can recall, and that was called R&R. And that was out of Arizona in the early 74, 75 was, yeah.
And then you took Bob Harrow worked for, or he rode for Torker.
Torker.
Yeah, he rode a Torker for the year or two that it took him to figure out where the Torker lacked.
Okay.
And he made those modifications. And those modifications were pretty simple. He steepened the head angle
Mhm.
and he added a coaster brake tab to the chainstay.
Oh, can you let that cat out? Sorry.
Sure.
Just the door right behind you.
Go ahead, Kitty.
Go cat.
Yeah. Those are the two essential modifications that turned a Torker race bike into a Bob Harrow freestyle bike.
Okay.
The first freestyle, but the
That's
first
kind of what that's what it is, right?
specific freestyle bike.
Yeah, the first for sure, the first specific freestyle bike. But everybody was within a year or 3 of figuring that out at the time. Bob was the first,
Mhm.
and quite frankly, even the best. Even after the point at which he quit getting them made at Torker and started getting them made in Taiwan. The factory that he chose to make them in Taiwan was the best factory of its day. They making everyone's best shit. And that's the factory that he chose to make his Taiwan bikes. So he did for his Taiwan bikes what couldn't be done in America at the time: tapered tubes, bullet cap stays. So, he made bikes attractive because he was culling from a mountain bike frame design toolkit, and he was able to incorporate some of those things into the construction.
Okay.
Not all of them were hot. Remember the chainstays that went out and the L-shaped dropouts, Chris? You know, and you'd clip your ankles on those things. Yeah, not everything was great. But Bob was the visionary and Torker were the blacksmiths. And I was a 21-year-old idiot at the time who, when I wasn't booking flights for the Torker BMX team or begging my boss to make a freestyle bike, I was in the back stickering Haros. And I was stickering 500 Haros a month in 1983.
Yeah.
And I was stickering 250 Torkers a month over 8 different styles. We had a 26, a 24, a Pro X20, a Mini, a Junior, an Elite.
So did you get out of Torker before the Torker the Barbarian?
Yes, the Torker the Barbarian was done on my watch. That was done on my watch.
Oh, you were there.
I had nothing to do with it. Steve, the 26-year-old race enthusiast and owner of the company, had 2 people doing his ads at the time: Barbara Mizuno of Mizuno Designs and Bob Osborne. And Bob shot that silly thing with... Bob Osborne was a master at making sure that every major BMX company had somebody that they could talk about and promote, whether that guy was any good or not. And Clint was a rock solid. He could get on the box every 5th race. Harry Leary literally won one race that I'm aware of. I was at it. But Harry Leary was Diamondback's guy. So Bob made sure Diamondback had a guy, and Bob made sure Torker had a guy, and Bob made sure everybody had a guy, and that those guys got used all the time. So the rising tide floated all boats.
Yeah.
That was Bob.
I mean, how powerful was Bob? Bob had to be like one of the most powerful.
He was very powerful
in the industry at that time.
He was very powerful, but I think
Haro or Osborne?
Osborne. I think he was very powerful, but I think he used his power for good.
Yeah.
I think he was a visionary. I think he was a philanthropist. I think he tried to give back. He was going to make sure he got his, and he got plenty, you know, but yeah, he set a high standard for consistently taking the wretched refuse of humanity under his wing and making them better. I mean, starting with Steve Guyberson. Guyberson was his first guy, you know, some kid. Guyberson was a SoCal 7 local 16 expert or something. And he brought him on and said, "You're going to be the editor of BMX Action Magazine." And he did it with Gork, and he did it with Moeller, and he did it with Spike Jones, and he did it with Mark Lumen and Andy Jenkins. All of us. He just saw something in each of us. We were communicative. We were interesting. We could, say things, do things, and live with those consequences. That's hard to find.
That is
hard to find a teenager in the 21st century that is willing to live with any of his poor choices and bad ideas. They won't have poor choices, or they just won't make them.
Yeah.
We made them constantly.
I think
it was bananas. How
so did you got out of Torker before they?
No,
filed for
I was the last guy
bankruptcy?
standing. They said
because they eventually went bankrupt.
They went bankrupt, and I attended the bankruptcy auction, and I bought my prized desk, and that plays a part in my story.
Yeah.
And I watched Bob Morales buy the Max name for $300. And I watched Seattle Bike Supply, which was a distributor at the time, buy the Torker name for $3,000. And it was heartbreaking. The Johnsons didn't come. And why would they? They just watched everything they'd worked for 10 or 15 years at that point go up in smoke.
Yeah.
But that was a grim day. But I got my desk and I took it home, and it came in handy because 6 weeks of unemployment later, I got the job at BMX Plus.
Crazy. And then and I think there is a little bit of footage of that.
That was a pretty short-lived
7 months,
very short.
7 issues.
Okay.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
your tooth is just screaming in this one.
My tooth?
Yeah.
What did I do with it? Wow, that's fantastic.
Good. That is wild.
Yeah,
Blyther. Look at Blyther.
This was the earliest days.
Is that John Carr?
Yeah.
It's John Carr, yeah.
This is the earliest days of I think the only guy that beat us to the BMX video thing was GT. GT did a thing called.
That's a good find, Fudger. I don't think I've ever seen that.
The GT? This?
Well, it's been so long since I've seen this video.
Yeah.
It looks like Chris Doyle.
Oh, shit. Oh shit! There's something on my tooth. There's something on my tooth. What the fuck is that?
I thought you had a broken tooth.
No, something's on my tooth. Never broke a tooth. Never broke a bone. Got something stuck in it. I got a bean skin in my teeth. Yeah, run that. Cut. So no, I was the last guy standing at Torker.
Look at
Chris
Peterson.
I was the last guy standing at Torker, and
So why did they go bankrupt? Was there some infighting? Some family?
I tried to illustrate it with the Haro sticker story. We're a private label manufacturer for 500 Haro frames a month. One style, one color, chrome, world's longest down tube sticker. You know, I mean, you remember them?
Yeah.
They were gorgeous. They were gorgeous. They were well made. They were perfect for the times, and we were making 500 of them a month.
Yeah.
And Haro had no other competition in the pure play freestyle frame business. I said, what are we doing making 250 race bikes in 5 or 6 geometries? Look at this. We're making one bike, and I'm stickering them because we don't have anything else to do.
Yeah.
And they said, freestyle, Steve's, the 25-year-old sage's famous last words to me were, freestyle's going to be a fad, Mcgoo. Freestyle's going to be a fad. I said, it's not. I'm just a dumb 22-year-old hillbilly from Florida that they imported to sticker frames, apparently. And I said, it's not going to be a fad. And and this is what I've always believed. So I felt, even as a young kid, I felt vindicated when guys like Oz said this, because he seemed wise. Man, racing is cool, but there's a ceiling to racing. How bad do you want to suck? Mm-hmm. Or how much do you want to spend to be better? You know, whether it's time or family time, capital or money or travel. Freestyle, like I said, 40 fucking years ago, is a kid in the curb doing his thing. Yeah. And I believed in that.
Yeah. Still rings true today.
I believe it does. Yeah.
So short-lived with Plus. 6 months. BMX
High Torque Publications was the preeminent publisher of motorcycle magazines at the time. Half a dozen titles. Mm-hmm. They were a big player. BMX was secondary to all of their early business at that time. It became more critical when they decided to get into the mountain bike space. Yeah, the BMX, the industry contacts that they made through BMX Plus were helpful to jumpstart their mountain bike magazine business. But they didn't have that then. This was 1985.
But you had a background in creative.
I went to
writing.
college. I went to college to be a writer. I studied English in college. I dropped out of junior college 3 units short of my AA in journalism to move to California to work at a Torker. Yeah, I knew I didn't want to go to school. While I begrudgingly attended college, I would do the best I could. But I wasn't interested. I wanted to work.
Yeah.
I got my first job when I was 12. I worked at a bicycle shop assembling bicycles for $1 for 1 speeds, $2 for 5 speeds, $3 for 10 speeds. And I made $12 an hour when I was 13 years old at that bike shop. And the guy said, "Ooh, we got to put you on hourly. Clock in."
Similar to your story.
Yeah.
But
so I guess the Plus thing, I'm sure it was like romantic.
I hated it. I hated it. No, I hated it.
Well, it's BMX Plus.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
but I feel like Plus back then was probably
and you're working
cool,
for Roland, probably.
Well, I dealt with Roland 3 days a month. Yeah, Plus was a well-oiled machine. I mean, High Torque was a well-oiled machine. There was 8 or 9 titles. There was never more than 2 editor/photographers per title. Mm-hmm. There was 1 cover design and color page graphic designer.
Yeah. So is that motocross action, dirt bike?
Dirt bike, motocross action, 3 and 4
Those were
action.
huge titles.
Huge titles.
Yeah.
Man, it was a juggernaut. Yeah. It was a juggernaut, but it never evolved stylistically or logistically.
Yeah. There was a formula.
It was a formula.
It was the cover shots, the cover blurbs.
Yep.
Everything was a formula.
Yep.
The shootouts. It was basically.
And that was the beginning of the end for me. So Roland, the publisher, 47-year-old, talented, forward-thinking guy, said, "We need to do a BMX shootout." Mcgoo, has that BMX shootout ever been done before? And I said, "No, Roland, it hasn't, because bicycle tests in the BMX industry exist to puff up whatever manufacturer exists for whatever product they're trying to get an advertising out of. It won't work. You're going to piss off advertisers. Someone's got to lose. In this case, 5 guys have to lose because he wanted to do a 6-bike mega BMX shootout. And that was going to be the cover line. And we did it. We got a bunch of riders to go to Devonshire Downs. That was a gnarly track with these $195 to $350 bikes. And they were, Diamondback Formula 1s before the stink bug bikes, Diamondback Formula 1, GT Mach 1, CW California Racer or something,
So the
shit boxes.
The end result is they're all terrible.
So
now you upset all your advertisers.
Yeah. And then we took,
no
8.
winning.
No one wins.
We took, Mike Franzi. We took,
I remember this.
Bartlett. We took, all of the, Kurt.
Captain Kirk.
All these guys.
Crisco.
Kurt Crisco.
Don't know who anybody is.
All these
Captain Kirk Crisco?
I know who Rich Bartlett is. That was the only one that I knew.
These guys were all
the butcher.
Yeah, the butcher owns
the original butcher.
Yeah, the original butcher. He owns a thriving bike shop. I would guess it's thriving.
You know Butcher from Posh.
I know Butcher from Posh.
Yeah.
I know
Bartlett's
Butcher.
Bartlett's the original.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Rich, great guy. All of them competent test riders, but I wouldn't want to put the fate of my brand or its products in the hands of any of them because they were used to getting the best free stuff from the biggest players at the time.
Yeah.
So when it was their job to ride a hutch with a mild steel fork over a 30-foot double at Devonshire Downs, they all were dog shit.
This bike test model just kills me to this day. You're going to test these cheesy bikes for your advertisers and you're going to give them to the Butcher, the Mad Dog, Trash Can Morgan.
I know. And then it was my job to take that shit sandwich of feedback from all of these superstars that were just being paid lunch money to mangle by
They might as well shit on your back at this point.
They're going to break everything.
Yeah. So, and
you're not finding the smoothest guy out there and letting them test the bike. You're giving it to a guy named, the Butcher.
And the Mach 1 got second in this, as unbiased as we could make it, shootout. The Diamondback Formula 1 was a better spec'd bike. It had some good features, but they were all dog shit, So, I mean, it was like we were choosing the...
So how does this push you to the edge?
How do you think it pushes me to the edge? How do you think it pushes me to the edge? Roland Hines says, Mcgoo, I'm told there's an advertiser on line 1 that wants to talk to you about the shootout. And I said, who? And he said, Rich Long.
Oh, boy.
And I said, fuck, great. Because I'd seen Rich 9 months earlier when I was helping my friend Tommy Brackens negotiate a better contract at GT. Because after Torker shit the bed, GT is where Tommy Brackens landed.
Oh, that's
and
right.
that was good for everybody.
Torker,
and that was good for everybody. Human Dragster needed to belong to the guy that races dragsters. So that was cool. But
I never put 2 and 2 together on that.
No, Bob did. Bob did a big feature on the Human Dragster and Gary.
But he was already on GT.
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff that Bob Osborne was smart enough to connect the dots. So anyway, that my only run-in with Rich Long ever was a conversation with him about, and I watched Tommy. I watched Tommy.
Toby was not.
Toby was a different.
He was the Coca-Cola cowboy.
Different Coca-Cola cowboy. Yeah. Tommy Brackens, the Human Dragster, was telling Rich.
Not Toby Fenderson.
No. Tommy was telling Rich, man, I need more money. He goes, why do you need more money? And he goes, well, because I got a wife and a new house now. And he goes, those aren't my problems. I pay you BMX wages to ride a BMX bike. Where you spend it's your business. And I said, Tommy, what the fuck were you thinking? I said, this guy plays hardball,
So when Rich calls you, is he upset?
Livid.
Yeah.
Livid.
I've gotten that call too, by the way.
Yeah. We've all gotten that call.
I've gotten that call.
From Rich Long?
No, not from Rich Long, but from the bike check shit. This is the reason we stopped doing that shit.
And there's a reason, and it's also the reason.
I don't really like the color red or something of that color.
But when you get a call from Rich Long, it's a little.
Yeah, and it's also the reason why you should.
I probably got a call from you mad at me one time.
No, I don't get mad.
Muller understood the game. He understood in 30 days a new magazine was going to come out. There's going to be something else to bitch about.
Right.
No, but so I said, Rich, your bike was poorly spec'd. The fact that it's made in America doesn't matter. Great. So it's made in America out of, straight gauge 049 tubing. This bike had double butted Tongay. It was a sophisticated bicycle because that's what you could make in Japan and Taiwan in 1985.
You couldn't do that in Santa Ana.
You couldn't do that in Santa Ana with his brother running the shop. We were lucky if the grips were in the box.
No, his brother was running the warehouse, not the shop.
Yeah, he was doing assembly. He was running assembly. And
that was Wanda's brother.
Was it Wanda's brother? Okay.
It was Wanda's brother.
Okay, well, Rich had a brother too, because he told me the story about Rich. They used to call him Dick. Of course they did. But anyway, Dick Rich lit me up. Lit me up. Richard Long. Dick Long. Yeah. Lit me up. 20 minutes, chewing my ear. What are you going to, I don't know what to tell you, Rich. You going to pull your ads? We never hit it off. Rich and I never hit it off. He begrudgingly hired me 2 years later.
Good. Was that conversation the thing that led to you being hired?
No, the thing that led to me being hired was knocking it out of the park with that shitbox CW program. We had you remember, you were at the magazine at the time. I mean,
because they weren't in Plus is before CW.
Yeah.
Plus we did get a little mixed up.
Yeah.
So, but you were over the Plus thing because it was like, I
took
don't want to fucking deal with
I realized, okay, I don't like the politics of this industry. Yeah. I don't mind the politics if I'm on Rich's side of that conversation. Because an advertiser, I think advertisers do hold some sway over the media. Not all, but some. Yeah. And I was on the record months before we did that shootout that I thought it was a bad idea. What I said as a dumb 22-year-old came completely true. Yeah. Advertisers, no one's going to win on this thing.
No.
Diamondback's you're going to get one more full page ad out of Diamondback next month saying we won last month's shootout.
It doesn't make sense in the BMX model. In the motocross model, it makes sense because all the bikes are, $5,000,
$9,000, $13,000.
But they're all the same.
Right.
Price point, essentially.
Right. And they're all designed to do the same thing to the best of that company's ability. Right. Shootouts make great sense for 125s, 250s, 400s.
Right. But you take a bunch of, $200 complete bikes and give them to the butcher. Yeah. They're all going to get thrashed.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
There was no point. And I was just a dumb kid working on my third month at the magazine when I said that.
So how do you end up going to work for Worsham?
I called my friend Rich Osborne, who was working for Worsham at the time, and I said, "Hey man, I long for this place." And
were you living up in?
No. I lived in Fullerton and
commuted to High Torque
4 days a month. I'll say this for High Torque. This is a High Torque model. I'll say this for the High Torque model. I had to be at the office 4 days a month. Editorial deadline, color pick deadline, cover line deadline, and scheming for the next issue. That's it.
That's crazy.
And they knew that if you met those 4 deadlines, you were doing your job. I wrote 11 to 16 stories a month, and John shot 50 rolls of film to do a 128-page book. 50 rolls? Because that was the
50,
budget.
50 like kind of added advertising and editorial at that time? Or
Almost.
Yeah.
He ran a machine. Yeah. He ran a machine. Yeah. So,
Was there, and I always heard the rumor, and I don't know if this is, I definitely don't know if this is true, that like Plus had like a disaster issue or something that they like, that if shit hit the fan, they could just put this issue out and it was like.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would call that the disaster issue. One of the biggest cash cows that they had at the time was the crash and burn pictorials. Remember those stupid things? It was just a year's worth of shitty crash and burn photos.
I think it was something
and they published that, and it was
but the regular issue of Plus was a formula.
For years.
100%.
For years.
And they ran that magazine longer than anybody.
It was the longest standing. But
this guy is
continuously
so loaded,
operational.
The owner,
and he's so dead now. But he was so loaded.
Did he pass away?
Roland died a couple months ago.
Oh,
Roland,
rest in peace.
Roland gave away a third of his fortune to his church. Roland was a good guy. I mean, Roland was a good guy.
And Plus lost money for a long, long time.
Oh yeah,
and they
absolutely.
just kept it going.
Kept it going
for the hell of it.
Kept it going because it kept because they were still doing mountain bike action at the time, and I believe they still do mountain bike action.
Dirt bike, motocross action,
bikes,
and mountain bike action. They all still around.
Still exist.
Are they owned by High Torque still, or is it like how does it? Is it a family owned company? Is it a private company?
A private company.
Oh, wow.
Roland.
Yeah, crazy.
Roland owned it. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's,
So do you tell Roland that, hey, this
I told him it was a bad idea before he did it.
Yeah.
I told him it was a bad idea before he did it. I took the heat from the advertiser.
You gave him notice and left.
Roland said, how did you patch it up? I said, Roland, it's not my job to patch it up.
Yeah.
I did the test. I wrote it as fairly, and I listened to as much good advice from experts as I could. And I let the chips fall where they may, because at the end of the day, we left it up to 8 dudes to vote on 6 bikes. And they said, this one's the best. And they said that for binary reasons. Like, would I want a single gauge down tube or a double butted down tube?
And it was the Diamondback.
It was a Diamondback. And Rich lost his shit.
Yeah. No.
Because Rich lost his shit every time about stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we talked about CW and shitting on the back.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we're missing there before we go to working on working for Rich?
No. We haven't gone to CW yet.
Well, we haven't.
So I was the last guy standing at Torker. I put in my 7 months due diligence over 6 titles as the associate editor at BMX Plus.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrangled into this video thing because BMX Plus was smart enough to realize that GT wasn't the only guy that could be making videos, because GT at that point was the only guy that had made a BMX video of any kind, of any financial consequence. So he said, we're getting in the video game. I've hired a girl from my church. She was literally a 19-year-old church videographer that filmed the pastor. You know what I mean? It was low stakes. And you see,
good job.
Yeah, it was dog shit.
Yeah.
I hated it, but I've never been comfortable on camera.
What?
I terrible. Yeah, I clam up.
So you called Osborne at CW.
I called Oz. I said, "Hey, how's it going? How's it going at CW?" And he goes, "It's going good. We're moving and shaking. We've hired this guy Gork. He's going to blah blah." I said, "Well, keep in touch, because this sucks. I can do this forever, but I don't want to."
So when you get over there,
here's the problem. Here's why too. 3 nights a week, I'm hanging out with Lou, Andy. No, I'm hanging out with Lou, Andy, and Spike at Redondo Beach, and we're doing curb endos with Craig Grosso at Redondo Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm in the field shooting Harry Leary jumping over Mike King on Diamondbacks in a berm at a trail on the top of a mountain.
Yeah.
And
Honda Hills.
Yeah. And then the following morning, I'm at, what's the place in Fullerton behind the ketchup factory?
Parks.
I'm at Parks shooting another guy, baking those cakes.
You're shooting Franzi.
I was shooting Mike Franzi. Yeah.
In his red jeans.
Yeah. And it was like, oh my God, this sucks. So I'm hanging out with those guys. What are you working on? We're not working on a goddamn thing. It was.
Yeah. That's wild.
They had 4 dudes producing one.
So how long were you at CW total?
2 years. Almost exactly. Almost to the day.
Yeah. Because I met you right at the end of that.
Yeah. So here's how Moeller and I met. It's 1986. He's a high school wrestler and a full-time BMX thrasher for the BMX Action.
Mad Dog.
Yeah. And they had just shot at those trails. And I wasn't in the van, but I imagine the conversation went something like this. Gork said, "Hey, I promised my friend Mcgoo I'd help move his couch because I got a van and he doesn't." And Moeller said, "Well, okay, are you going to buy me lunch?" Yeah. And then they went to my house. They came to my house. Yeah, pretty much, right? They went to my house, this 17-year-old high schooler and my 16-year-old. Yeah, I think so. 16. I think so. Yeah, because it was 86.
Yeah. It's pre-S&M.
Yeah, I was 86. Might have been 85. Anyway, they showed up with the van. We moved my couch. Moeller introduces himself by throwing Cushings at me. And we get into a Greco-Roman grapple on my living room floor in this apartment that I'm moving out of. It's like, who the fuck is this guy? "Oh, this is Mad Dog Mcgoo. Sorry. I thought you knew him." No, I've never met, man. Never met. He was a staple at Orange, but I was only at Orange a couple nights a month, Yeah. I wasn't racing. I was just handing out stickers.
Yeah. Love at first sight.
We hit it off pretty good. Yeah. Because he got the job at the magazine and yeah.
And you got me in a full Nelson or something.
Yeah. Double chicken wing.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah. I wasn't the fat old man yet.
Yeah.
But I'm 9 years older than Chris.
Okay.
But we had a similar mentality. So I think that's equal parts him being wise beyond his years and me being childish to an extent. But we met in the middle and it's been great ever since.
Yeah. So you're moving out of that place because you're going to Huntington to work for GT.
I think I was moving into a smaller apartment in the same complex.
Oh, you might have been.
You had to move the couch like 80 feet or something?
I don't know what happened, but
it was a big complex. The drive, I would have been walking past three jacuzzis.
Right. I got to know how you wrap it up at CW and how you move over to GT.
That's a big move. I get a phone call from Sean Buckley, Rich's henchman.
No relation to Melissa.
Nope. Mm-mm. I get a call from Sean Buckley, and Sean Buckley himself was a 23-year-old high school dropout that was Rich's unflinching slave and manservant. Sean Buckley would do whatever Rich told him to do. Every ugly thing, every hard thing, every stupid thing, he did it. So he endeared himself to the owner of GT by just being that subservient guy. He was in charge of marketing, and he called me and he said, "Love what you're doing with the CW team, Mcgoo." I said, "Yeah, I appreciate it. Who are you?" I'd never met him, I think he went to high school with Bob Morales. I think that's how he got his foot in the door. But I said, "What's up?" And he goes, "We'd like to talk to you. We have some opportunities at GT that we think you'd be a good fit for." And I said, "I'm all ears. Pick a date."
Oh, so they're just poaching you.
They were poaching me. Yeah. They poached me. And they poached me on the strength of, Diz and Seppi were, there was no internet, but they would have broken the internet in their time for all of the outsized coverage they got for the mediocre riding skills they possessed.
No, it was badass.
It was badass.
Was the tour that out of school.
We had the extended remix tour, the back to school bash. They had good names. Yeah. They had good graphics. We had Greg Link was doing our shirts. Yeah. Andy Jenkins and Greg Link did. I was making $10,000 a month on t-shirts. Yeah. It was bananas. It was bananas. And because those guys were rock stars, and we treated those shows. The shops would call, "Well, man, I'm giving you $750 for this show, but you only do one show." And I said, "Yeah, and that one show's 36 minutes if we're lucky." And are you dealing
with the race guys at CW too, or just the freestyle?
No, I tried dealing with the race guys. I tried telling Roger his race bikes were shit. Remember that one with the super laid back seat angle?
The Pistol Pete.
Yeah, Pistol garbage. And that was the one that he said, "Well, Pistol Pete's are selling good. We'll make that the Mike Buff freestyler." I said, "No, you won't. You won't. That bike's garbage." So me and Seppi hung out with Severin, and there was an amigo on the payroll that was he was the
Ed Hicks.
No, an amigo. He was a Mexican, barely spoke English, but he kicked ass. He was the Timmy Balls of S&M. He ran every machine. He could lay a bead. He was awesome.
Well, Severin was back there too.
Severin was back there, and Severin's Spanish was good enough that he could be our intermediary. And Seppi and I designed a bike called the Stunt Vessel, and it's what Seppi and Gary Pollock, the two best riders on the team, chose.
So this is pre-Z3000.
So I don't know.
This is after the Z. This is after the Z down.
This is the that's Diz.
That's Diz, and that's Diz, and that's how we treated stuff. We were obligated to wear the nylon pants because they were expecting us to help people sell them, but we tore off jersey sleeves. By the end of the third tour, we cut off the legs of the. We were trying to take it to the streets before the streets had really even become a thing. The magazines hadn't begun to put a focus on the fact that this shit was happening in the streets. It was still this kind of crap, but.
Yeah, Diz is good.
Diz was good.
He put on a good show.
Yeah, Diz was good.
So who's announcing there?
I am. Oh no, I'm not announcing. I don't know who that is.
That's Might be Gork. Me. Oh, is that the announcer
I think
right there?
Yeah, I think 87 maybe.
Oh, that wasn't me. My tours were 85 and 86.
Yeah,
I did 3 tours over 2 summers. We did.
That might be. Who knows? It
might
be Wobbly Bob.
Mike Buff was my replacement. Mike Buff was my replacement
at
CW. Yeah, Mike Buff worked at CW for a hot minute. Went on one tour. That was the tour of 87. Gary Pollock was. Contractually obligated to stay at GT
85 or Venice Beach. I don't know. We'll see. This is all grab bag. I thought I had like.
This is a contest. This was a contest.
All right.
Yeah. This was a contest.
That's probably an AFA contest.
It was. This is the one where I met David Lee Roth and his bodybuilder security guard. Security guard. Remember the girls? Yeah. They were hanging out. Yeah. Yeah. This was an AFA contest.
Yeah.
But Diz and Seppi were a mess. Diz smoked so much weed, and Seppi listened to so much depressing new wave and goth rock. Man, it was hard to keep it together. But we like I said, we missed one show because the guys thought we could do it in a cornfield, and we missed the other show.
And I love the story that Diz.
That shit is so
funny. But I'm telling you, it was a good show.
I'm sure it is. Like, you got to imagine that the kids haven't seen anything like this ever.
No, we're fucking doing them in gymnasiums.
Diz Hicks is unbelievable. I mean, I remember the
even his Hall of Fame speech. He's like, oh man, I did a lot of fucked up shit.
Well, you know
like,
what's crazy? But the last I heard about Diz Hicks, he was doing custom woodwork, and his company is called
CW. Custom Woodwork. Yeah, Custom Wood
CW.
Yeah. Custom Wood Flooring. The logo's on his business card. The logo's on his business card.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. No, this was a moment in time, and what I loved about these guys, it was exactly that. Yeah. This was a moment in time.
Yeah,
and we don't sit around about it 40 years later talking about how great it was to be us in 1985. It just was a thing that we did.
Yeah.
And
no, you've always been like that. That's why I think it's incredible we even have trapped you in this room.
It's a little.
You were not a guy that talks about all this.
The past.
That's why I really wanted to do this because I need to know these stories before it's too late.
Well, before he burns down his house again and forgets to leave.
I don't want to sound like I'm tooting my own horn, but a dozen people have asked me to do this.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
For different podcasts. And I'm doing it because he said you're the right guy for the job, and because he asked.
Well, it's meant to be a positive thing, and I think it's cool that Chris is here. You know, sick. Like I think Chris is the connection, because otherwise I'm like the butcher and fucking trash can Billy or whatever.
No,
I have no idea.
At this point, you're supposed to be the most formidable authority on all things freestyle.
Pre-88.
You can't make that claim. You can't make that claim. You can't make that claim.
But that's the point of this. That's the point of this. Is that I'm learning. Yeah. I'm also learning about stuff that I didn't know
I
about,
hope I can keep your attention.
Yeah.
Let me also say this. We have a 45-year-old overachiever on my payroll at my day job, and he's an old BMXer who's friends with Taj. They lived in the UP together in Michigan, and they rode BMX together. And Davin heard me telling Flynn that I was doing this because Flynn knows you.
He's this new sales
guy. Yeah,
I met him when I went
sales and purchasing. He's a good guy. Yeah, good guy, hitter. 20 years my junior, 10, 15 more years experience in the motorcycle business myself, but I digress. He said, and he came into my office and he goes, Mcgoo, I heard you talking to Flynn about that podcast. And I said, yeah, I'm really conflicted by it and ambivalent towards it, quite frankly. And he goes, don't be. He said, the stories you have to tell are important, and nobody is telling them.
Yeah.
Said, wow, that's cool. Choked me up.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Awesome, dude. So the Diz stories through the years just cracked me up. I mean, when Diz was sitting on the couch with Gork at his house and they're watching Spinal Tap. You ever watch Spinal Tap?
Yeah.
It's a hysterical movie.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah.
But it's a spoof.
Yeah.
It's a mockumentary. It's the first of its form.
Diz is about an hour into this thing, close to an hour into it. And he tells Gork, he goes, this band sucks.
And that was at the Wizard House.
It's fake.
Yeah.
He didn't know.
That sucks.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like when I was like 18 watching that, I was like, what is this? This is a real band? Like, it took me a while to catch on to.
And then, funny enough, didn't Diz once get up and do the, let's rock and roll Cleveland?
Oh, no, I must.
For real?
Yeah. It was in Atlanta. So we were in the Bible Belt. One of our better shows. That Atlanta shop, Free Flight. Kavachi and Dan Thornton, you know them.
Yeah.
Big shop. Big shop. Big shop. Great audience. We'd have, if we did 5 shows a year, we'd have been there every time. He just loved us. And, he got up there and just got outside of his head for a second, right in the middle of the heart of the Bible Belt. I must admit, Atlanta, you're some crazy motherfuckers.
No, I thought you got the town wrong.
Oh, we've done that too. But the one that got us in trouble was all the t-shirts coming back. This kid's throwing devil signs. It's like, no, I never got a t-shirt back until he said, I must admit, Atlanta, you're some crazy motherfuckers. But, he's gotten up on top of the box and he goes, let me hear it, Frankfurt. Cleveland.
I love it.
But he'd get caught up in the rock and roll moment.
Yeah.
And it was bananas. And you got to remember who his competition was. God love them. They're great riders, but I wasn't, Dave Norrie's Gumby wasn't going to change anybody's life in 1985. Meaning no disrespect.
No.
Diz changed people's lives, and his audience changed my life. Let me bring it full circle. And this is all I'll say about Biltwell, unless you ask. We started this thing 17 years ago to give me a job outside of the bicycle business, and it's done so beyond my wildest dreams. It's really fantastic. But almost to a man, that customer base and our audience are dudes that came to CW shows in 85. It's bananas. Mm-hmm. I do motorcycle events, trade shows. 50-year-old motorcycle shops come up to me and say, dude, I saw you in 86 with CW in Frankfurt. It was bananas, man. What's dudes doing?
Wild.
What's dudes doing?
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Hardwood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hardwood, hard time.
Final flooring.
He's doing hardwood or hard time.
But that feels good.
Yeah.
You know, that feels good.
Yeah. I mean, it is. It's like they went to a show, you know, like they went to a show and
these
had
13,
an impact
15,
on their life.
17-year-old dudes. Yeah.
I mean, you guys sold bikes. You guys got people into BMX for life. Like
we tried.
Yeah.
We tried. I thought that mattered. I thought that those things mattered. And I think that they still matter because it sounds like there's still a few guys doing it.
Yeah.
But now it's just become what you do.
Yeah.
It doesn't, there's no grander design or end game to doing shows. So you just get these invisible dudes who are competent on a box jump and you do a 22-minute thing at a school and the school PTA gives you $1,000 and you go to the next school and you do it again.
It's just money for the guy that puts it together.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's you know, like Robert Castillo.
It's the Woody Itzen model. The Robert Castillo,
it's
Woody Itzen.
Well, Robert got it from Woody.
Yep.
So now it's Robert. It was Woody.
Yeah.
And then there's other guys that, you know, like Danny Hubbard and those kind of guys.
Yeah.
It's just money for those guys. And then
and I don't begrudge anybody making a living.
Yeah.
But
they're able to hook their boys up with $100 a show or whatever.
Yeah, it brings in money, gets kids psyched on BMX, but it doesn't have that full circle appeal that it did once.
My obsession from day one was, and I was despised for what some idealistic guys during my tenure saw as greed or crass capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always been crassly capitalistic because if you make money and sell things, you can afford to do more things with more people.
Yeah.
And that's important.
Yeah.
He has 20 guys on the payroll. I've got 17. That stuff matters. I didn't get that in my 20s. I lost the job at Mongoose in part because I didn't get that in my 20s.
Yeah.
But I get it in my 60s and it matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why when you leave CW and you go to GT, I feel like that was a big move because, you know, Roger was shady. But then you went over to GT and that was more of a legit operation.
But there was elements of shadiness that helped GT prosper, you know?
Right. But you were able to do a lot more. Speaking of taking, you know, the money that you're making and doing cool stuff with it, when you got to GT, you were able to do a lot of cool stuff.
I did it. Yeah.
I mean, you were paying my entry fees.
Yeah.
I didn't even ride for GT.
Yeah. No, I know. But you were the right thing to do. You were the right guy to know.
You were giving me money to, you know, and I didn't even have anything really to do with GT.
And I gave wheels to guys that needed them.
Yeah.
And I gave, you know, frames to guys that would leave the stickers on. And I tried. And Mongoose even more so. God, I shared the wealth at Mongoose.
So when you moved over to GT, did you ever try and spice up their freestyle program a little bit?
Yeah,
because it was pretty stale.
My full-time,
with Buckley running it, I felt like it was pretty stale.
I had to take baby steps in that direction, but I had all the right pieces, but I had to take baby steps. Buckley told me, when he hired me, he said, how long does Gary Pollock still have? Because Gary Pollock owned it. He was the best 14-year-old all-around freestyler. He was the Dennis McCoy of 14-year-old amateurs. He was the man. But he was a hellion, you know. Yeah. But early street practitioner on the East Coast, did Love Park, did the Brooklyn Banks. I mean, he had hardcore roots in the East Coast. But he said, when can we get Gary? I said, why do you want Gary? And he goes, because Gary wins championships. And I said, yeah, is that what freestyle is about? We'll worry about that conversation. That's a conversation for another day, you know, and that's what I told him. So we got Gary and we started winning everything between Dino DeLuca and Dave Volker and Gary Pollock. And to a lesser extent, because the stakes were higher, Josh White could be counted on to get on the box.
And Joe Johnson.
But that was later in the game. Yeah. We had a hitter team, but at the end of the day, they were just in banana yellow suits and
they
stuff.
Were so badass. Josh White was so badass.
Our team was badass. Gary, Josh, Martin to a lesser extent, Dave. Yeah.
This is all on Snakebite. So this is.
Yeah, this was 6 weeks after I get hired.
You sure you got something? It looks like you got something in your teeth again, dude.
There's Josh there.
Josh.
Yeah.
Might have had a crooked tooth. I've had facial reconstructive surgery.
So this was part of GT demo tape?
This was the GT. This is the second tape that GT did. They sold something stupid like 25,000 copies of this. Is that real numbers in modern times? I mean, that sounds
a little low, honestly. I would think that it would be like.
This is the third
25,000 VHS tape sounds low.
I mean, I feel like I always heard like Square One sold like 40,000, but
25,000 GT demo tapes. This is a company that hadn't sold 150,000
Well, you got to
BMX
keep in mind
bikes.
too that tape, it was $40. These VHS tapes in 1986 were $39.95.
Yeah, $39.95.
I mean,
New
they're more
technology.
expensive than they are now.
It's like an iPhone 15.
If you adjust that for inflation, that's probably $100.
Yeah.
$200.
$200. Yeah, no, it's right. And now you live in a generation where content is free and on demand.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case in those days.
Yeah.
And
so you've got this crew. I mean, they already have a really sick team when you show up.
Yeah. It was my job.
You did try and spice it up a little bit, I remember.
Yes. Well, and
but
unsuccessfully.
Didn't go over
well.
With Rich and
didn't go over well with anybody. I said,
Rich was a little
no.
uptight.
I would let dudes do photo shoots in shorts and t-shirts, and said dudes would thank me by doing those photo shoots in Vision shoes and socks. So any goodwill I got towards heading it in a street direction. Because I had the magazines eating out of the palm of my hand. We were the biggest advertiser. I was their most pleasant industry representative. Nobody was kinder more consistently to those guys than I was.
And more fun.
And it was genuine.
No one was having as much fun.
And it was genuine. I loved those guys. They loved me. And we gave back to each other. Everybody else just had a Rich Long calling up, hey, my fucking bike got third. That wasn't me. I didn't give a shit, But I tried heading it in this direction. And the riders would screw it up by showing up in Vision shoes and stuff like that.
Instead of dyno shoes.
Instead of just wear the fucking dyno shoe, dude.
Yeah.
There's dyno shoes.
Yeah, there was dyno shoes. There was dyno helmets. There was dyno gloves. There was dyno. Yeah, it was ridiculous. And that was why I got the reputation for being a crassly commercial money-mongering douchebag. And that was a reputation that it probably to a 13 or 15-year-old at the time, it looked like I might have deserved. But the 13-year-olds and the 15-year-olds at the time that were looking at what I was trying to do with GT were only sawing what was shown. And those guys were the Atom 22s and of that day. Those guys were getting their education on Mcgoo and BMX in those days.
Yeah, but anybody that was really around, and I was, in the office at GT at this time, and I would do things for you.
I want to talk about our prank call with Spike Jones with Moeller in my office.
So you're taking money from the GT marketing budget and building, when you built
Box
Stonehenge.
Jumps. Yeah.
And I'm borrowing pieces of it to do ads for Club Homeboy, and you're doing full contests.
Yeah.
The street contests.
Free jams.
The jam at PCH in Maine and Huntington Beach is unreal.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Stonehenge.
That's all I have of Stonehenge.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
I don't know if there's
Mcgoo riding Stonehenge there. That's the bank and probably the Torrance.
So that's Stonehenge. What we dreamed up, I dreamed this up, and I said that we're going to have 2 4x8 boxes that can be interlocked in a specific
it's modular.
way. Yeah, it's modular.
Okay.
So I said
all 4 of those sides can be moved
So I said
around.
you could, so what there was like a wall ride side, there was a tight radius, there was a big radius, and there was a wedge. And you could do something on all 4 sides.
Oh, it's sweet.
And I convinced Rich, I said, look, man, I'm going to spend $300 at Home Depot.
You know how ahead of its time that is?
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah.
It looks fun.
It was super fun. It was
really
super fun. And then we doubled down on this thing. I said, okay, Rich, I spent the $300 and I got this thing in the magazine. Now there's a corner in Huntington Beach across from what I believe might still be Jack's Surf. There was a giant empty parking lot on PCH in Maine and Huntington Beach. That's $100 million property.
Yeah.
It was the parking lot for the Golden Bear.
Yeah.
Which was the concert venue.
That was the concert venue on PCH. It's $100 million piece of land. I got it for free. We dragged this thing out there and 9 million weirdos showed up for free Super Sacco and gin.
Best event.
And it was the best event. We had it. I was announcing, playing music.
Oh yeah. There's tons of footage of it.
Yeah. It was insane.
Well, I don't know if there's video footage.
Yeah,
there's
I don't
a
know.
ton of photos from it.
But like
great photos. Cause I think Guyby shot it.
Yeah.
Spike, Wendy. I'm sure they were all there.
It was bananas. And that was that whole giving back, doing fun stuff thing we were trying to do.
That's GT money.
I know.
Rich would have never.
He would never spent that money.
Without you. I mean, they'd have been, Tommy Brackens would have been practicing gate starts in that parking lot.
Yeah. He would have given Tommy $300 to build a gate. Yeah.
Honestly.
I know.
And Rob Fade.
Yeah.
Tommy Brackens and Rob Fade would be doing gate starts in that parking lot.
Yeah. So just to put the period on that is officially like the first box. I mean, effectively the first box.
But I didn't configure it like that. Yeah. I configured it because I saw skaters doing hips and transfers and things like that. Yeah. I hung out with a lot of skaters And I didn't have a choice. Andy Jenkins and Lou, their head was already headed in that direction by this time. Yeah, and Spike. Yeah. So I thought that'll be fun. And it was fun for about 30 minutes. And then they said, pull it apart, give it an 8-foot top, give it a wedge landing and a big radius takeoff. And they just boomed that thing. I mean, it just Soul Train lines down that thing.
Yeah, then it became a box jump.
But yeah, we dreamed that up because.
So is that event, the Stonehenge event in Huntington, was that before or after Ron's first Santee event that they were announcing?
Before. I think my thing was before.
Your thing was before.
I think my thing was before. I think I was a GT 87 to all of calendar 87, 88, and 89.
Because this photo is Santee, and that's an S&M. So we're at 87. It's got to be 87 already. Maybe even 88.
I think it's 88 or 89. I think
it's not 89.
Not 89.
No, it'll be 87 or 88.
Well, the first 80
and that was Santee.
88 was Santee.
And how involved with that? I mean, Ron must have asked you to do some stuff with that.
Zero.
You didn't help him with that?
He would have.
You just announced?
Yeah. Yeah. And that was, and then Ron, we didn't have.
That's it. Yeah.
There was no beef.
See, I was good with the links,
yeah,
Chris,
there was,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Volker. So I had these fucking guys. Volker's wall ride was 40 feet on that wall.
Mcgoo with the high five right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then
Volker's wall ride, that was the tipping point for what street could become. Everybody had some idea of what street was because they'd seen Eddie Roman, a Bubaka, a fire hydrant, or they'd seen me doing a curb endo or something. But I mean, they'd seen Moeller ride fence. Yeah. But when Dave Volker did a 40-foot wall ride, that was to me, that's like surfing Mavericks or something.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what I think is, what's crazy to me is that you came from.
It's funny that it cut. Yeah, I know. It's cuts straight from Mcgoo.
Well,
to you.
Gork is filming. This is Gork's camera.
All
this is Gork's Vidaio camera. Remember the Gork Vidaio where he spelled video wrong? Yeah, not Spike.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
RL.
No, so this is Gork filming.
But look, RL trying to be street.
But he's ripping.
God love him. Yeah, he's ripping. And poor RL, you talk about somebody that got a bad rap for being crassly commercial. Some of it justified. He got weaves. He wore Ugg boots. He fraternized with Fred Blood. He made some bad choices.
Honestly,
he made bad choices.
He just wasn't friendly.
He just wasn't friendly.
He wasn't friendly.
Yeah, he wasn't friendly.
I was in the building with them all the time.
Right.
Never even.
He was aloof.
Wouldn't even say
he was
hi.
aloof.
Yeah, it was weird. But he's ripping.
But he's
ripping.
Honestly. And he always ripped.
At everything.
Yeah, he always ripped.
He's the one that's kind of he's come back in the last couple of years.
Yeah, but then he went away again.
Now
he's gone back to carpet cleaning or something.
Yeah, that was an amazing event. That changed everybody.
That's a nice hat.
That changed everything.
Look at this.
That changed everything.
Look at this.
There you go, Pawn Fest.
So good.
Is that like? I got a Budweiser.
You got a Budweiser.
I brought, what am I, 16?
Yeah.
Funny thing about this is I didn't drink back then.
No.
I don't think I drank till I was 21 or something.
I like your trick list.
So that's just a Budweiser can I just found on the ground right before my run.
It's perfect. But it's perfect.
Yeah, but I made it look like I was drinking a beer and I threw it.
Yeah, and it encapsulated.
And then you're laughing, you're announcing, and you're cracking up. And Gork's cracking up too because they're like, Mueller doesn't drink. What the hell's going on?
But the racer in him cannot be denied. Look at his trick list. He's got to write it down. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't too serious about my street.
And no one should have been. And that's where I thought stuff could head.
Well, what was interesting about this event for me is this is the first time where a couple of guys that were managing to get a little money from street started getting stressed. So Craig Grosso was stressed, like Pete Augustine, guys like that. And all of a sudden they were the street guys and they had to show everybody that they were the street guys.
I sponsored Pete at CW.
Yeah.
And
that's Pete right there.
Yeah. I sponsored Pete and Pete was unsponsorable. Pete was he was the Allen Iverson 80s, 90s basketball reference of someone unmanageable, unsponsorable, but undeniable. You had to, this guy
almost made him more desirable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He
was a Schwinn Flatlander that just kind of went off the rails.
Yeah.
But
God, I tried to say
he's the archetype for the, the street dude.
Absolutely.
At that time.
Absolutely. He was, Taj and Joe were shitting yellow when this guy was inventing the game that they played, you know? Taj and Rich sort of Taj and Rich.
Only dads will understand.
Taj and Rich monetized to a high level what Pete Augustine inspired 15 years earlier.
Yeah.
So, but my point with Grosso, for instance, he's on Diamondback here. That's Wilkerson, but right before that was Grosso on the Diamondback. Grosso he felt the heat at this event.
Oh, absolutely,
because he was supposed to be the street dude,
and he felt the heat from a competitive perspective.
That's what I mean.
But it didn't matter because if you got out there and you did your thing, that was
Grosso, right?
That was good enough.
Yeah.
But poor Grosso, he got that vision money.
Yep.
And then things came undone for Grosso when he did a naked ramp run at the Enchanted ramp.
Yeah, that was the beginning of the end.
That was the beginning of the end. That was the abrupt end.
Matt Hoffman's dad lost his mind.
I think he was riding for SE. I think he had a half a dozen sponsors of vision level or better. He was as good as it was ever going to get for Grosso on a bicycle, and that was great. And he took his pants off because he thought he was at a backyard jam at Wilkerson's house. Yeah. And Matt Hoffman's old man
lost his shit.
Fire and fury letters, hundreds of letters to the presidents, vice presidents, marketing. We got a dozen at GT. Yeah. And they were like, how do you support events like this? This is a family event. My 14-year-old son was a competitor and in the audience. His 11-year-old sister was there. There's a man running around naked, and it was a ramp jammed in a backyard, dude. Yeah. That was the beginning of the end.
And the sponsors listened.
Sponsored to listen because they cut him loose.
Yeah, he
died in a dumpster in San Francisco. I mean, it's a bad deal.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't.
Look at those fucking wall rides.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was his spot.
I know. That's Dave's spot. But it's
Look at this. That was the one where he tries to jump the
whole
box
thing.
I think it's coming.
Yeah.
I mean,
just the tailbone.
And we do this. Dave owns it. He's, and he's doing the best he can in some shitty dyno pants and a dyno t-shirt. Oh, God love him.
No, and he's sick.
And Rich, first words out of his mouth, no helmets. Yeah. No helmets, Rich. No helmets and no brake guards. No number plates, no brake guards, no helmets. Yeah.
Rich was, he's a redneck.
He's a redneck racer, hillbilly racer. Yeah.
Racer dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you guys are there, do you guys realize that this is brand new?
Not in the moment because he's 17 and I'm 24, 26. Yeah. No, we just realized, God damn, this is fun. I could stick around for this.
I've never seen that angle of it.
Yeah, it's bananas, isn't it?
This is a whole. I didn't realize that.
Well, I mean, I
always see
This is a Saturday, right? This is a Saturday event. Yeah. It's
look at that. Yeah. So gnarly.
I mean. Man.
Dave, one year, they were good guys, man. Dave, and we would begrudgingly go to AFA contests, and Dave went something stupid like 13-1 on 16 expert ramps or something. I mean, Dave was unbelievable. He did the same song every time, back in black, and his first trick was a 12-foot air on a 8-foot quarter pipe. And then he'd spend some time on the kick turn ramp doing his Diz shit because it was still a thing in 86. But he just stole the show. He was every bit the rock star that Diz was without any of the silly accoutrements.
Without that.
Dave ruled. I loved Dave. We did a Canadian tour, GT. So I was charged in 89, winter of 89, with doing something big in Canada. Rich didn't care which, but he was going to throw all the money in the world at it. So I built a half pipe. Mobile half pipe trailer with Gary Turner and what was the old black-haired guy? Sam Shockley. Sam Shockley. Yeah, Sam and Gary and I posted up one spring in 89 to build a giant half pipe trailer. It was 16 feet wide. It was 20 feet high. It folded out. It was 11-foot transitions. I mean, it was impressive. It was an impressive feat of engineering. And I designed it. Eric, Sam and Gary engineered it, and I handpicked the team that was going to go to Canada and do shows coast to coast in Canada. Rich, this was GT's big push to be the dominant player in Canada. It was ill-fated because we went to like 22 shops in 55 days or something. It was really horrible. There's just aren't that many shops in Canada.
And they're spread way out.
Yeah, spread way out. It was a nightmare. But I handpicked these guys, and it was Brett Hernandez and Josh White and Gary Pollock and Joe Johnson and Dave were my 5-man team. And I said, we're going to throw everything at it. And those guys agreed to do it. Why us? And I said, because I like you. You're fun. You're not going to make this miserable. If I had taken Dino DeLuca, it would have sucked, Yeah. And that was a fantastic trip. But like week 6 of that adventure, I called Rich and I said, I think I'm ready to come home. This thing is running smooth. There's been no chaos. These guys can be trusted to get it right.
Yeah.
He's okay, fly home. So I flew home from Sault Ste. Marie, Canada, near where Jay Mirren was born. And I get home on a Saturday night and I go to work on Monday. And this is pre-cell phones because nobody knew nothing. And he said, did you hear? And I said, what? And he goes, those guys tore the top off of the ramp on the way out of the airport when they dropped you off. I said, what?
Of course they did.
Yeah.
They made it 15 minutes.
They made it 15 minutes. Yeah.
Not even that.
So I said, so how did you know? And he goes, they called me yesterday with the bad news. Saturday, you were in transit, whatever. Okay. I said, how do we fix it? He goes, they're on it. They found a weld shop that's going to fix the hinges.
Monkeys.
Hand-picked monkeys. Cream of the crop. Yeah. Dropped me off. Safe travels. Took the top of the ramp.
That didn't surprise me at all.
But when I got home from that, this is nice. This is wrapping up GT. If we're ready, are we ready to wrap up GT?
I want to hear about this prank call. I haven't forgot about that.
Oh, the prank call is fantastic. So we moved to this new office at GT. We'd been in 5 separate buildings on 3 different city blocks in industrial section of Huntington Beach for years. Mm-hmm. And we finally got one 80,000 square foot building where we're going to put everything. Rich was proud, justifiably.
Yeah. It was sweet. It was Gothard.
It was sweet, Gothard.
So you came off a chemical.
Yeah.
We had all those little buildings.
Satellites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's where I started over there as a kid.
And I've been at GT for a year and a half at this point. So we're going to finish my career at GT in this new building. Mm-hmm. They didn't have an office for me. Rich thought, fuck, we forgot you, Mcgoo. That's how important I was to that company.
Wow.
That's how important I was. I have one more. That's how important I was to the company story. But so I'm in the office that they did find was a closet. I was the only office in the building that had rubber floors, white walls, no windows. But I loved it. I could lock away and do my thing. Moeller comes in. We're shooting the shit at my desk, and there's a can of Raid on the desk. He goes, "Hey, let's call up Spike Jones. Let's prank Spike Jones at the magazine." I said, "Okay, let's do it." We call up Spike, and Moeller affects this weird Russian accent or something. He goes, "Who are you? You're Spike Jones. I will kill you. I will crush you and he's screaming at my phone. I will crush you like a tsetse fly, a tickworm, a millweed. And he's rattling off bugs, just boom, boom, rapid fire. Tom, Dick, Harry, Bob, Steve. And it's like, what the fuck, Chris? He goes, I was reading this can. That's awesome. And that's the shit that we did. And that's the shit that we did all the time. And it's what made it fun. And we did that shit for years because fast forward down the road, we'll talk about the magazines, the bullshit that we did with those guys. We did it for years.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I was kind of following you around without doing it on purpose, but CW was our manufacturer.
Yeah.
But you were already... I don't know if you were there when I was working there.
If you were dealing with Hicks, you were dealing with Roger and Hicks.
I just raced with Ed when I was, you know.
But Ed personally bent the bars and stuff like that.
I wasn't trying to work with CW. I was trying to work with another company that was, I was working with CW. And then it turns out they were outsourcing it to the Bassett guys.
Oh,
and that's how I went over to the B&E, to the Bassett guys, because Roger was out. But that's when I started figuring out that Roger was a little shady.
Roger. Yeah, that's Roger. I figured.
But I think you were already gone.
Probably.
But then I went to GT after that, and then GT started making S&M, and that's when you were there.
Yeah.
And so
that's when things started getting ugly for you because you had that more distributing deal.
Right.
And
but I would see you more often, and that's why I was around.
Yeah, we hung out as much as we could, and Moeller was involved in all the silly jams. Any silly jam that it was my job to host for dealers or distributor visitors and stuff. Moeller would be involved. All that stuff. Yeah, it was my job to host whatever freestyle jam was going to occur.
You were way ahead of your time at GT, and I don't think you were appreciated enough.
I wasn't.
And that's what led to the offer across the desk day, and then that was it.
So Rich saw a piece of literature that I conceived and executed from start to finish to help sell freestyle shows, and he saw it in the bulk mail going out, and he picked it up and he read it a little bit. He goes, "This is pretty good. Who wrote that?" And I said, I was in the hallway going back. I said, who told you they wrote it? And he said, I think Sean said he did this. I said, yeah, I wrote that. Rich. Pretty good. He put it down. Yeah. Rich was an asshole. Yeah. Rich was an asshole.
He just didn't see what was coming. I mean, but you were always ahead of it.
I was trying to be.
You're probably in it too.
You were,
I was in it.
Yeah.
Rich didn't see it coming. Rich.
But I will give Rich credit for this.
He's a hard worker.
Yeah. And he helped me see the light in the industry that I hadn't seen to that point. I tried unsuccessfully at CW to get them to make a good freestyle frame. Roger wasn't interested. He was going to keep putting standing platforms and pegs on Pistol Pete's. That's what Roger wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Roger wanted to put Z down tubes on freestyle bikes. I told him that's a bridge too far, Yeah. But so at Torker, I tried, God love him. I was stickering 500 Haros and we weren't selling 250 Torkers, So at GT, I thought, then I guess what I'm good at is marketing and team management and promotion and events. So I'll focus on those. And I did a good enough job that Lou and Andy at Freestyle, I said, we want to interview you, Mcgoo. You have interesting insights and you tell cool stories. Would you do an interview? I said, sure. So I hammed it up for Wendy's camera and we went out and did some stuff. And I came back and shot the shit with the three of them for 5 hours and it was a good piece. And then it showed up in the magazine 90 days later. And I showed it and Rich said, what's this? I said, that's the Mcgoo interview. And he goes, great. I said, I tried to do my best for GT in that thing. I'm not, he goes, this does nothing for GT at all. All you do, Mcgoo, is cost us money. All you do is cost us money. He said that. And he put a magazine on my desk. And I thought, he's right. All I do is spend money, whether it's negotiating $150,000 a year race contracts with Gary Ellis or getting $310 to build Stonehenge. All I do is cost this company money. That was year 2. So year 3, I said, I'm going to contribute to product. And that's when I switched into medium gear on product design and stuff like that. I tried to do better shit. GT's had the same dropout chainstay configuration for 100 years. I redesigned that.
Yeah, but in the end, I mean, nobody sold more freestyle frames than GT.
Nobody. We sold 250,000 20-inch bicycles at GT when I left the company. 90,000
a single year.
Every model year. 250,000 bikes. 90,000 of them were $159 dyno VFRs.
And those are all like IBD sales back then.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Wow.
There was 8,700 IBDs back then.
Yeah.
One thing I'd say about Rich is he might not have seen what was coming because he wasn't hip and young.
No, but he knew how to capitalize. He knew how to capitalize on it.
But money talked.
Yeah, he knew how to capitalize on it.
So when push came to shove, it was a mountain bike. It was a freestyle bike. I don't think he really cared.
I don't think he cared either. He was a businessman.
Yeah,
and that was okay. And and he was right. All I did was cost the company money. I did.
That's the point. That's the point of a marketing.
Sure, but it changed what I wanted to do. It changed it changed how I did business moving forward.
Yeah. And you know what? It made GT was lame.
GT was super lame.
And then you came in and you made GT cool.
I tried.
No, but you did. You made it cool for a while.
Yeah.
Until this happened.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you're out.
So
and then they were lame again.
So now I've returned from Canada. And while in the 6 weeks that I was in Canada running that freestyle tour, Rich's right-hand man, Sean Buckley, quit. Sean left to start an ad agency. And that was the only thing he could have done that wouldn't have earned Rich's wrath. If Sean said I was going to go to Diamondback, Rich would have had him assassinated. He knew too much. Right. He said, I'm going to start an agency.
He could have gone to work for Vision.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He said, I'm going to start an agency.
Everybody else did.
So Rich cut his boy loose. And I didn't find out about this until I came back from the Canadian tour. And they said, Sean's gone, Mcgoo. You're going to be answering to During. During was the head of adult product. He was the adult product. I said, great. He said, During is going to oversee youth product development now because Sean actually had a hand in that, if you can believe that. And I said, okay, I'll work with During. That'll be great. I like During. We can do good shit. So I was sort of a de facto BMX product manager upon that return. And I think I got one line under the bridge before I got a call from Sean Buckley. And he said, hey, I've started an agency and I was pitching Mongoose for work. And he told me they don't need creative services, that those are done in-house, but he could use a product manager. And I said, did you give him my name? And he goes, you're the only name I gave him. I don't know anybody else who even gives a shit. You know,
Buckley put a word in for you.
Buckley put a word in with Bob.
Marjavickas.
Yeah. Yeah. And they neither have been known each other. Buckley was just cold calling to get accounts, you know. Buckley was hustling because that's what he did. You know?
How many years at GT was this?
I was 3 years in at that point.
So you go to Rich, tell him, hey, I've got this offer.
Well, I went to the offer first.
Okay.
I went and had dinner with Bob Marjavickas, who was the president of Mongoose in Torrance. And he'd never met me before. I was a 27-year-old guy in a fucking pirate shirt and skin tight pants. I look like an idiot when I think about it. But yeah.
You had the Seinfeld shirt?
Yeah, I had this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I look like an idiot or a presenter at the Nora Cup. But yeah. But he said Bob was great. He was 35, I think, at the time. So he was still on the come up in the industry too. But he really captured my imagination for what was possible. And the offer that he made me on a first introduction based on the strength of a resume with a stranger was 50% more than I was making at GT.
Oh, wow.
This is just a guy that understood the industry, understood what good product development might mean to the bottom line, and was willing to pay money for it. And that was an aha moment, 2 aha moments in 6 months.
Yeah.
When Rich said, all you do is cost me money. And this guy said, you're worth 50% more than this guy pays you. And I just met, I was newly empowered. So I felt pretty good about myself. And I went to Rich and I said, sorry, I was sick yesterday, Rich. Yeah. You feeling better? Yeah, I'm feeling great. Can we talk? And he said, yeah, sure. What? I said, can we go to your office? And I went to his office and I said, I've found another job, Rich. I'm going to work at Mongoose. I want to give you a 2-week notice because that's how much vacation I've got left. You can throw me out if you'd like, but you know, there's some things I'd like to leave with that are mine.
Your desk.
Yeah, my desk and my computer. I didn't have a computer. Rich didn't provide me, and this was 1986, so there were no computers essentially. But I had a typewriter that had memory capability. And that's what I stored everything on, you know, everything. Our
word processor.
I had a word processor. Yeah. With the list of every shop I'd ever sold a freestyle show to in 2 continents, you know?
Yeah.
So it had value. But so Rich said, this is rash. This is rash, Mcgoo. Slow down. Think about it over the weekend. Come in Monday and let's continue this talk. Think about it. You'd be leaving. He said this. You'd be leaving us in quite a bind. You'd be us. If I gave a shit about you guys, you know, yeah, this is about me. You know, I didn't tell him the number.
Yeah.
And he said,
he didn't say you're a valuable member of this
no,
team and
you'd be leaving us in a bind. Yeah. You'd be leaving us in a bind.
Yeah.
You're right. I would, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And I went home for the weekend and came back more determined than ever. And Bill Galloway, the GM at GT, was waiting at the front door for me when I showed up. What's up? And he goes, Rich wants to see you in the office. And I went up to the office and he said, have you thought about it? And I said, yeah, I have. I'm still sticking with my guns. I still want to do what I think's right. These guys have given me a number and it's attractive. And I want to go work for Mongoose. He goes, write that number down. Tell me, right, what number is going to get you to stay? Give me a number. Tell me what it's going to take for you to stay. I said, I pushed it back.
I like this.
Yeah, I pushed it back. I had a paper and a Post-it. Yeah, he did that. And he said, I said, Rich, why don't you write a number? Why don't you tell me what you think I'm worth, Rich? You're beginning to learn that I do some things around here. You said that I'd be leaving you in a bind, so that must mean I have worth, you know?
Yeah.
Tell me what number you think it's worth. That's putting me in a corner, Mcgoo. I can't do that. I said, of course you can.
Keep pushing
yeah, we did it 3 or 4 times. 3 or 4 times. I said, Rich, this is on principle now, Rich.
Yeah.
I want to leave because you don't feel confident enough in what I do at this company to even tell me what you think it's worth. I could write down a number. You could begrudgingly agree to it. And in 6 months, you'd be trying to get rid of me by smashing down my position into half a dozen other idiots. And I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to go where I'm wanted by a stranger who says what I'm worth.
Yeah. And
he said, okay, I thought you might say that. Galloway will take you down to your desk and let you get your stuff. And he's going to walk you out. I've cut a check for the 2 weeks we owe you for vacation. Thanks for nothing, basically.
Yeah.
I said, okay. And I went down to my office and I said, Galloway, I need to take my desk and I need to take this computer. And he goes, no, you can take the contents. I thought I owned the desk, Galloway. This is the desk that I bought at the Torker bankruptcy 4 years ago. I'm taking my desk. Can't let you do that.
Texas
and my Texas, and my TI. Yeah. My TI word processor. I think it was a Tandy. Yeah. And he said, what do you want for them? I said, I'll take $1,000 for both of them. I said, for my word processor and my desk. And he went and got another check. Debbie Camolio cut another check for $1,000 and they sent me packing. I started a Mongoose the next day. Yeah.
And I think a couple weeks later, I'm sitting at maybe that desk trying to sell freestyle shows.
Of course you were. Yeah.
I inherited that job with Kim Boyle.
Yeah.
Somehow Kim Boyle.
Well, Kim and I were buddies.
And me.
Yeah, Kim and I were good buddies. Kim and I were good buddies. And he was brought in. It was an all hands on deck post Mcgoo meeting. Kim told me, he said, fuck, what happened? And I said, I left. I quit. I'm going to work for Mongoose. Rad. That was wild. I said, what happened? He said, everybody in the building of any consequence was brought in and said, Mcgoo left.
But the fallout on this was like, it was wide reaching. The fallout on this, because within a few weeks, I'm writing, copy.
You're writing copy.
A set of cranks jammed into a hamburger bun.
Yeah. Yeah. Not my project.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm writing it.
Yeah.
And then I'm selling shows.
Yeah.
Too.
Because Rich,
$500.
I couldn't tell me what I was. I did everything. I helped pick colorways for mountain bikes. I designed components for frames. We designed graphics for sprockets. I mean, we chose geometries for handlebars. I did it all.
Yeah.
And Rich didn't know about any of it for 3 fucking years. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So is your skill set just seems like far reaching at this point?
It's all over the place.
Between you got on the road with CW. I mean, from stickering to product development, you got Plus under your belt at this point. You have GT.
No, it's print, it's video, it's product, it's team, it's marketing,
it's events.
There's almost no portion of the industry that even at that point you hadn't already touched.
No, and I was just
which is incredible.
I was just an eager.
You hadn't been the owner.
I hadn't been an owner.
You hadn't been the owner yet.
Yeah, I hadn't been an owner.
And how old are you?
I'm 61.
No. How old are you when you're leaving GT? Sorry. 29.
89. I left in 80. No, I left in 89. I was 18 and 80. So 26.
26. Yeah.
And then, so you leave in 89. And after he leaves GT, it's just a shit show.
It's a shit show.
Within a year, I'm fighting with these people.
Yeah. Kim Boyle was told, you're going to be the team manager. And, half the team jumped ship.
Yeah.
And then, I think, Kim quit. Kim went back to Pennsylvania for 3 years. He said, I can't stand the heat. He's like, he was handed the keys to the castle.
Well, that's the
Kim Boyle
That's
factor.
the Todd Huffman era.
Yeah.
Now Huffman's in there.
Yeah.
Buckley's gone.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Yeah. And it's a shit show.
It sucked.
Because Todd
Codename Randy.
Yeah.
Codename Randy.
Yeah. Todd Huffman's a sycophant. One more ball swinger. Rich Long's ball swinger.
Everybody's kissing Rich's ass.
Yeah.
Nobody will stand up to him.
No, I did.
Yeah.
I did. And
then he brings in the finance guy. And now you couldn't even get to Rich.
Yeah. No.
I can't remember his name.
What was it? Mike Haynes?
Mike Haynes. He brings in the finance guy.
Mike Haynes
can't even get to Rich's office.
Yeah, no, Mike Haynes was a partner at Camolio and Haynes, which was a Orange County accounting firm for years. And then Rich realized there are California laws forbidding people at accounting firms from being owners at companies. But Rich Long knew that Mike Haynes' value in mergers and acquisitions, which is his area of expertise, was substantial. So Haynes dissolved that partnership and started working for GT full time. Mike Haynes is the CFO at Specialized now. He's a player. He's a hitter. He's a real guy. But the things that he and Rich conspired to do throughout their time together were insidious. They tried to do it with him. They did it successfully with Chuck Robinson. They did it more or less to Patterson. They did it to Powerlight. They did it to the Shockleys, who made forks for them. What he did, quite simply, was, in the case of the Shockleys, as one example, I'm going to give you all my fork business. Sam, you and your wife are going to make forks in the garage. And then the orders dry up. And he says, Rich, I was making 850 forks a month for you. Yeah. And if you want to keep making 850 forks a month for me, I need you and your wife to come in-house. You need to work for me. We need to simplify this operation, which they did. He did it with Bob Hadley bottom brackets. Remember Bob made that bottom bracket? He did it with that. He did it with everything.
Yeah. I mean, Dyno, essentially.
He let Bob Morellis ring up big numbers
Auburn,
Robinson, everybody. He
basically
hostile takeovers. Hostile takeovers.
Flush them, and so they became dependent on him until then pulled back. And then
at the end of the day, I mean, it's their fault.
Absolutely.
for allowing it to happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the distributors.
But I was right there too.
You were right there too. You were right on the
That's
cusp.
why I ended up upstairs with Haynes, just saying, listen, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm out.
So they tried to do the same.
I don't know if
Moore was distributing his stuff. Chris knew his strengths, and answering the phone 13 hours a day in 3 time zones to take an order for 1 frame every 5th week from the same shop ain't his strength. So he said Moore Distributing, who they alleged that was one of their strengths. That's what distributors do.
Yeah.
They sucked at it.
Yeah, but so what happened was Moore Distributing got taken over by GT. That's when Auburn and everything and Dyno and all that went to GT.
Yeah, and that happened in an old-fashioned way. They couldn't pay their bills to Rich.
Right.
Yeah. They were selling,
which is how it always worked. He'd put the rug out for you, and then he'd pull it out.
You'd stand on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I was at Moore, we were doing distribution at Moore, which was Todd Huffman and Bob Morales. Moore was Morales.
Yep.
That was Bob's company. That Todd came in to work with.
So was Robert Lamore.
And then we had Strictly BMX, which was in Rhode Island or Connecticut or something back east, which was Reed Rollins.
Delaware. Yep.
Delaware,
Reed,
right.
Yep.
And so he did
Reed
Skyway.
Reed was a big CW distributor too.
CW, Skyway. He did Pacific Palms gloves was his thing.
Yep.
Dirt Research or Dirt something.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
All of it. Yeah.
So that was a good setup for us.
Yeah.
For S&M.
Yeah.
But then when all that
and he was honorable.
Absorbed,
Reed was honorable.
Yeah. I liked him.
Yeah.
But then when all that got absorbed by GT, I also got absorbed by GT. Now they were the manufacturer and they did the sales and the shipping, and I relied on them to pay me.
Yeah.
And I could never get an accurate accounting. That's why I was always getting into it with Haynes.
Yeah.
So when I finally said, hey, I'm out of here.
So here's a 19-year-old dude fighting with a 38-year-old mergers and acquisitions.
I took it. I had just taken it over on my own.
I know. I remember.
And I had to go up there to the office and tell those guys, listen, stop selling everything. I'm going to buy it all back from you. And then Haynes would say, well, you can't. There's no way you can afford to buy all the inventory from us. I said, well, I'll
figure it out.
Do it week by week or month by month.
But it's not your business to steal. Or
to go sell some weed.
Yeah.
It was just, but it was unclear. It was just, the whole thing was weird. So I got out of there.
It was a murky place.
But the bottom line is, you were the only thing that was making that place cool. And once you left, the place was just a nightmare.
Yeah.
It became just, it's all jocks. It was like a jock vibe over there.
Super jock vibe.
You got Rich and Greg Hill. Everyone's going to choke you.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I know. No, I know.
Like I've been choked.
I know. It was.
And that was Rich's vibe too.
Oh, yeah. Stink eye, Rich vibe.
So then you go over to Mongoose, and that's right down the street from Wizard Publications. And that was cool as shit.
Cool as shit. Mongoose had a little 3,500 square foot, 2-story. 2/3 of the space was dedicated to a light storage and shop area. The balance was upstairs, downstairs offices for 7 people.
But
Mulder
this
and
is what they.
Mulder and I made zines on Mongoose's dime
on their computer.
But
this is what they needed because Mongoose was the number 1 player in BMX.
Yeah, and until they weren't.
And they were huge. And then I don't know what happened, but like maybe Skip left.
Skip 2 left.
The wheels came off. And it almost disappeared.
It almost disappeared.
And then they bring you in, and now this version of Mongoose is totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Yeah.
This is the Dennis McCoy.
Fuzzy. Those were my first two hires.
Everybody, but you're still having.
You literally put Fuzzy on Mongoose.
Yes.
And Dennis McCoy.
But you're still dealing
Those guys rode for that company for a combined 25 years or something crazy
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. Well past their prime. They may never admit it, but it didn't matter. I gave them that Dennis hadn't had a sponsor in 2 years. All of Dennis's opportunities in BMX had shit the bed because he had hooked up with a manager a few years earlier that was going to get him $1 million from Adidas and $1 million from Haro and $1 million from this guy. And none of those things transpired.
Mickey Conti.
Yeah. So Dennis had this because he enlisted a manager, which people in my position at bicycle companies don't want to deal with,
That hasn't changed.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And we said, no, Dennis is persona non grata. We don't give a shit how good he is or how many championships he won. Except me. I knew that he had street cred, that he could be counted on to be good at vert and this new thing that was not yet on the horizon, but came soon enough. X Games, he was going to have his foot in that space. And I thought this is going to matter to Mongoose. Yeah. And it did. Yeah.
Dennis, and you were doing street, you were doing dirt.
Oh, again, more free jams.
But the main thing was riding is fun. That's what you did to did at Mongoose.
Yeah.
Because prior to that, Mongoose was always, some jockey racer.
Yeah.
It
was horrible.
Yeah,
it was a jockey racer. It was a jockey racer in a neon pink Miami Vice uniform.
It looked like Don Johnson.
Yeah, they had ads like Don Johnson, like Eric Roop dressed up like Don Johnson of Miami Vice, standing next to a turbo and a shitty bicycle,
a Ferrari.
Yeah, it was terrible. Mongoose was terrible, and Bob, who didn't know or care because he was an adult bike product manager. He'd come from Nishiki. He'd made road bikes, high-level road bikes, and mountain bikes in the burgeoning mountain bike scene at the time. And so that's why he was hired. So he needed a guy that had BMX cred, which is why he hired me.
They had a guy named John Tomac on their team.
Yeah. That was Bob. Bob hired John Tomac and Bob fired John Tomac because he realized...
Relation to Eli?
Yeah, it's his dad.
It's his father.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's me connecting dots.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Tomac was
Tomac. But he was the first
megastar, mountain bike megastar.
You had like a Ned Overend was a cycling guy, but then John was the first BMXer.
Yeah.
That took it over.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. John. Yeah. He was big shit. Not Lance Armstrong, was the first Nike cycling athlete.
But he was a BMXer.
He was a BMXer from Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, my friend Robbie married his sister. Yeah, he used to share a couch in the same living room in Florida that I did. He would come to the Essers, and I've known
so
John
this
Tomac
Mongoose
forever.
deal is badass, and this goes on for how long?
2.5, 3 years. Yeah,
2.5, 3 years until Mcgoo puts a transvestite on the cover of the catalog.
Yeah, well, I was on my third model year when I did the transvestite catalog.
And why in the world did you put a transvestite on the catalog?
Because his old boss when before Ride existed, Brad McDonald worked at a photo quickie mart, and somebody dropped off some film and had it printed. And when he got the prints back, there was a picture of a African-American gentleman in a woman's wig with makeup and a beautiful frock.
It's
and
nasty.
it was crazy looking. And he gave me one. He said, "Hey, I had to double print a couple of these for my friends."
Also, Brad
gave me the photo. He worked at the photo
that.
quickie mark. Yeah, he gave me the photo. I said, "This is the funniest thing ever." So tucked it in a drawer. And 6 months later, we're doing the catalog for the 1991 Mongoose BMX line. And
the Solution.
Yeah, the Solution, the Hooligan. Good bikes, great names, good bikes. Yeah, we did some cool stuff at Mongoose.
Yeah. So you're looking at the photos of Fuzzy, you're looking at the photos of
that was headshots. I said, let's have headshots with people saying irreverent stuff. So I'm going to have something irreverent to say about this, and Fuzzy's going to have something irreverent to say about that. And Bob Marjavickas, the president of the company, he was a fucking nerd. He was like Mr. Roper on Three's Company. You can put that in the video. Cut to Mr. Roper. Yeah. And it was great. It was fantastic. And it was in we printed 150,000 of them to give away to shops. Mr. Roper, Three's Company.
No, I was going to see if I could find the catalog because I feel like I saw it
It's somewhere.
Well, and just imagine. James Brown in a dress.
Yeah, James Brown in a dress on the cover and all white field. But there was 150,000 of them in overprints from the magazine, and they were bound into every copy of BMX Plus. Every December issue of BMX Plus that, dropped in October.
The craziest place for the weirdest thing.
Yeah, the craziest place for the weirdest thing. And in context and taken as a whole, it was wonderful. It was funny. It was informative. The bikes looked cool. I had shot them in completely different ways. It was pretty groundbreaking.
This is
it's on the video.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
She
is.
They is.
Here they are.
But Mongoose's brand position, I was.
Here they are.
I was stealing.
Here they are.
I was stealing. I will
again way ahead of your time.
Mongoose stole one thing from the S&M playbook that I watched in awe of Moeller growing. And that was be fun, do cool shit.
Yeah.
Because GT was no one's going to be faster than GT. No one was going to be bigger than GT. No one was going to be cooler than Haro. No one was going to be perceived as bigger than Haro. The perception in BMX for a long time, and this killed Rich Long, was Haro was bigger than GT. That was never the case. Yeah. At Haro's peak, they sold about in the battles, the day of when the elephants were battling, 75, 80,000 bikes across the entire line. We were selling 90,000 dynos.
Mongoose went from, the jockey race brand with the Miami Vice guys in the Ferrari. And by the time this rolls around, Mcgoo's got Dave Perrick making Mongoose videos.
Crazy.
Yeah.
He hired Dave Perrick to come in and make a Mongoose video.
Yeah. We tried to do
but
all
not
these.
just with guys that rode Mongooses, like a bunch, like myself included, a bunch of guys that just rode the tires.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like he co-sponsored people for parts.
Oh, yeah. Just, I had a bottomless budget. Budget wasn't even, I just could do whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
Because it translated into sales. When I started at Mongoose, we were selling 38,000 BMX or juvenile units at a 4% net loss to the company. And when I left Mongoose, we were selling 54,000 bikes with a 6% net profit. So,
and is this when you first start going to Taiwan?
No, I went to Taiwan for the first time in '85 for CW.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Taiwan for CW. That's how I met Sherry. Sherry was she was a 33-year-old lady that was starting Southern Cross. And Rich got his foot in that door through a guy named Bob Shue, no relation, based in Orange County or based in Los Angeles. Bob Shue was a opportunistic Taiwan business industrialist that would see something like the Apple SE30, take it to Taiwan, get it copied by somebody, and call it the orange SE50. And so, I mean, he was a weird cat, but he did big things on a grand scale.
But by the time you get to Mongoose, you're spending a lot of time over there.
I was 6 months a year.
6 months a year in Taiwan.
6 months a year.
In 87.
Yeah.
Just specking bikes.
Specking bikes, visiting factories. It hasn't gotten any better.
All youth, or are you doing mountain bikes?
I'm doing 100% youth. I had a little hand in colorways and graphics and stuff with adult bikes, but that was Bob's baby. Yeah, I did all youth bikes. And so I grew the category on units. I grew the category on profits. Bob didn't give a shit about what I was spending for promotion because it never exceeded any budget. It worked. Yeah. And it was peanuts. I had a 3-man team. Sam Alano was my single A pro. Fuzzy was my dirt jumper. Like, Fuzzy, I don't care about the main. What are you going to make in the single A main? Fuzzy, $800. I'll give
800.
You
200.
Okay, I'll give you 800 if you do a 360 getting 5th in the semi. And that's what I did. That's what I did because Mongoose wasn't going to be bigger. We weren't going to be better.
You'd pay him to do a 3 during the race.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I said, what are you going to? Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what they're going to talk about.
That's what they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
And I know because not every kid is winning a race. I don't remember.
Not every kid cares.
I don't remember who won AA at the ABA Grands the year that Moeller put sparklers in his grips and jumped over the thing dressed like a fucking idiot. But I remember that. You know, I remember that was badass. Yeah. That's the shit that's fun. That's the shit that matters.
No.
Yeah, and Bob didn't care. My mentor and friend Bob, my boss at Mongoose, didn't care.
Well,
until he was told he had to care. And he's told when that dropped.
Maybe he trusted you.
He did trust me. I grew business. I made his bottom line look good.
Yeah, this went sideways.
This went sideways, but Bob had my back. So Bob had my back. The owner, executive management and ownership at Mongoose called Bob and said, "What are you going to do about this loose cannon?" And he said, "What do you want me to do? This thing was great." And he goes, "No, this thing is offensive to people on our staff." This is when I learned the human resources part of my story. So Bob said, "You're going to have to go patch things up with the head honcho." So I flew to New York and I drove out to Long Island and I went to headquarters, and Mr. Manco, the 71-year-old chairman of the company, said, "Just what do you think this is, young man?" I said, "That's just BMX marketing. What do you think our job is?" I said, "I thought it was to sell bikes. I thought it was to, no, our job, the most important thing we do is to provide jobs. And this thing made people on my payroll uncomfortable. What do you expect me to do about it?" I said, "Apologize? I don't know." I didn't have an idea. I had no idea I was being thrown to the lions like this.
Yeah.
I said, "My job is to sell more bikes." No, our job is to provide jobs. That's this company's main focus, is to provide jobs. I disagree with that. Yeah. I think if you sell enough bikes, that's a weird take.
It's a business to provide jobs.
No, if the business is successful, you end up providing jobs by default, and that's a good thing.
That's just something that comes along.
That's an ancillary benefit to having a good business. Yeah,
so selling bikes is giving everybody.
But he said that upset a couple of people at a couple of levels. and we were going to fix it. So he had those people, he had his warehouse. There was 8 warehouses coast to coast. They were putting stickers on the cover of 150,000 overprints to cover that picture. It was just a mongoose animal.
So did it make it to Plus like that?
Oh yeah, it was bound into Plus. It was bound into Plus.
What's his face say?
How did Roland let
He
that?
didn't give a shit. Roland didn't give a shit.
Really? Because they were like,
we paid $32,000 to put a 16-page.
I would have thought
magazine.
Roland would have at least wanted them to wear a helmet.
Well, there's no nipples showing. There's no nipples. Yeah. We had a strict no nipple crop at BMX Plus. Men's nipples, topless racers. We don't need to see their nipples. That was a Roland edict. That was handed down from on high. Yeah. Handed down from on high. We don't need to see their nipples.
No. And they got to wear a helmet.
no nipples.
Yeah. Yeah.
No nipples, but helmets.
Yeah. So
you get shit canned right there in New York, or do you come back?
No, I come back. This was a month.
So was that
2 weeks before Interbike. 2 weeks before Interbike, and I came back and I told Bob, if these guys intend to fire me, or if they intend to tell you to fire me, don't do it before Interbike.
Yeah.
I'd prefer that it be done before Interbike, but I can't guarantee what I'm going to say or do at Interbike while I'm looking for my next job. And he goes, "You're not going to get fired, Mcgoo. I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure you don't get fired." And he did his damnedest, but it wasn't good enough. So they told him in December, fire Mcgoo and pay whatever it takes to make him go away quietly. And they let me keep my deferred bonus for sales. And he gave me a huge, like a 6-month severance package.
Yeah.
And unheard of. I was a dumb 29-year-old guy, uneducated
and
BMX
you're almost
nerd.
10 years in the industry at this point.
Yeah.
When you're saying
80, probably 80.
Do you mind saying how much are you making?
At Mongoose?
Yeah.
I was making $68,000 a year with deferred bonuses before deferred bonuses in 1989.
Yeah.
That was real money.
That's real
I was
money.
making real money. It was the best job that I was ever going to have. Bob told me at my 6 months review after hiring me 2.5 years earlier, Mcgoo, the sky is the limit for you. You can do anything in this industry that you want to do with the skill set you have and the good ideas that you can bring to life. I'm so confident in you. I mean, it's like I had a tear in my eye at my review, and it's like, wow, thanks, Bob. Rich said, I don't know, man, you're going to leave me in a bind. This guy was telling me the moon and the stars are mine. And the other guy was telling me he didn't know what I got paid or what I did, So I was pretty high. Yeah. I was riding high. It was a great job. Great time to be alive.
So you got cut. Is that kind of crushing, or is it kind of like, fuck it?
No, it was crushing. It was, I knew I'd exhausted. Again, always looking ahead. I think my unspoken thing is never have your best days be behind you. Always try to make your best days ahead of you. I've always tried to do that. And most of my peers from BMX can't say that. Most of my peers from BMX are still telling me about the time we did something wacky in 86.
Yeah.
I'm doing this for the first time in 15 years in this podcast.
Yeah.
I just don't have these conversations.
No, that's why I'm glad that you're here.
I appreciate it.
And I honestly didn't think this would ever happen.
Nobody did. And I've been asked by everyone for multiple.
Cool.
Yeah. No, I'm enjoying it.
Because you're always on to the next thing.
I'm always on to the next thing.
That particular period in time, right around your 30th birthday party.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
And and Pedro.
Yeah. So I just lost my job. So I got fired in December. So I had 6 months pay and a $10,000 deferred bonus. And I had a wonderful girlfriend and the best friends any guy could hope to have and no job. And it was the first time since I was 12 that I didn't have a job. I've been employed. I got a check every 2 weeks since I was 12 years old. Yeah. And first time ever. And I said, God damn.
But it was a good party.
It was a great party. I decided to drink on U.S. soil for the first time. I'd never drunk in America. All my drinking was confined to Taiwan business trips.
Oh, because it's like kind of compulsory.
It's compulsory. Yeah. And so I burned it down in Taiwan.
Using big words from Mcgoo here.
Yeah.
Well, no, you're right. Back then it was cultural. Now they don't. No, they're not even drinking like that anymore.
Yeah, nobody cares anymore.
Only I do.
Yeah.
It's true. I'm just trying to keep it alive.
Yeah. I did a little drink when I was in China last week, but they're old school. But so yeah, I had nothing ahead of me, no job currently, and a room full of the best friends ever. So I just got shitty drunk, and me and Mulder just did the fucking show. You know, I mean, it was bananas.
It was good.
Yeah, it was so good. I mean, in my
I
party,
just looked at a photo yesterday. I had a photo sitting on my desk of Magoo's 30th birthday party.
You're gonna have to send it to me so I can.
I might have a reprint of
and
that
I'm on
my desk.
I'm on the mic, and I'm in the middle of the party. I got Tremaine right behind me, and Magoo's laughing his ass off.
Shirt tie loose. Shirt
He's got a shirt and tie.
Yeah.
I'm bent over and I've got a beer bottle up my ass.
Yeah. And it wasn't the first time. Yeah.
And then I drank it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember this?
Absolutely. Remember, I have that print in my desk.
I have two different photos and I mailed you one.
You mailed me one. Yeah, it's fantastic. That's what me and Chris did. And we did it from the day we met.
It was a good party.
It was the day we met.
Maybe only topped by your 50th birthday party 20 years later in Pagosa when you came to Colorado, remember, for your 50th?
50th, yeah.
And you peed in the corner?
Yeah, and the guy from Super Sucker said, "Nice work, Mcgoo. Happy birthday,
yeah, Eddie Spaghetti?
Yeah, Eddie Spaghetti's pissed because I pissed in the tent. Yeah. I was in a bad way.
It was a good party, though. It was a good party. So right around this time, Magoo's 30, loses the Mongoose gig. Now you really kind of spread your wings because it was a little bit of a low period.
Oh, it was super low. Yeah, super low. But
then you just started getting into all kinds of random stuff. We got an office together.
Yeah, Chris and I shared a warehouse. I had an agency hustle called Revolution.
Okay, I
was doing Revolution.
Okay.
Yeah, I had an agency hustle. I started Mental Jimmy's. I wanted to change mail order.
Okay.
Everything you do can't be a win. Most of my things have been losses, and I'm okay with that. That was one of them, but the market wasn't ready. The messaging, the alliance with suppliers, the way the brand was positioned, and the way that I tried to promote it with modern online selling tools would have killed in the modern era because it was not this scattershot discount bargain basement bullshit that Dan's and everybody else was.
Is this Morales, Bryant, Cudby? Where does that?
They were down the street from us. You and I was doing Revolution. I was a marketing gun. I was a one-man band, a marketing gun for hire. If a Taiwan guy needed an ad for the TBG, they could contact me, and for $1,500, they could.
Is this when you did the Univega deal?
No. The Univega deal I was happy to be unemployed.
We got to talk about the
Univega deal. Was pretty cool.
Later.
Univega had been.
Now we can do it now.
Univega had been an account that. The Univega deal was way later. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Way later.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a different Univega deal.
Yeah, it's probably 95. It's 95.
93. I think it was 93.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're in like 91 right now. So we'll get there.
We go to Santa Ana. At this point, I'm operating out of a tiny garage.
I was with that no job, with that seed capital for Revolution, which amounted to buying a $5,000 SE30 and a business card. That put me in the business of being a marketing gun for hire, with a focus mostly on Asian clients because I knew they needed help and they knew me from what I just spent 4 years doing.
Yeah.
And, but Bob Morales, I met Bill because Bob Morales called me like 6 weeks after I lost my Mongoose job. He was at Iron Horse at the time.
Yeah. I worked for Bob Morales when Bill first came on the scene.
Yeah. Bill was a 23-year-old ex-Marine with a design degree from El Cerrito College. And his first job was at Iron Horse Bicycles. Bob Morales was the marketing director at Iron Horse.
Okay.
And one of Bill's first tasks was to create a catalog, but not just any catalog. We want this catalog to be a calendar so that it hangs on the wall all year at the bike shop. That was Bob's genius marketing idea. And it isn't horrible, but he didn't give Bill much to go on. Bill was an ex-jarhead with a design degree. So he said, call Mcgoo. This guy can help. And I helped. We found rider talent.
I remember this.
Yeah, we found rider talent. I wrote the copy. I picked dates in the calendar that were interesting from a bicycle perspective. So he could say, January 21st, Ned Overend's birthday, shit like that. Just dumb stuff. Anything I could do to pepper this thing. And that was how I met my current business partner and friend, Bill.
Okay.
He was doing a design job for a bike company.
What a small world.
Tiny.
And somehow I'm working for this guy, Bob
and you
Morales
were working for Bob because Bob spent very methodically spent like 6 to 9 months leading up to the Iron Horse deal, convincing Iron Horse that Bob's agency, Morales Design or whatever it was called.
It was called Group B.
Group B.
Group Bob.
Yeah, Group Bob. Group B Advertising was a micro agency.
It was Bob and
I know.
And Susie.
I know. But the day that the Iron Horse guys showed up, it was you, Susie, Bob, and a stat camera and a typesetter and a stat.
There was an old lady that did the typesetting.
Yeah.
Still did typesetting.
Yeah, I know.
I don't even know what typesetting is.
Exactly.
It's pre-desktop publishing.
Yeah.
Okay. It's when you actually had to.
It was invented the same time as press type.
Yeah.
Typesetting is what happened after lead.
She's not
after
alive,
lead.
and neither is typesetting.
After lead, you know the word leading in text? That's how much lead you put between letters so they look right in the printed page.
Okay, yeah.
It was after lead,
Kerning?
before, kerning, that kind of stuff.
Because there was no such thing as
it was a giant. It was a machine as big as it was a machine as big as this room, and it generated strips or sheets of type.
And that business, Group B, was the AFA. So we were the American Freestyle Association. Yep. We were Group B Advertising, and then we were also a typesetting operation, and we also made yearbooks. And books for like swing dancing groups and shit like that. So one day, I'd go into work.
BMX is full of hustlers.
I'd go into work. I'm 17, whatever.
Yeah.
16, 17. I'm working for Morales, and I'd be laminating, Eddie Fiola's membership card.
Yeah.
And then a few
delivering
minutes later,
type.
I'll be delivering some typesetting job or a yearbook to a printer, or watching Bob create the Iron Horse logo, which is unbelievable.
Ferrari, Porsche.
He took a Porsche logo and a Ferrari logo, and he flipped the Ferrari horse and he put it in the Porsche logo.
Yeah.
And even I was like a kid, and I said, dude, this is so lame.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna sell this shit to these people.
But we digress.
They bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, so he did. So Bob,
hook, line, and sinker.
Bob convinced Iron Horse Bicycles, you're gonna have to buy my agency and all of its assets. Yeah.
Yep, I was there.
You're gonna have to buy
I watched it happen. I watched that happen. Because all Bob liked was cars.
Yeah.
It was all cars.
Yeah, cars and Oakley ads. Cars and Oakley ads.
Right.
Oakley font. Yeah.
That's when I realized that
we'll go back.
Not all 911s were like really nice cars, because I would have to drive his sometimes.
No, because his were 912s with Aero kits.
I'd have to drive it to Avco to make his payment so that they wouldn't repo it. And I'd come back and tell him, dude, you need brakes. Like, this car is shot. And no. It's not getting any brakes. No. So anyway, that's when Bill Bryant comes on the scene.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But that's back we went back a few years for that one.
But
by 91, Mcgoo's, we're sharing this office, and that's when he starts planting the seeds to start Mental Jimmy's.
Yeah, Mental Jimmy's. Yeah.
So I feel like this is kind of where 91. When did
this
it
is
end?
91.
When did it end?
Mongoose?
No, Mental Jimmy's.
93.
Well, no, you sold it to John Paul.
John Paul.
That's when. So
and
I called
John
when it was owned by John Paul.
Oh, you tried to purchase it?
No, I called and I was like, "Is this a real fucking place?" Like the voicemail was insane.
Yeah.
Like nobody answered, and I was like, "I think this is like a fucking joke or something." And I don't think I ordered it.
It was my. I was such a believer in consumer direct online retailing.
Again, like way ahead of it.
And somebody beat me to it, because Rockville BMX was the coolest thing in the world in its day. But that was ironically started by a guy who had no love for BMX and all the love in the world for cool people and fun businesses, because that's what they ran.
Isn't that the Spike place and all that?
That's where Spike worked. That's
the difference is you always had the Frankfurts and all these different mail orders.
The discount houses.
Is everybody sold anything that they could get an account with.
Yeah.
The difference with Mental Jimmy's was you decided, I'm only going to sell shit that is cool that I actually would use and believe in.
That's what I tried to do.
Yeah.
I tried to make
a great model.
It was a great model, because that is the online model today. That these
should be.
But like Shein and Wish. What mail order has become is either super focused on storytelling, brand building, alliances with a limited number of vendors. Those are important business pillars.
That's the way to do it.
That's the way to do it. Because the other
Otherwise,
way
it's just
is
Amazon.
It's Alibaba. It's Amazon. It's eBay. It's bullshit. It's a swap meet. I'll buy it from this guy because he's 3 cents less. And that was the Dan's mail order model.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. Be cheaper. Stock it to the moon. Sell it for less. I'll make it up on volume.
Stack it high, watch it fly.
Yeah.
Stack it deep, sell it cheap.
Yeah, but that's not sustainable long term. You can, low prices,
And it's no fun.
Low prices are a slippery slope. Yeah.
But again, now you start mental jimmies. So you're already, now you're offending transgender people. Now you're going to offend,
disabled people.
Disabled people.
The handy-capable.
Yeah. And that guy, that face, the logo.
Jeff Tremaine designed that logo.
Unreal.
Yeah, unreal. We got that from a Freaks and Weirdos book, and we elongated it accordingly for optimum impact.
Awesome.
It was fun. Moeller and I had such a fun time. We shared that warehouse for a couple of years.
Yeah,
it was a good time. And we had D. Snyder visited headquarters.
Yeah.
We had
So that's
it's
a guy.
Rick Moliterno.
Come
on.
That's a lot.
It's Rick Moliterno.
I think it is. I'm going to turn on the
No
AC.
offense, Rick. I mean, Rick's head isn't that wide and short, but it looks like a squashed Rick Moliterno to me.
I wasn't Rick, but you're right. It does look like Rick.
Looks like a guy that's eating a partially burnt piece of toast on one side.
Dude, it does it. The nose and mouth look like Moliterno.
Oh, it's funny, man. There's a portion of a phone conversation playing in the background of an old S&M video I saw not that long ago, and I can hear you on the phone. It's so funny. We just tell people they don't need that.
You don't need that.
No,
they would call. Hey,
listen, no.
You
don't
have,
need that.
Do you have a?
Let me tell you what you need.
And it was doomed. It was doomed with the tools at my disposal at the time. It was doomed with I had no resources, but the idea.
What brands were you carrying?
S&M, Profile, shit that mattered.
Yeah.
Guys would call, hey, do you got the poverty buck 49s? No, I don't have the poverty buck 49s, dude. No, I don't have no. Do you have the purple? Do you have the Acor purple brake booster? No, you don't need a purple brake boot. Well, what colors do you have? We don't have brake boosters. We don't have brake, but that's what every phone call was.
Yeah.
And that's why I was doomed.
Arguing with the
but it was fun. It was fun. And it wasn't the cash
best.
cow. It wasn't the cash cow.
So was it only who else answered the phones?
Me and John Paul.
Yeah,
they were the one. Yeah, me and John Paul.
Fucking tit for tat right there. You and John on the same level.
Well, there's two offices. Within this little unit, you've got.
There was an L-shaped office space.
Mental Jimmy's is over here. S&M's over here.
Yeah.
So Paul Green's on the phone over here, me, and then Mcgoo and whoever else you had over there.
Yeah.
But then eventually we started kind of encroaching in on your space.
Oh, he didn't care. That was fine. Yeah. I wasn't going to be there forever because the Revolution thing was paying off.
Yeah.
Enter Bill. Bill left. So Bill realized, it didn't take Bill long to realize that Bob Morales at Iron Horse was an idiot. So he left that and started an agency with Morales. He thought he was an idiot, but not that much of an idiot. I think Iron Horse probably.
Well, he's a really good sales guy. He can convince some guys in Jersey to use the Porsche logo.
Yeah, right. So Morales, Bryant, and Cudby, the esteemed motocross photographer, start an agency together, 92, 93-ish. And about 6 months in, they realized things are getting busy enough that we could use somebody that can close the deal and write the copy.
Yeah, because it's a good
Bob couldn't close the deal.
No,
Bob couldn't close the deal.
Nobody there. Bill could squeak it out, but it's not going to be the copywriting's not going to be as good as if you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, Bill could get it done.
Yeah. I mean, Bill gets it done for Biltwell every day. So, yeah.
But I mean, and he would admit, I mean, you're better at it.
Yeah. And
there's few better at it than Mcgoo.
I agree.
Yeah. Thanks.
I think Melissa and Mcgoo are kind of up there in my mind.
We give a shit because we give a shit.
And Lou.
So, yeah. Although Lou gives us a shit now. Lou's in charge of a big ship. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lou was a great writer and still a great writer. But now he's a big business owner.
I know.
But yeah, it's a different deal. Yeah. Got 200 people on the payroll.
But he could, I mean, you need 2 pages on a speedboat.
Yeah.
Lou can write it.
I still think there's art and passion in that. I still enjoy it. I'm reading that. That stands up. I wrote that 30 fucking years ago.
Dude, I was just reading it.
That stands up.
The truth is, most mail order companies are run by kooky old men and shitty guys from Kansas who have never ridden a day in their lives. Ask a sales girl difference between a heat treated and cold forged, and you get an answer like, "Geez, I don't know. Let me ask Dick in the back. He pops wheelies in the parking lot all the time."
It's kind of true. It's kind of
And then
true.
obviously the bold words: "Don't let the mail order guys treat you like Dick."
That's sweet. Like, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Too funny, man.
And it resonated.
How long were you able to keep that going? Because you on the phone directly with these kids wasn't going to last forever. Even then,
2.5 years.
Even when I was in the office, I was thinking to myself,
kids don't.
he is going to blow his brains out.
Yeah.
Kids
like real
don't.
soon.
Oh yeah.
Well, and in my defense, I think a large percentage of the audience was the customer base, the readership.
Yeah.
If you were in your seat, the customer base, if you're in ours, were left without a captain for many, many years. There was no more Bob Osborne. There wasn't even really any more John Cars. As kooky as John Carr
Well,
is.
I think Gork, to be honest, I think after Oz, I think Gork kind of carried the torch for a while.
Yeah, but he wasn't any good.
No.
He wasn't any good at it. The magazine fell apart on his watch. Holden was its art director. That new logo that came out of nowhere for no good reason, strictly because Gork and Holden and to a lesser extent Bob, and maybe Bob was already out the door.
Yeah,
but
he had
that
kind of checked out.
That Vision logo repop
Yeah,
was
weird.
gross.
Yeah.
Came out of nowhere.
Should have ran the original.
There was no stewardship of mass communication in BMX for many years. The guys who took the reins didn't want the responsibility. And I've said it to one of the guys who had the reins for the longest, Mark Losi. I said, dude, you're abdicating your authority. It's not my authority. He wanted it to be too democratic. Too many editors wanted to make sure that all of their individual rider friends didn't have any beef with anything that came out of their mouth. They were too concerned about what the pros thought about what they were doing or saying in the scene. So every magazine became this new unattainable thing. The magazines became to me, a steady diet of, look at these 6 superstars that went on this 13-page story to this impossible location for something you'll never do. The new impossible goal in freestyle and street riding became the mega road trip, Road Fools, 15-page stories about 3 guys from Spain. It's like, fuck, man, I just want to do a curb endo. I just want to have fun with my friends. I want to go to the ditch. I want to steal a door, put it on a brick, and jump out of a ditch.
Yeah.
That wasn't cool anymore.
Yeah.
And the magazines didn't show anybody how to do it. And what they spent all of their time doing was the shit that was fun. I was guilty of it. I did a DC road trip with button deck shooting one time. I did a DC road trip with Zielinski's.
Jeff.
I was the first road trip that Jeff Z ever shot. DC 2000, 2001. He had just been hired. I took him on the road and we did bananas shit. We kidnapped
Is that the Vegas trip?
No, that was Vegas. Yeah. Did he tell you about that trip?
I mean, you can.
I plan to. That was good stuff. Yeah. No, Jeff Z, the writers told me, we know Jeff. He's done a couple of photo shoots. He's a weirdo. He's a militant vegan. He's got super picky ideas. You're not going to dig him. It's going to be lame. And I said, relax, we'll have a blast. And Jeff and I got in the van and he sat up front and I got him his soy chai lattes and we drove and we picked up somebody in Vegas who flew there. And then we went to Salt Lake and picked up Matt Bischoff. And then we drove to Utah to a dilapidated skate park. We did bananas shit. But before we went to Utah,
probably picked up Mira.
We didn't pick up Mira. Mira wasn't on that trip. He couldn't be bothered. He wasn't on DC yet. This was first 6 months. Yeah.
Colin, maybe Winkleman.
Colin might have been on it. No, Colin was on the San Francisco trip. I forget who was on it. It wasn't important.
Z's the only important.
Z. No, I'll tell you. No, it was Frymouth, Arteline, me, Jeff, Matt Bischoff. There's one other. Anyway.
Morales, maybe?
No. We were in Utah the night before. Bischoff told us we've got to drive to northern Utah or southern Idaho. There's a dilapidated skate park in a missile silo. It's super good. And he was right. It was super cool and it was worth the trip. But we were having sushi with the crew in Park City the night before. And this cute 20-something-year-old waitress said, "What are you guys doing? What are you going to town for?" Just chit chat. I said, "We're BMXers from parts unknown and we're going to a dilapidated mine shaft to shoot pictures tomorrow. And I'll give you $300 if you jump in the van with us and you let me pick what you're going to wear. I'll take you to Walmart. I'll get you stuff that fits, but you're going to be in the background of a half a dozen photos with these fruitcakes and it'll be a blast." And she said, "Sure, let me tell my boyfriend. Can we swing by my house so I can get some stuff for my hair?" Absolutely. I dragged her to Walmart. I bought her like a roller girl costume with it was bananas. It was bad. And we had this super hot 20-something-year-old sushi girl in the van. No one could close the deal. Girls in the van for 3 days.
Wow.
No one could close the deal. I get her rooms. I get her cocktails. We fed her. Yeah.
Should be ashamed of themselves.
I should be ashamed of me. I've just admitted to human trafficking.
But at least nobody shit on her back.
Nobody shit on her back. Nobody. She had a blast.
Yeah, as far as we know.
But probably changed her life. She goes, "Wow!" And I was impressed. Hey guys, this is 23.
The stuff you would bring to those trips just kills me. The Mcgoo suit. I never watched that Road Fools we went on. I've never watched it.
Oh, I watched
Fudger
bits
sent
of
me
it.
a link the other day. And I started watching it for a minute. And the first thing that pops up is the fat ass suit.
Yeah.
You made a suit.
Yeah, I made a suit.
And you brought the suit on the trip and then nasty, you had to wear it almost the whole time because you were giving them, you were testing.
Oh yeah, it was bananas. The shit.
It's like an SAT test.
Someone could have made a bunch of money on that trip. Yeah. I knew why.
I never watched that video, and then I watched it the other day, and I thought, man, this is hilarious.
I knew why they asked me and Moeller to do it, because we were going to be the comic relief. Moeller could be counted on to hit the trails, but that wasn't prime reason for him and I being there. Certainly not me. They knew he's going to make it fun. And I spent 11 days trying to make it fun.
Yeah. It was a blast.
Mcgoo was a fucking star of this thing.
He really was. It really was. And they didn't capture it. I mean, at one point you had a a classic Mcgoo nervous breakdown.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're
which I've been.
Yeah. You've been Adam.
I've been firsthand on a couple of those, but you definitely had one on this trip that doesn't come out in the video, I don't think, but you were dead set on getting a Lincoln Town Car, ripping the doors off somehow.
It's like it's day 6
every day.
It's day 6.
He was trying to get me to get the town car and rip the doors off. And we were leaving.
It was like day 6,
and I'd try and calm him down. No, we're gonna stay.
You were willing.
I probably
to accomplish. So it was going to be. So I boiled it down to Corey, Moeller, me, and Frymouth. Frymouth was a competent video guy. Yeah. I said, "You'll get footage. This will be the satellite Road Fools adventure. The 4 of us are going to rent a Lincoln Town Car. We'll take the doors off. We'll go do shit. We'll shoot video. It'll be fucking bananas. We'll have a blast." Marco got, dude, that would have sucked. That would have fucked shit up. That would have been lame. I said, no, this is lame. Yeah. This is lame. We sit in a fucking bus until 7 and then we argue Subway, Denny's, or Pizza Hut. And then at midnight, they know a dude.
At a Denny's.
They know a dude.
And then at midnight, they want to ride.
It's like, guys, I told them. So I thought day 10, I thought, okay, great. I get it. You don't ride till midnight. Here's what we're going to do. I rented a suite because they had us double and triple up on rooms. Yeah. I rented a suite at a hotel in Boston and I rustled up 2 hookers in the Yellow Pages and they were to come up and do a show. And Corey was down because Corey didn't want to grind rails.
He debated on saying that name.
Corey was down. Yeah, no. Corey Moeller was down, and we sat around. It's like nobody. I've rubbed this in. I've rubbed Nate Wessel's face in this ever since I met him on that trip. Oh no, it's super dope ledge. Remember? It's a super dope ledge. These are prostitutes. They're going to have sex with each other in a room I rented with snacks I provide. No, man, super dope.
Feeble.
Yeah, I would do the sick feeble.
Yeah, gap to feeble.
Sick.
Manual to gap to feeble.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of sick feebles.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
So we kept, so anyway, the pro show was a bust. So me and Moeller and Corey went to the local watering hole and we burned it down.
That's in this. Yeah.
Corey was shit-tarded. Remember?
Or maybe they didn't film that night, but Corey in this is like fucking hilarious.
Corey was wasted. Well, so me and Moeller, we dropped him off. We put him in a cab at like 4 a.m. with his bike and a helmet on his head. We stopped him in the
backwards. He was dazed and confused.
He was a mess.
And we sent him out of there. Oh, it's funny.
What were the tests?
Oh, the tests were fantastic. It was just simple shit. And they decided, I'll show Mcgoo. We'll give one for him that he'll fail. It wasn't about pass or fail. I was trying to give away a bunch of money. I brought like thousands of dollars. And I said, one of you is going to make $100 a night. And at the end of the trip, the guy who got the best score is going to get $1,000. So put up with this at dinner. The truth was, you couldn't get him to agree on a place to have dinner. It was a bust. I did 2 rounds. And then they gave me mine and made me look stupid because I didn't know what SCSI stood for or HTML or whatever. And I said, fuck it, whatever. So I spent that money on whores and sweets and booze. And I was going to
tried to do the town car.
I tried to do the town car. Yeah. I've been talking about the town car with no doors for 40 years. It's never happened, man. We've never done it. Why not?
That was a fun trip, though.
That was a super fun trip, but in spite of itself.
Yeah.
In spite of itself.
Because we worked at it.
It was hard, man. It was hard.
We worked at making it fun, but it was fun.
We had a blast.
We always end up having fun.
Yeah. We sat in the back and there were bad things happening in the back of that bus. Me and Mulder were just sitting in the back and conspire. What are we going to do? How are we going to make it hot? How are we going to make it weird? And nothing worked. They were dullards.
Yeah,
dullards.
That's funny.
17, 19, 23. I mean, the elder statesman was, Frymouth at 25 or 26.
That's the funny thing about looking back at these videos. Like I said, I'd never even watched this until the other day. The stuff you think is important on these trips doesn't end up being important.
No.
And the riders that have longevity, in the sport in one way or another, I think figured that out earlier than the other riders. And some people just never figure it out. And I mean, you got to ride. You got to do your thing, but really, you got to have a good time.
Yeah, and I think that's what made Road Fools so different is that it was that personality, and they Chris and Marco obviously saw it because they invited people that filled those roles and filled the gap.
Look at the guys that are still around. I thought about this the other day when I watched.
Look at it.
I watched that rock walk.
I weighed 240 pounds there. I weigh 190.
I like that karate mixed into the.
Yeah, I make Robbie look fit.
Yeah, right.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
Well, this is pre-fit.
Yeah.
This is before we even started fit.
Anyway,
look at the guys that are still around. The guys that are still around are the guys that were having a good time.
Yeah.
The guys that are still around in one way or another. You're Van Homan, Rooftop, me. We're the guys that are having a good time.
I haven't had fun on a bicycle.
Corey Nastasio.
I haven't had fun on a 20-inch bicycle since 1995, but I have fun on a bicycle every day doing something.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why, I kind of feel the same way about it as you do. If I couldn't still think about riding the bike, I'd be out of this shit so fast. I wouldn't be in this business.
I get it.
If I can't at least think, when this heals up and then I can ride again.
Yeah.
And I don't look forward to that. I'm out.
I get that. I got back on the bike to rehab this knee.
Right.
Because I got nowhere on motorcycles. I love them. They're fun.
Yeah.
But I was a fat piece of shit riding a motorcycle.
But this trip is what? This is probably 98.
It was during the Huffy year, so 97 or 98. Yeah.
So let's go back. Let's go back to Mental Jimmies. You wrap it up. You sell it to John Paul.
Yeah, I got a little gap here. I got 91 Mental Jimmies, 92 Revolution Advertising Agency with a question mark, and then 92 to 99. I don't got anything.
Well, you got that. You had that Road Fools.
Well, that was in 99. But what about?
That's 99?
Yeah. What about 95, 96, 97?
There's so many weird things in there.
There's not much.
Copywriting the DC book.
Yeah. So what I did, I was just a marketing gun for hire. So in that window is when Moeller and I just conspired to do kooky shit.
Yeah, all those ads were in that period.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want
mailing, the wheelchair.
All the weird shit Moeller and I did was in the era. Revolution era. Through early 2000s. Yeah.
Let's talk about those ads. So those are them, and that, I feel like it was like a rocky time period with Ride. Like it was like early supporter, and then it was like, but you guys were like a team in that sense.
It was a rocky time for media because I was internally at Ride nominally. I had his ear. Remember, Bill was designing 3 magazines a month for you guys.
Bill was laying it out.
Bill was laying out 3. Bill laid out.
Laying out Ride.
Yeah, Transworld Motocross, the Trade Journal, and the Snap, the race magazine. So Bill did 75 or 80 titles over a couple of years. Bill was the art director.
Well, that very first issue of Ride, this one here,
Bill
the
didn't
very
have a hand
first
in that.
issue.
Bill didn't.
No, but we did.
We did. Yeah, we did.
I was writing. I was writing stories.
I was
for him
answering
then.
the mail. My shtick, my freelance quasi full-time shtick for years, starting with Ride, starting first with Plus, and then going on to Ride, was answering the mail when mail was still a thing.
Yeah.
Because I could make chicken salad out of chicken shit. You'd have some dumb kid writing about, he should run a 44-16.
Ask Mcgoo, wasn't it called?
Ask
Mcgoo.
Yeah. Fat bastard or something.
Yeah, and I answered the mail. And it was popular enough for long enough that when Brad started the motocross title, he told those guys, I need Mcgoo to answer the mail for a couple of months because it'll set the tone for the readership and stuff. And that wasn't a horrible idea because let's face it, Ping set the tone for Racer X, for better and for worse. I mean, it mattered.
Well, and the reality, as somebody who I probably answered the letters for more issues than you did, probably by the end. But you set the tone, and I was like, "You're supposed to be an asshole."
Yeah.
In the responses for the letters and Ride, and I just continued the tradition.
It's why I appreciate that.
Being an asshole, and because it was like I remember just laughing my ass off. Where it was like I can't remember what it was. It was
not
fat
just being
bastard.
an asshole.
It's not just being an asshole.
Funny.
It's not being an asshole.
But
I wasn't hurtful towards people.
Sharp.
I would expose people to their own obliviousness. They would ask, first of all, why are you writing to a magazine about a gear ratio for a track that you're going to next week? I'm going to let you know that in 90 days. How'd you do? Mail was
too late now.
Mail was not the best medium for that conversation. But that was my point. That those letters and that experience gave me confidence to believe that the Mark Losi's and I've told it to him, the Stews, of the world. Maybe you're talking about different Stews. Keith Mulligan. Okay, I call him Stu. Yeah. Man, they abdicated their responsibility. They didn't become the font of knowledge that these consumers needed. I learned everything I know about double butting and chromoly and forging and casting and extruding. I know everything I know from reading bicycle magazines and motorcycle magazines for 50 years. I'm a dropout. I went to journalism JUCO. I'm an idiot, but I can design a bicycle because I read magazines that explained how bicycles were designed. What is trail? What is rake? How does fork angle affect turning? What does a top tube do? What does a chainstay do? Why have chainstays gotten this long? Because everybody wants to wheelie. When you're closer to the fulcrum, wheeling is easier. Nobody's giving that education now.
No one knows anything.
Nobody knows anything.
And the questions I get nowadays they blow my mind. We've gone backwards.
It's hard. We've gone backwards. It's heartbreaking.
We've gone way back.
Well, I mean, with the abundance of information out there,
none of it's good though. It's not the wisdom
Yeah.
of crowds. It's the stupidity of crowds.
Yeah.
It's what's become common knowledge is what some idiot with 100,000 people on YouTube says is true. And he's probably wrong.
Yeah.
Because he sits in his mom's basement making YouTube videos so he can find 100,000 followers. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not, but you're making a step in the right direction. I wasn't asking Keith Mulligan and Mark Losi to interview me, and I damn sure wasn't interviewing for their job. I wanted to sell bicycle parts, and that was becoming hard because the magazines weren't helping sell product. And to those guys, I would always say, "Hey, Mark. Hey, Stu. Hey, Brad." I probably had this conversation with you at least once. Not everybody can get in the bus with Mcgoo and a girl from a sushi bar and go to southern Utah and ride in a ditch. Some people are just lucky to have the opportunity to save enough money to buy the pitchfork, and they'd like to know how it was made and where it was made and why it's better. Technology becomes the lifestyle for people who can't leave their house and for people who can't ride. And I could never ride. I was a mid-pack goon at best, but I loved it as much as anybody. You know,
I mean, I think Chris will agree that product is a plight of how to present that stuff and how to feature it and all that stuff. It's fucking hard, man. It's hard for me.
It's not harder. Nowadays. It's not harder than being overstocked with 5,000 bikes.
That's true. It's
not harder. It's not harder than having a building full of something that nobody believed in, because it's not as hard. It's not harder than that. And I watched Bob Osborne do it.
Well, this industry, it goes through phases, and we're in one of those phases now where, in the freestyle side of things anyway, nobody cares about actually innovating. Nobody's trying to do anything.
No, because the bikes are state of the art, and they have been for 10 years. The bikes are pretty trick, Chris.
Yeah, but every time nobody wants to go out on a limb and try something new, and when you do, it's always been like that a little bit in BMX. You know, RRS could come out with stuff. You know, Cook Brothers came out with stuff way ahead of their time. RRS too, and it fell flat because it wasn't presented correctly, and the right people weren't. You know.
It's hard
talking about.
It's hard, but the
even Shimano. I mean, look at some of the stuff. You know, Shimano.
Well, Shimano is relentlessly innovative.
But
they do so because they're
now they're not even in BMX.
No, but their business model is based on planned obsolescence and constant innovation. That's how Shimano grows.
I think that's a good phrase right there, because planned obsolescence is what BMX has never done.
No, BMX, the Moeller's $450 fit. Dennis McCoy could have won the X Games on that in 1995. It is a world-class product by any measure. And by every measure, it's better than any best bike in the world in 1992, because I was designing bikes in 1992, and they were garbage.
In the BMX industry, we don't change the wheel size every 2 years. You know, we don't move the disc caliper.
No, because you're 14-year-old. But Chris, I would interrupt both of you to say, and that's because you don't have a robust media telling the audience why it might be worth their consideration. You don't have, and I think there's too much of that in mountain biking. The mountain biking media are so quick to say it's got to be this guy's carbon fiber bike and not this guy's carbon fiber bike. Carbon fiber bikes are garbage. Carbon fiber bikes are dangerous. If they get a microscopic surface crack, they can fail there. Why would you ride a carbon fiber bike 50 miles an hour downhill on a rock strewn? It's a dangerous thing to do. It's a dangerous thing to do. But the media, to our detriment, to the consumer's detriment, has said too much about technology for too long.
I think my message that I always try and convey is don't fucking ride parts for 3 years.
No,
don't ride shit for fucking. If you ride your bike all the time, switch that shit out every year.
We're putting date stamps in owners' literature, mandated information.
I think that's important.
For helmets,
I think that's
5 years. Goggles 3 years. 100%. Gloves 2 years.
I mean, just for your own safety, you know, as a rider, you would do that. But I talk about this.
Yeah, but you get assholes out there that are like, dude, I fucking got these pitchforks from my buddy 5 years ago. I've been looking at them. They're fucking the best forks ever. And it's like, that's awesome. Change your fucking forks.
Until it's not.
Until it's not.
You know, or, people with their bars, they'll get a completely different stem. Now their bars are
clamped down. Their
bars are kind of slightly bent to the old stem, and then they put the new stem. It's a totally different stem, and it keeps slipping into the old. You got to change them both.
You got to change them both.
If you're going to get a completely new stem, you're going to have to get some new bars.
You don't put sprockets on one at a time. You change the sprockets and the change simultaneously on a motorcycle.
I don't even bother talking to people about this stuff anymore. It just falls on deaf ears.
No, because now we're on a second or third or fourth generation of 12-year-old who has not been given any education.
And I think that's almost like, that's kind of like the thing of, I don't know what the thing is, but like the fucking rear end width or something, just the hub, like just extend, just so we can just start fresh and be like, hey, you have an old bike.
This is what I'm talking about.
This is a new bike.
And mountain bike does that. Mountain bike does that.
Talked about this
there's
before.
Boost. There's Boost Plus. There's 148. There's 155.
But you can't get everybody on board.
No,
you can't.
Well, here's the thing.
You only need to get 3 on board.
Let's say you ride pegs.
Yeah.
Right. And your front dropouts are 100 mil.
Yeah.
And then your back dropouts are now, we're all the way out to 112 because of hub guards. We probably should be even wider.
Yeah.
But then your dropouts are even thicker.
Yeah.
So on the back, you're 1/4 inch. In the front, you're 3/8. So now your front pegs are in here. Your back pegs are out here.
Yeah.
When you're grinding a rail, you're not even square.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your front.
Yeah. You're doing a
hub,
crook. You're doing a crook
doing a
on.
crooked
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you just make the front hub and the back hub and the dropouts, everything the same width?
Yeah.
You could.
Front and back,
and
like a skateboard.
And
you don't have a skateboard doesn't have a big wide truck in the back
and the
a little
ancillary
narrow truck
benefit
in the front.
Yeah.
The ancillary benefit to that is, so the weight you gain by making a fork with, let's just use 120 as an example. So you
120 would work.
You do 120.
Do 115.
Do 115 dropouts, dropout spacing front and rear.
Front and rear.
And
you have stronger wheel too.
You have a way stronger wheel, and you could potentially lighten how those wheels are made because you get through triangulation, greater strength.
Yeah.
So now, anything you gain by making a fork 5 millimeters wider is going to be lost by anything you lose. Yeah.
And you're going to get more tire clearance too. And people do struggle with tire clearance on the fork.
100%.
But you try and do this and you don't put the right guy on it and the right brand on it. I've done this kind of stuff in the past. Most of them, go by the wayside. Yeah. Some of them stick around. When we did the integrated head tube for the first time, and we took that from Pinarello and Campy. Pinarello designed it.
Yeah.
Campy made it for him.
Yeah.
Then he put it on his frames. And then we took it and put it on a BMX frame. And people told us it was the dumbest thing they'd ever seen. Our own team riders told us it was the dumbest thing they'd ever seen.
Chris, Mongoose
Stricker told me it looked like a soda can.
That
head tube looks like a soda can.
My generation Mongooses.
Now everyone has it.
Yeah, my generation Mongooses were the first mass-produced BMX bikes with a headsets and clamp-on stems.
Yeah.
Me, not GT.
Yeah.
I did it. I said, that's a mountain bike technology that makes sense.
Right.
It was still
headset.
A-head. It was the external headset, but it had a threadless shaft. And
it was 1 1/8 inch.
And it was fantastic.
It was great.
Yeah, it was great. We did that. And we didn't get much pushback because we only had 500 of each of those high-end units to sell.
Yeah.
But
It's hard.
If you look back in 1980, Cook Brothers brought a similar product.
Well, it was
out.
a standard Tonge headset, but it had,
But you were heading in the right direction.
Heading in the right direction.
You were taking the quill out of the stem.
Yeah, because that was the weak link.
Which failed.
Yeah.
But that fell by the wayside.
Yep. No, it's,
No, the BMX and freestyle world is like, it's so tiny and so close-minded and it's just so rinky dink. It's unbelievable, but frame's going to be in a new color next month.
Yeah. Right.
And it's translucent now.
And that color, and that color's clear.
And then solid colors are going to come back.
Double top tube.
Then we're going to go back to translucent.
Well,
and you got to make the handlebar 1 inch bigger every couple.
Ronnie Bonner gave the double top tube a shot on something. I thought they sold pretty. Goon Death or
he probably made 100 of them.
Subnormal or Goon Death or something.
Well, those are the only guys spending any money are the guys buying the retro stuff,
right?
Or the cruisers.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and
that's what's keeping everybody in business.
Yeah, and even that's drying up. I had a funny text from Scott Town the other day, and I said, "How's things at Haro?" And he said, "Well, the lineage thing." I asked him specifically.
Say hi to Scott because he's definitely watching this.
Yeah, the lineage thing. He said that's kind of dried up because there's just aren't a lot of guys from the 90s that are pining for whatever that bicycle represented to them in their life at that time.
Yeah. Well, they have 10 bikes already, and their wife is livid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Blamo wasn't really that sick either, so it's not like you're really going after the Blamo.
Right.
So
it's the sport and it's the
freestyler.
The other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess those are 2000s. Blamos 2000s.
Sport and the Master.
The Sport and the Master. Those are the only ones.
Yeah.
Really. The Torker.
Yeah.
It's back to the Torker.
Yeah. The Torker's popular.
No.
Bob's graphic spin on it was.
And honestly, we've lost all the best people in BMX, yourself included, and the Spikes and the Lose and all the best guys.
Risk takers.
We've lost them all because they just get so sick of it and so fed up with how rinky dink it is. And they're on to something else.
Yeah.
They go to places where people think bigger.
Yeah.
And they're out of the box.
Yeah.
So you went to, first you went to dirt bikes.
Yeah.
And then you went to street bike, choppers and that kind of thing. Those guys went to skateboarding.
Yeah.
They all left as soon as Rocco came on the scene.
Oh, yeah.
They were out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because Rocco was you and me on steroids.
Right.
That guy had,
Yeah. And
once on the skate side.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, he was, all of are dangerous, self-destructive tendencies with jet fuel because he had money.
Yeah, well, yeah. He had a credit card, at least.
Sure. But he made it happen.
And
he found willing participants that were talented in their own right. Yep. Rick Howard with team management, Megan with office management, Spike with video production. Yeah. He surrounded himself with the best people, and he gave them an unlimited budget.
But they all came from BMX.
Yeah. Yeah.
McGee.
Yeah.
You know, Tremaine.
Yeah. They all came from BMX. McGee, Tremaine, Spike. Yeah. Rocco's brain. And Rocco was and this is a pretty funny thread that happens this happens pretty commonly in skate. All of the badasses were freestyle skaters. Yeah. It's bananas.
It is weird.
But,
Well, they're not super high and they're not hurt.
Not busted up.
Yeah. They're not hurt.
Yeah.
And they're not high.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
but you're right. There's a lot of talent in this industry. Jumped ship for a really long time.
Yeah. Oh, when the very end of Wizard Publications.
Now you guys are stuck with me.
No, you're doing right. You're doing right with the tools at hand. You're doing
all we have.
I say anytime anybody bitches about the podcast, I'm like, I'm not the fucking interviewer you asked for, but I'm the one you got.
Yeah, so and that's fine.
That's
I mean, we're lucky to have you, honestly.
Well, I appreciate it.
So at the end of Wizard Publications, which is around the exact same time,
I'm not doing this with anybody else.
I appreciate it. No, I'm
not looking for an attaboy. Yeah. I'm just saying, this is with people I like and respect.
Circling back to the ride thing, I was present when you would have those meetings with Losi and
deaf ears.
I was just
you were
right. Yeah, I was a grunt. 21 when I started working the ride, and it was intense, I'd be like, fuck, I don't know what to fucking do to help him with his problems with SNAFU or help him sell stuff or what we need, how to activate on what he wants and all that stuff.
I wasn't bitching from the perspective of a disgruntled advertiser. I didn't give a shit about that.
Yeah.
I had my journalism hat on at the time and I was saying, this is what I came from. This is what I aspired to. Yeah. This is what I did at a high level for a long time. And it's gone. Yeah. Nobody does it. Yeah. Has there ever been a rake and trail charticle in a BMX magazine since Bob Osborne quit? There hasn't. Yeah. And it's palatable information that would change the kid's life if he understood. If you held a gun to 100 BMXers' heads and asked them what his over lock nut dimension was on his bike, he couldn't tell you. I don't think two guys could tell you what the rear end on a BMX bike is 112 millimeters wide. And it's sad that today.
Well, what's funny about it is it's technically supposed to be 110.
Yeah.
I think at some point Profile just started making 112 hubs. And they wouldn't fit in anyone's frames. Anything. So we just started making our frames 112 because their hubs just seem to be coming out wide.
And I know. I'm not kidding. I get it.
But even wider would be better because once you start putting on aluminum or
when you put an Odyssey hub in it, would just pull it in.
Just pull it in, or you could put a wash.
And I knew that.
Or if you run hub guards, you're gonna have to stretch it anyway.
Yeah,
I knew that from adult bikes because if a frame factory was mountain bikes were 135.
Yeah, and still are.
Road bikes. Yeah, road bikes were 130. Mm-hmm. So smart frame guys that could only afford to make one frame and one jig said, make it 132.5 or 133. One will squeeze in and one will stretch 3/4 of a millimeter on each side to accept that larger hub. And now you're running 8 to 11 on the rear. There's ways around this shit. Yeah. But being stuck with a standard that was set in 1963 by Schwinn when they introduced the Stingray with a Bendix coaster brake.
Yeah.
Why are we stuck with that number?
Yeah,
that number is nearly older than I am.
Yeah.
That's the fact.
I mean, fuck.
4-inch head tube.
I feel like we're going down the rabbit hole, but like when we had that fucking thing at Interbike, where we had all the company owners go together, and you and I actually got in a little argument
over what?
I don't know. I think it was the conspiracy was that Mueller sent you into it.
Okay. It was the thing that no.
Correct or not?
I remember. I know what you're talking about.
For the people, for the preference, it was like we tried to have like last days of Interbike, last few years of Interbike. We tried to get all major company owners in one room so we could kind of discuss these things and be like, hey, what are things we should be doing? What it ended up being a disorganized mess. But you came and you walked in the room like kind of like last one, like 5 minutes late or 10 minutes late, and it was like everybody was like, what? what the fuck is Mcgoo doing here? Holy shit.
Because I cared. I cared. I remember that event.
Yeah.
And I told Mueller, I just wasted my time at another fucking symposium. And Chris said, that's why I don't go, Mcgoo. Because I go to every symposium. And I went, and that's when I was beating the drum about, hey man, go consumer direct. You guys with your little niche market and your little niche brands, maximize, because it put Biltwell in business. I had just come off of a high. Biltwell wasn't going anywhere for 3 years because I was selling the idea of the Biltwell customer. He's who? He's a 27-year-old ex-BMXer on a Softail or on a Sportster or
cafe racer.
I said, and I was selling the ecosystem. I wasn't selling the brand. I spent 5 years selling the ecosystem. And that ecosystem was washed up old BMXers. He knew. He went to Mexico with 100 of them.
I was one of them.
We were all one of them. We were all one of them. And it was rad. So but nothing changed our fortunes until we did the online store. And then the choir that we were preaching to online could come and close the deal. And that changed everything for me. And it gave me the confidence. I was selling stuff that a dude had to take the handlebar off of his bike and put a new one on. The cables may or may not have been long enough. The grips may not have fit, but that was his problem. And adults could deal with those problems. Kids can't. But I told everybody that would listen, start selling this online direct. Because right now you've all sold your soul to Dan. I think Dan was still vital at the time.
Kids and Van used to be able to deal with that stuff.
Right.
When I was a little kid,
we were mechanics.
I was in the garage. I'd take my bike apart weekly.
I did
down
too.
to the loose ball bearings.
Ball bearings and spindles. So I took my pedals apart weekly and cleaned my pedal bearings.
Not anymore.
You don't know what one of those is. They're pressed in solid now. They're, I was a weirdo.
No.
Well, I remember trying to build a wheel in my mom's, in my bedroom and failing.
There was
I was like tearing up because I spent $100 or something on it, you know, and it was like I didn't have a how-to. I was like, I can fucking figure this out, stuff like that.
You honestly could have gone to the library and there would have been a book there.
Probably.
But I know you can go to a YouTube channel now. I know there's a YouTube channel on building a wheel. Yeah. So kids have never had it better. It's funny. The customers have never had it better. And the manufacturers have arguably never had it worse because he has to generate all of his own media and then he has to disseminate that media and then he has to follow up on that media. We used to be able to count on the media to do some heavy lifting.
There's goods and bads to that because he can control his own narrative and not get a bad.
You've always been able to do that. You've always been able to do that though because there's three kinds of media. There's owned, there's bought. And there's word of mouth, there's the shit you own, the videos you make, the Instagram channel you have, the stuff you pay for, spreads and ride, and then the shit that people say about you, and those have always existed. They're communicated in different forms now.
It has changed. I mean, we spend a ton of money. Stu Johnson, Melissa, Charlie, Crumlish. I mean, all these people are full-time employees. All they do is create media.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But then we don't really spend any money with other media. We can't. We're our own media outlet.
Yeah.
And every brand is
its own media outlet.
So it's odd. It's an odd, state of affairs.
And Biltwell were pioneers on that very subject in our space because it was a very old school space. Silver-haired ponytails running the show, and then me.
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah, it was terrible. And then me and Bill showed up, skate, surf, BMX, action sports. And we applied those marketing philosophies to that space. And it got people's attention because I was asked to come to an advertising symposium 100 years ago because they wanted me to show up to say one thing. Our media buy was 0.5% of gross sales. And that was shocked everybody because that's nothing. That's nothing. GT, our business formula for success at GT included spending about 10% of gross revenue on all marketing and about 3.5 to 5% of that gross revenue just on media buy. GT just turned up the heat on. But think about it, you're a $100 million company. What's 3% of $100 million? It's a big number. But that's the kind of media that GT bought. Because Rich was famous for saying when the elephants do battle, the ants get stomped. But now that's not the case. Elephants can do battle with each other in 100 different ways. And you can still be successful.
Yeah. That's a powerful phrase. I never heard that before.
Not having some kind of centralized BMX media the way we used to, it's basically allowing the whole sport to just kind of dwindle, in my opinion. And everybody's on a 26-inch dirt jumper. The big brands don't care about BMX 20-inch bikes at all. Bikes are they're just going to be miniature mountain bikes, front and rear disc. They're going to have a derailleur. kids are going to start on those.
Or not. Or not, because the other phenomenon that we haven't addressed.
The Specialized, the Giants.
That's what they'll have.
They're not making BMX
They're not going to make
bikes.
BMX bikes.
Dealers aren't going to carry BMX bikes.
No.
It's going to go the same way as rollerblading.
Yeah.
Nah.
It is. It already has.
I feel like if you think of BMX like 30 years from now, I think it'll be a gray area, maybe between.
Share me. You don't have to mention a company name.
Yeah.
But tell me of a company focused on 20-inch bikes. Tell me how many 20-inch bikes they sold.
Oh, I don't pay
2
attention
years
to
ago.
those numbers.
You need to. You're the media.
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
Yeah, nobody knows.
And it's dropping.
I'm going to make up a number.
Yeah.
I'm going to make up a number.
Yeah.
I'll use Haro's. This number I know for a fact because Jim Ford told it to me 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I'll use Haro's 60,000 20-inch bikes.
Things were booming in 13.
I'm saying 1985. I'm going to use Haro's
Okay.
60,000 units in 1985 at the peak of freestyle's explosion. Media was firing on 8 cylinders. Freestyle was exploding. Every major player was involved. Haro was the undisputed cultural and stylistic leader. 60,000 units.
Yeah.
Rad Power sold 250,000 $2,000 e-bikes last year.
Yeah.
Rad Power.
And those kids used to be, between the Stasics for the little kids and then that dirt bike thing.
Oh, Suron.
The Suron.
Yeah, the mini.
Yeah.
Those are all the BMXers. And the only real buzz or the real lifeblood, in my opinion, in the 20-inch scene is the trail world. And those guys ride the same bike for 5 years.
Yeah.
They don't have to change anything because
No.
they only ride 4 months a year. And half the time that they're down there, they're working on their jumps.
They ride
So
40-minute chunks.
They're essentially barely riding. And they're on
Yeah.
the same bike for 5-6 years.
Yeah.
Those are the lifers.
Yeah.
Street, it's dying.
Yeah.
In my
I
opinion.
mean, don't you see
You've got all the hardcore guys, all the pros, right? All the guys that live it and breathe it, but none of them buy bike parts.
No.
And then you go out in the streets. I know everybody always says, "Oh, there's more and more people everywhere." But
No, they're on e-bikes. They're on e-bikes.
I don't agree,
They're on
man.
e-bikes. They're not on bicycles.
Like that. You go to a spot and a great street spot, and there's just never anybody riding it.
Yeah.
I feel like in the late '80s when
you and I would go
if there was a bank to wall, there would have been kids
We'd go
on
to
bikes.
Santa Ana Courthouse. We'd ride all day.
The guys on bikes would be posted up there all the time.
Yeah.
Now they're not.
No.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're on their phones.
It doesn't bother me because I know what I like to do, and that's ride, and I do that. But from a business standpoint, if I cared about the money, this would not be a business you'd want to be in.
Just
you would not want to be in this business.
I know.
And you can tell because there are no people in this business that are in it for the business.
No.
Everybody that's in it is in it because
it's all they know or what they love. It's all they know or what they love.
It's either they can't do anything else.
Yeah.
Or they just love it regardless.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to admit though that Rad Power has probably had their best year ever.
Well, yeah, and
so it's like
everybody in the e-bike space has had their best year
exactly.
ever. But my point, my
now
frustration.
They're going downhill, and now the fad of that and the legislation of how fast those bikes are supposed to go, and
all of those things are going to come into play. But my point was, I did a shit job of making my point. My point was that every child was locked in hell for a year, staring at his phone, going to school on his iPad, listening to his mom bitch about getting out and getting some sunshine. It was illegal in certain places to get out and get sunshine because of the e-bike companies figured out how to capitalize on that malaise and that tension. And they sold millions of e-bikes to those people. How come we can't seem to sell millions of bicycles to people? One more infuriating topic, and then I'll leave it alone. The federal government is considering incentivizing people with tax reductions who buy e-bikes because they're, quote, good for the environment. Bicycles are better for the environment. There aren't any toxic batteries in their down tubes.
I assume they're talking about versus cars or something.
Sure, but fuck that. Give the bicycle industry.
Yeah.
Give the bicycle industry. Get people on bicycles.
Incentivize the bicycle industry. Yeah,
because Biltwell exists today quite comfortably because a zillion BMXers in the 80s and 90s liked the juice we were serving when we popped on the scene 15 years ago.
Yeah,
You can change many, many lives for many, many decades if you get some people on bicycles today.
Yeah,
It might take 15 years for it to get traction, but a bicycle is a rite of passage. A bicycle is every kid's first look at the world outside of his parents' blinders. And nobody gives a shit unless and until the e-bike got invented around the same time COVID did.
Yeah.
And it went bananas.
Yeah. It's definitely, I feel like it's a window of time, electric cars, electric this, electric that, electric fucking whatever.
Well, when is the window for BMX?
Whatever,
when is the window for BMX going to open up?
Maybe it happened.
I don't think it has. He's here to tell you that it hasn't.
We recently sponsored, a whole week at Woodward Camp.
Yeah.
And one of the sessions, one of the weeks, it's a big deal. It's a lot of product, a lot of bikes.
Yeah.
And Melissa works on all this stuff. They had 8 campers
on bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sent
The whole
Silas.
session.
I sent Silas to Woodward
I
West.
think they had 8 people. I heard Melissa on the phone, and she told a guy, she said, "Hey, listen, there's more people at the local skate park."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, we are trying to help. We want to build it up. We want to get more people to come to camp, but there's not a lot of buzz there.
Yeah. Silas went to Woodward West 3 years ago, pre-COVID, so 4 years ago. It was summer of 19. 2 weeks at Woodward West. He did parkour. He had any number of options available. There was more people for parkour than there was for BMX.
Yeah, because it's new. It was new then.
It's monkey bars. It's not new. It's monkey bars and foam. It's jungle gyms. And it's but it's what he didn't feel intimidated trying to do. It's BMX is intimidating.
Yeah.
And at that level of the game, I'm not shocked that there's only 8 kids that want to pay $1,800 a week to go to Woodward to learn how to eat shit everywhere. Yeah.
Well,
it's a special breed. It's a special breed. And if it's surrounded by helicopter parents,
and the most special ones always seem to gravitate towards skateboarding. Because those guys get broke off at a way higher rate than BMXers do. Skateboarders do.
But there's a lot of marketing in skateboarding that is just kind of styly guys cruising around doing grinds. This always happens with freestyle and street. I mean, there's so much flippity, twisty stuff. The street is death defying. Every single move that's featured online could be the guy could die.
Oh yeah.
Who's going to go out and do that?
No.
You used to be able to do the fakey wall ride.
Yeah. Right.
Or a curb endo.
No.
You're not doing that anymore.
No. People were lined up to buy street bikes after they saw Dave Volker's 20-foot wall carve.
Yeah.
Nobody's lined up after they see somebody's 1080 rodeo flip at the Nitro Circus.
Yeah.
Nobody's lined up to do that because they say, that guy just got shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Because it's a circus show.
And the street moves are so gnarly that you can't. That's not even. You're not going to do that.
Well, so is there? I guess that's the problem.
And then
is there a solution?
So now we have new print. Mag out. Greystoke.
Okay, who's doing that?
Dig.
Okay,
Will's
Scott.
doing it.
Okay.
Will's doing it. And Scott. He's brought Scott on to kind of be the editor.
Okay.
Now this is a print magazine devoted to BMX riders that are old. It's so weird.
It's an old technology. It's an old medium for old people.
Why not just make a print mag for 20-inch bikes that featers
everything?
Everybody.
Have an interview with the gray-headed weirdo.
They have their 30-year book coming out, and they have the other issue. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I think my quick flippant answer is because in Scott and Will, you have 2 50-something-year-old dudes who are among that legion of people that pine for the way things were in the glory days.
Yeah.
And this is one last chance to do what they do best, to continue to perpetuate that mythology. That mythology isn't selling him bikes, and it's not convincing guys to,
Well, I'm kind of, I'm 36 years in.
Yeah, I
the
know.
business end of it. We've been friends for 40.
I know.
Almost.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not that invested in it.
Right.
And I don't think who's coming up.
Nobody. Like
who's coming?
They're all coming up on e-bikes. It drives me bananas. I see all these kids.
Who's starting the new brand? Who's coming up? Who's carrying the torch? I don't think anybody is. Now you just get this old crew of dudes. They just keep getting older and older and older.
Yeah.
And they just keep posting more and more photos of themselves doing tabletops from low vantage points.
Yeah.
And now they're making their own magazine. Pretty soon we're going to be 70.
Yeah.
Who's coming up?
Deadstoke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gravestoke.
No offense. That's
a good pun. Gravestoke.
Yeah, I've been friends with Will. I was putting the first issue of Dig in envelopes. And
you were running
in 92.
jive plates. You were
running jive plates.
I know,
right.
Yeah.
And Scott too. I've been friends with Scott.
Forever.
Geez,
yeah.
30 something years. Yeah.
Forever.
But why? I don't, like I said, I'm 36 years in, I could be gone any day. I could just have I could have a stroke. I'd be gone.
I don't begrudge a guy for gray stroke.
I'm just saying, I don't really care, to be honest. I'm just kind of in it for my own selfish reasons because I like to ride my bike. But if you cared about the industry, I feel like somebody would be doing something.
If you care about your own financial well-being and longevity, you wouldn't be in the industry.
No.
It's not a place where real money is made. And this is the saddest part of all from the outside. And I've been outside for 17 years now in any meaningful way. All the guys that seem to be doing best are repopping 29er Floval flyers and shit like that. Right. I mean, it's just garbage. It's just
Well, that's kind of my point. So everybody's harking back to an era when something or somebody,
because we've all given up on trying to find 12-year-olds. We've said, you know what? Fuck it. We're not able to get the 12-year-olds because cell phones and YouTube and video games got them a long time ago. No. So let's keep Crandall stoked with an interview in a new magazine about dinosaurs. And
people love the SE stuff. Because of what Brighthop did in the 80s.
Yeah. Right.
They're still living off that.
Right.
Who's the new Brighthop?
Yeah.
Where's the new Brighthop?
You are.
No, he's the current Brighthop. He's the current Brighthop. He's the
I'm
current
this far
Brighthop.
away from, being dead in a tent.
Me too.
In Hesperia.
Me too.
Or wherever.
That was a harsh but funny joke.
He died.
Well, I said earlier, I'm glad we got Mcgoo in here because you never know. But I mean, Mcgoo's much younger than all the mentors I had coming up, but Chuck Robinson's dead, Rich is dead, Rob Lynch is dead, Scott Brightop's dead, Mike Devitt's dead.
My peers are dead.
My
peers are dead. Russ Okawa's dead. Mike Redman is dead.
I knew Russ too. Mike too.
Yeah, these were my industry peers. Yep. I imagine Bill Hawkins from Haro is dead. I mean, there's a bunch of dudes that are dead. Yeah. John Cavacci, he was a peer. He was a torker nerd like I was out of Georgia, and they're all dead.
I think it's like a world problem. Like you guys can point to like successes of and it's also a weird time because post COVID, everybody sold a shitload of bikes immediately after COVID. Now there's the pullback and everything's hurting. But it's like you can point at e-bikes and you can point at these new weirdo oddball sports because my phone literally delivers me fucking people on bikes playing basketball and shit. And all the weirdo shit in the world that makes you go, what the fuck is that? Your phone goes, oh, he liked that. Let me show him more weirdo shit across the world. And so people are just like diversifying if they even get off their phone. And now you don't really have like these like lifelong BMXers, but you go, all right, I like bikes and I'm going to ride mountain bikes this day and BMX bikes this day and I have an e-bike, and it's just spread out and it's just weird if you can even get them outside.
So in the little town that I'm living in, I'm the only BMXer in the entire town, but I have a great spot. Trail spot. The only kids that show up, well, there's one kid that's 10 and he's a motocross racer and he rides a little fit, a 16 or 18, but all the kids that want to come over there and ride, they all ride 26-inch dirt jumpers.
Yeah. And that is
why
why
would you ride?
You will set me. I will actually burst into flames because I've been saying this for fucking years. Is they literally like appropriated a sport and then just named it that bike, and then they just took it. It's like dirt jumping was BMX.
Those bikes fit a broader range of people, both,
Yeah, but that's like, and it goes back to like
their helmets cost more than BMX complete bikes.
I know they do. Yeah, they're $475 full faces.
Yeah,
and that's part of BMX's problem is that because it did stay with that fucking hub width and a double diamond frame, and we can't go bigger sizes and we can't change anything. It's just, they made a fucking new bike and it fucking caught on and they marketed it. And it's like, and now, I mean, I saw an ad for a fucking Eastern dirt jumper.
Yeah. Well,
Like
people are going to make. People are what
like
people are
Facebook
going
Well, I
to
think
make.
they've been making them.
They've
for
been making them forever.
20 years.
They've been making them forever. DK has one. It doesn't
Shows
suck.
how fucking dumb I am.
No,
Shit,
I mean,
we made them.
Yeah. They
You made dirt
yeah,
jumpers?
Yeah. Black market.
Oh,
Yeah,
black market. Yeah.
A little too early to the game, but yeah. Did it at a high level for a long time. But
I mean, like, I think if you guys made
that keeps people on bicycles.
If you guys made fit dirt jumper frames,
Yeah, but I'm not. But I'm not.
I know.
I'm not in it for the money. If I was in it for the money, yeah, maybe we would.
Yeah.
And we do talk about it, but I mean, I just like what I like. But I've been riding the same bike since 2017.
Yeah.
6 years, the same bike.
Yeah.
The only thing I've changed are my grips.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
it.
you need to change your fucking forks, Chris.
Maybe a tire.
Like I
Well,
said,
I don't do anything.
You don't do anything.
I don't case.
Yeah,
Well,
he gets
I mean,
backside. He gets backside.
all the jumps are so smooth nowadays.
Yeah, right.
It's not like I'm not jumping boxes to flat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not riding
I mean,
street.
There
it was
isn't,
just a
there
joke,
isn't
you know?
a YouTube channel
I do need to change
or
my
a
forks.
podcast.
You're right.
There isn't a YouTube channel or a podcast or a magazine that's going to change the bicycle industry's fortunes.
The fucking ship is going the direction.
Yeah,
it's
the
going.
bicycle industry's fortunes are in the hands of parents, I feel, who don't even want their kids to leave the house because
100%.
their phones let them know. In the case of my wife, her algorithm lets her know where the pedophiles are. My algorithm lets me know where the titty bars are. I'm serious.
Yeah.
And this is the steady diet of bullshit that people are fed. And they say, you know what, Timmy? Stare at YouTube. I don't need you to leave the house.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened. And you couldn't get me in the house. You couldn't get him in the house.
Yeah.
And that's not the case anymore. That's not the case.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at my, focus group of one. I've grown up now with a 13-year-old for 10 years, and he's never left the house. He's never left the house. He rides a bicycle to and from school every day.
Yeah.
I applaud him for that.
That's good.
It's a rule. I said, we live 1.5 miles from your school. I rode a root beer brown 3-speed to my last day of school in high school. I mean, I rode a bicycle to school my entire life.
Yeah.
I owned cars, but I rode bikes.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't.
Kids don't ride bikes.
I shouldn't, badmouth that Greystoke thing.
It's probably great
but I just think it's just off a tiny bit. I think I think it's the wrong title. I think it's the wrong target demographic. And I think the content is 80% right, but it just needs to be all inclusive with kids and everybody involved. But the thing is, we need to stop, in my opinion,
like Life Stoke or Lifer or something like
bike
that.
stoke, just bike stoke.
Yeah.
But why does everything have to be death defying? Why can't
I've been saying that to anybody who will listen for 25 years.
Yeah.
If you make it death defying, you're going to put yourself out of business.
Yeah.
And that's what has happened.
Yeah.
Freestyle racing was a bridge too far. So mid-pack goons who got tired of spending $1,000 a weekend to go to an ABA National in Iowa said, fuck it, I'll spend nothing and do curb endos.
Yeah.
And it kept me busy for 10 years.
Yeah.
And then we made street a competitive component.
Yeah.
Freestyle stopped being fun.
always have the same thing happens?
The same thing
over and
happens.
over and over.
This is a cash cow. Let's figure out a way to monetize it from a competitive perspective.
And if you're looking at it purely by difficulty and by skill and everything else, 26-inch bikes are blowing 20-inch bikes out of the water.
So,
you do a whole, what happened, who won in September, and you go to simple sessions and you got guys doing, double flips over a box or whatever.
No, then go watch.
There's a dude doing a double flip across the fucking Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon. I know. Have you watched a Red Bull Avalanche? Have you ever watched a Red Bull Avalanche?
Not Avalanche. I don't know.
So it's not really,
Rampage, but Rampage is the same shit.
The
they're on
gnarliest
the
dudes.
same path of doing the most death. And there's a dude, the guy, I saw.
What's Rampage?
The mountain.
Like the Red Bull all mountain.
The dude rides off a fucking, jumps off the thing, overshoots his landing by like 10 feet. And then he's fucking laid up. And the next slide is him in the hospital. And the caption reads, he's like, had a chill crash, only broke a couple of vertebrae.
Yeah, but the stuff
it's not a chill crash.
That's not a chill
In
crash.
my opinion, the stuff that's really cool that can only really be done well on a 20-inch bike is like, you got these guys doing like a crank arm slide down a rail to a 180.
Yeah.
And it's just so clean and and so badass, How do you do that?
On a mountain bike?
No, on a
Period.
BMX bike.
How do you do it?
There is no
Yeah.
there is no
How do you teach that?
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like no one's
Because
you used to get the book
when it was
and
growing,
learn how to do the rock walk.
when it was growing, there was a thing called the how-to.
Yeah.
And it was a rock walk and it was a curb endo. And I
Yeah.
wrote the first how-to in the first
Here you
freestyling
go.
magazine for the tail whip.
How to crank arm grind with Sean Ricani that
Oh,
we
he does
posted
it.
9
Oh,
years ago.
sweet.
9
There you
years
go.
ago. There you go.
Well, yeah. There's
sponsored by fucking No Fear.
There's a feature that's not around anymore. Ride Basics.
We do. I did a bar spin one last. I don't know. They're out there. You know.
No, that's cool.
How to crank arm grind with Sean Ricani. How to change your cranks.
I just feel like once you go down that road of just more, if you can't bring it back, if you can't make it simple, if you can't make it attainable, at least you got to make it. That's why trail riding, I think, is resonates with so many people, because you look at, Clint Reynolds riding at Eastside, right? You're never going to be able to do that. Nobody's going to be able to ride jumps that big and do what he's doing. But it looks so much like what you're doing and your little spot that you think you're doing that.
Well, yeah, because
I think that's critical.
What Eli Tomac is doing on a 450, what Jet Lawrence is doing on a 450 to win outdoor nationals is only 10% different than what the 4-year-old on an electric KTM is doing on the same track.
Yeah.
It looks kind of the same.
It looks the same. Motocross looks attainable.
Yeah,
and
that's my point.
And bicycle riding doesn't, because
is motocross gaining in popularity?
That's a great question.
That's a good question. I don't know that it's
gaining popularity. I see the same thing, the same problems where you have like this 1% and getting to Supercross, and they have all these independent contractors that are trying to make it. And
I think that the motocross space
and all this shit.
In the motocross space, there are so many more tens of thousands of humans.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands of stores and dozens of manufacturers in the aftermarket and the OE space that its inertia is unassailable. I mean, it's got so much inertia. It can't afford to go anywhere but status quo.
Yeah.
And then it'll take the odd dip during COVID or the odd spike during COVID or whatever. But its inertia is so much greater. BMX used to have 10 S&Ms. Now it has 1. Yeah. BMX used to have 50 SNAFUs. Now it has 5.
Think about those periods in time, like around
no inertia.
We got going in 87, so we were kind of one of the first, but in that wave.
Yeah.
But right after us, I mean, you had Hoffman, Standard. I mean, everything. You had that
FBM.
Whole 87 to 94 or 95.
Everybody started a bicycle company.
90, if you go out to 97, now you've got, Volume, T1, you got all kinds of metal, whatever, all kinds of brands. Who's doing that now?
Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. Because the stakes aren't attractive enough to not even at some point, even a passionate.
Yeah. I was going to say masochist.
Yeah.
Well, what's crazy is when we started, and there were manufacturers all over Southern California, we just had to find the right one where the guys were willing to listen to us and work with us. And that ended up being Cook Brothers. Luckily, somebody was. But I recently posted on my personal Instagram that, hey, we have time to build stuff for you.
Yeah.
I didn't get hit up by anybody.
Like a custom frame or like
like a brand.
A brand.
Yeah.
I got a lot of requests for custom one off. I said that's not what I'm talking about.
I want your dirt bike with a 1/2-inch longer top tube.
I'm talking about the
50 frames,
torker making 500 Haros.
Yeah.
I just wanted to fill some time in our production.
Nobody wants to start one.
No.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's do you see it better now or worse now than 6 months ago?
Oh, worse.
Worse, yeah.
It's far worse.
Yeah.
It's far worse. And I'm looking at it from 17 years ago,
to be honest.
5 years ago.
Yeah. Well, just after COVID, it's like you guys, everybody sold so much shit. It just, and then you ordered so much shit. Yeah. And then it's like,
the bullwhip effect occurred.
But I think it's a perfect storm of factors that are all bad.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I agree.
3 years ago in San Clemente, there were kids on BMX bikes riding up and down the street, doing wall rides, little tricks. Now there's just packs of guys on Surons doing wheelies.
Yeah.
40 miles an hour.
No,
But I don't see one single 20-inch bike anywhere.
Yeah,
it's just kids on Cirons doing wheelies.
It's
full speed. Where are they getting the money to buy these things?
San Clemente.
They're thousands of dollars. Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's what blows my mind. That's what blows. They're you know what though? Those parents have been weaned on that kid wanting a half a dozen $1,000 things, and none of those got him out of the house.
Yeah.
If my kid had said after the phone, after the Xbox, after the Activision, I'm dating myself. I don't know the names of any more video game consoles, but they're all $500 a piece.
Yeah.
After the fourth one, your parents are $2,000 in, and all they've watched you become is a digitally addicted, brain-addled fruitcake.
Zombie.
If they said, give me $1,500 for rad power, you couldn't give it to them fast enough. You're going to go where? You're going to go outside? Fuck yeah, I do. Take your dad. Seriously.
Yeah.
And that's what happened 100,000 times.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen in BMX.
And then in fucking 6 months or a year, all them bitches are going to be on fucking offer up for $400.
Yeah.
And then they're going to have the same problem because they sold so many.
And nothing
the
will
fucking battery, the battery's bullshit.
Well, they burned their house down.
Yeah. And they burn their house down. They put fucking linseed oil on their rad power.
No, the rad power, they plug it in and it burns it down. I mean, rad power is, well.
I mean, I'm not saying shit's great, but I'm saying, it's fucking, they got their own problems too, I'm sure, so I just think media, this is the best year ever.
Media isn't
power,
one
guaranteed.
of them.
And then they're fucked,
they are.
3 years from now, you're like, where the fuck is rad
Well,
power?
remember when it was chopper bikes?
Yeah, it was chopper bikes.
And then it was this type of bike, that type of bike. It's always something.
It's always something. Yeah, it's always something.
So it's, I mean, fuck, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So Univega.
Oh, yeah.
That's a funny deal.
That's funny.
So
Univega.
And then we have to talk about SNAFU.
I thought about Univega the other day because when Mcgoo got that gig, when you got the gig for Univega, the original plan was I was doing S&M.
Yeah.
Time was probably 95 or something.
93. I did those. 93 model year.
So he's going to do all the model year bikes. And then the deal was I was going to be the rider.
Yeah.
But there were two stipulations on that deal. I had to have a mustache and an afro.
Yeah, we were going to do weird shit. Yeah, I know.
So I had to have a mustache. I had to have an afro. Yeah. Remember? These were your rules.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I was going to ride for Univega, and he was going to put me on the road for a year and pay me.
Yeah.
While I was doing S&M at the same time.
That was a bridge too far.
And I was 100% in. And then you ended up hiring Morales.
Well, because the marketing director at Univega, some idealistic 20-something with an MBA, fell in love with something she thought she knew or read about Robbie. She thought his all-American boy story resonated with where she wanted to take the brand. So I said, fuck it, hire anybody you want.
Got my spot.
So they paid me.
You got Pova's spot from that other thing.
They said, I want a full meal. I want 12s and 16-inch sidewalk bikes. I want BMX bikes. We want it all. We want names. We want graphics.
So one bike was the Mad Dog.
Well, there was the Mad Dog. There was the Caveman.
There was a Super G.
There was a Super G. I went bananas. I basically clowned Univega for 6 months. They gave me $13,000.
Didn't you sponsor LaJuan too? LaJuan Cunningham?
Oh yeah.
And Morales.
We sent him to the ABA Grands.
Yeah.
It was, I thought, man, take the money while it's coming.
Yeah. You just gave it to your friends.
Just gave it to my friends. I named
your
bikes after
guys.
my friends, all my crew. Yeah. But the bikes were good. The bikes were good. They had contemporary geometries, nice spec, quality components, and they were being sold by a road bike company that nobody gave a shit about. So, but why they saw the writing on they said, man, BMX is never going to get any worse than it is right now.
Right.
Let's get in and hope that we can grow in that space.
Yeah.
And Univega was astute because they'd watched Trek fail. They'd watched Specialized fail. They didn't take from those lessons the fact that they shouldn't try it. They said, maybe we should try to do it a little differently.
Yeah.
That's the bike. Remember Morales did the Gap?
Yeah.
Oh, that was
he was on the Univega.
That was a Univega. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I drove him there.
Yeah.
I drove him to the hospital after that too.
Yeah, Univega, that was fun.
I hosed him down. I had to hose him down.
That was just one more revolution side hustle, but it was really fun. And
look at this. Yeah, I drove him there.
Yeah.
When
He
he
had
cases
no
this
chance.
thing, he had absolutely
No
no chance.
chance.
He asked
where
me,
the
he
fuck is
said, what do you think?
What do you
said,
think?
you got it, dude.
What do you think?
got it.
You're 10 feet below the apex.
The minute
halfway.
he had to pedal through mud.
I saw. I walked down there.
He had to pedal through mud. Then there was a piece of plywood right before he bunny hopped out. I thought, I don't know how in the world he thought he was going to make this. And he asked me, he said, what do you think? I said, you got it. And then I in my mind, I thought, you are fucked. I'm going to the van. I told him I got to go get the van. I went and got the van and I was ready to go. As soon as he landed in the sewer, Yeah, look at
I
took him to a hose. I made him take off his clothes. I hosed him down, and then I took him to the hospital and tried to find a place to stitch up this massive gash in his leg.
What? Yeah, but man, that's
Univega.
We're on the FVM site. I meant to do a plug for
let me do a plug.
For Crandall's Coffee drop in. So we're actually sponsored by beer. I forgot to sponsor that.
I don't drink
plug
beer.
that too. But
I don't drink beer.
It's a money.
I don't drink beer,
You
but
want a beer?
I drink the
beer,
shit.
Yeah.
All right, let me go get you a beer.
So anyway,
Let me do the pitch. Can I do the plug?
this was
the
good.
pitch right
This
now
was
while
good
I'm
for
gone. You guys keep
Univega because
going.
I would have never gotten any coverage that good.
No, that was great.
I
It
mean,
didn't help their fortunes, but it was great.
Going back what you guys said. Here, do the pitch while I'm gone.
Steve Crandall and I go way back. We don't have much in common beyond a thick midsection and an addiction to coffee. I won't drink any other coffee but this drop-in coffee.
This is actually Crandall's
The fun nose.
Ultra convincing.
Do you have tap water?
Where is the camera? Where's the camera?
That one's you right there.
When it's time to drop in.
Calf up. Yeah.
Do that with Honduras.
Yeah.
Drink coffee, ride bikes, have fun. It's good stuff. You don't drink beer.
I don't drink anything. I've stopped alcohol completely. I do
Diet Coke.
I don't drink soda. I haven't drunk soda in 3.5 years.
Really?
I don't drink carbonated anything. I don't drink caffeinated anything. I'm pretty militant in
You're good, man. You look fit.
I'm real fit-ish. About rehabbing the knee. I've lost 40 pounds rehabbing the knee.
No, I can tell, and that's got to be so good on the knee.
So good. Oh, thank you. You just topped off my thing. Great.
What happened to Traction?
Traction's around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
what was Traction?
No, they're
Traction,
not. It's nothing.
It's a Denver-based.
It's nothing official. I actually subscribe to Steve's coffee thing. I'm like, if I'm gonna buy coffee every month, I'm gonna give that money to Crandall. So it's actually a subscription, like $30 a month. I get 2 bags.
Oh, nice.
So,
That's
something
cool.
like that.
That's cool. Supporting the sport.
That's
yeah,
cool.
and then Dale's hooks it up.
Dale's Pale Ale.
So what year was this Univega? This
93.
93.
That happened in the same 93, early 94. But man, yeah, it was fun.
What year did SNAFU start?
99.
Oh wow,
99. Year I graduated high school.
Yeah, SNAFU started.
So
in
I actually
99.
emailed you like when you had the site and you had like a little like user video section or something when you guys first started SNAFU, and I think I don't know how it came about.
Talk about the web
early
shit.
Web shit.
We were doing crazy early web shit. None
Yeah.
of it mattered.
Yeah.
None of it mattered. It wasn't going to change our fortunes. But yeah, we did riders' rides. The kid could show his bike. We didn't give a shit what the parts were on that bike.
Yeah.
We would let the kid post his bike, tell us how you built it and stuff.
There's a connection.
We were doing build sheets. We
Yeah.
were featuring kids. Kids could go to our website and say, "Look, they put my bike on." None of it mattered.
I sent you a video or something from a park, like, because it was like when I had my website, which was like what I eventually got like hired on for ride from essentially, and you like sent me some products and stuff like that,
good.
and I was like super hyped, because I was always a fan of yours through the letters and stuff like that too.
I appreciate that.
That was still in the era where people were doing actual innovation product development. I mean, you redid the gyro with the SNAFU, the Mobius. We still attempt to sell that as a fit product now.
Yeah, it's great.
Mobius is like cult status. Like people talk about that.
They're the best.
Yeah.
It was the best. That was on my watch. Yeah.
We have them in stock.
Oh, all right.
1017.
1999.
Brand.
Brand
20 for 20% off.
Well, no, we just rebranded them. Lip Lords.
We just
did
BMX
Lip Lords.
20.
Mobius, essentially.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have.
I was doing the site plug.
Oh,
the 20% off.
Oh yeah, the affiliate code.
That's what I was trying to get.
Fudger hates the affiliate code, but the crazy thing
it's
about
hard, man.
The crazy thing about
It's
the
hard.
Mentioning it? Or
no,
Well, I also turned down Chris for advertising this year. I was like, I can't do it this year.
no.
Chris.
Melissa even tells me, she's like, you know what? I can't give money to Fudger. It's difficult. It's difficult to give money to our BMX.
it's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's just love it. That's how much of a businessman I am.
You are terrible at business. Terrible.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but Crandall
funny.
gave him a free month's worth of coffee for doing this.
He
as well.
did it. He buys
100%.
it.
No, I buy it.
He buys
100%. Dales pays us. I will say that. Dales pays
You're
us.
fucked, Fudger.
No, I'm not because it allows me certain freedoms to do what I want, and
But
I
you could
can
be doing the
maintain.
same thing you're doing now and doing a lot better.
Well, my
financially.
goal for the next couple months is get my shit together. Chris.
Do you think monetization?
I don't know.
Do you think monetization has changed the way the guys at the 9 Club do anything? I don't. I think those guys are doing exactly what you're doing for the same reasons you do it. They love it. They're interested.
Yeah,
in it,
100%.
But they're getting paid.
Their views are
Mueller-
they have
so much more.
I get it because they can. Yeah, you can have fat fucks from the chopper scene like me, and he can get Spike Jones for 90
We're going to
minutes.
see those guys tomorrow.
I know.
That Chris,
I know.
he'll be there tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, my money stuff is fine. You know, like I do fine. I do stuff outside of. I do stuff for other brands, video stuff occasionally, and then just kind of in the same sense. Like it's funny because there's a line like I feel like I'm like kind of direct to consumer these days, where before I was going to the brands for money, and now it's like YouTube does pretty decent. You know, we sell shirts. We have, there's like outside stuff where it does, and it kind of just like allows me to kind of do what I want.
Well, and to Chris's point about how come when he went fishing for people that wanted to start BMX brands, he didn't find any catches.
Yeah, nothing.
Anybody with any gumption in this space has figured out how to make money as an influencer or a creator or an online guy. Yeah. That's the new normal.
Yeah. But it's also a weird year for me, with the buying out the business partner and stuff like that.
Right.
Like it's also a weird year.
Who was the business partner?
Adam Watkins is who I.
Oh, okay.
But Adam was sales.
He was sales.
Okay.
Yeah. Adam was the business end of it. That's
and he gave you the business apparently because he didn't do any sales.
He didn't give it.
No.
No, I bought him. I bought the business.
Yeah. And I tell you, it was probably the best business deal he ever did in his life.
Maybe, I don't know. Probably. Yeah, I mean, he got a lot of money.
It's like like my grandpa told me, man, when I was a kid, partners are good for dancing.
Yeah. I learned a lot.
Mcgoo's had a partner.
I'm the outlier.
Yeah. He's the only person I've ever known that my grandpa had a partner.
Yeah.
And he took all of his money and took his wife.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah. So no more partners after that.
Bill and I don't want each other's wives. Bill and I, we
but you are one of the few.
One of the very few. Yeah, because we have
You're the exception to the rule.
We have our upbringing and our starvation anxiety and our work ethic are in lockstep with each other, and that overcomes any disagreement we might have about creative or philosophical or conceptual
Well, you have
things.
different styles, drastically different styles, management styles.
Yeah.
But you two have kept it together for
we keep it together for a long time because we have complementary skill sets.
Because they were partners in SNAFU as well.
Yeah. And he
Universal.
And
it's easy to be a business partner when everything's fine.
Well, and he dissolved NBC. There was a fine talent pool. He had a fine talent.
I don't know the details, but I guarantee you it requires work.
Oh yeah, 100%.
There's no way it just happens.
Oh no, it's a marriage. It's a marriage, and money is the fucking. That's how Bill.
There's a lot of
someone
good,
asked someone who knows both Bill and I very well.
And
he said, "God, I love both of you guys for completely different reasons. How in the fuck do you work with that guy for that?" And this was like year 10 or 12.
Yeah,
how do you work with that? No, it wasn't you. But and Bill said it's a marriage. They take work and money's the fucking. Bill, he said we make money together. If there wasn't anything in it at the end of the day for both of us, we wouldn't stay in it. And there is.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we like what we do.
Yeah.
And
you guys make money. You have freedom.
Yeah. And we be afraid of what we'd have to do for money without each other. I don't want to No, I don't want to try. I like working with Bill. When I tell Bill I need a banger t-shirt and a poster for something, I get it. Yeah, you know.
I know.
That's
Yeah,
nice,
Bill is bananas.
Well,
you know?
Bill essentially laid out the S&M book with his other guy.
Yeah.
You know, and originally you guys were supposed to be laying out the S&M book. That didn't happen.
No, we fucked
So
it.
then we had to take it. I don't know if you remember this.
No, I do remember.
I didn't even remember this until
and it drove
Melissa
Bill nuts
reminded me.
because nothing a designer hates worse than taking over somebody else's stuff.
Well, he had to.
I know.
Was it Dwayne?
It was one of your guys.
It was
and Adam.
Black dude?
Just couldn't put it together. Couldn't get it together.
Was it Dwayne? Or who was it?
It was Jeff Z.
No, but like the art director.
Oh, your guy?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh,
but Jeff was our point of contact.
Yeah, Jeff was a point of contact.
With the hour. Was it hour?
No, it was
Trans World.
Ride. Yeah.
Ride.
Yeah.
So we went to Ride to make the book. And then we worked with Jeff and it just wasn't happening. And eventually we had to give it to you.
Yeah. And we loved it. I was so excited for the opportunity
and Bill's
to write.
Bill is a badass.
Oh, he's bananas. Bananas how rapidly he works, how consistently right it gets first draft, you know. I mean, everything needs tweaking, but not much from Bill, you know? Yeah.
Well, that whole period we were talking about earlier with you, where we got the office together and everything was kind of in limbo.
Yeah.
And you hadn't really put any roots down. That all ended abruptly when you got involved with Morales Bryant Cudby.
Yeah, because it didn't
then Morales Bryant Cudby pretty quickly became Mcgruther Bryant.
Yeah. That's what happened. So they said the missing link at NBC
was copywriting.
And some level of interest in soliciting and closing the deal with bicycle accounts. Bob had no interest
in concepts.
You need there was a creative visual director and a great photographer, but there wasn't anybody that said those things won't work. I was the guy. So, and it didn't take Simon and Bill 6 months to realize two things. Simon realized, I don't need any of you because I just want to be a photographer. You know, and that's smart. You know,
and make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, I don't need any of you. I just want to be a photographer. And Bill was convinced on his own that he didn't need Morales because Morales wasn't doing anything. Morales wanted to own an agency so that he could get free core packaging and header cards.
And this is the old freestyle Bob Morales.
Yeah.
Not the Univega Robbie Morales.
No, not the Robbie. But yeah. So Bob, so Bill said.
You lost me there for 1 second. My brain froze.
I just mean for people listening.
Yeah.
Bill said
Robbie and Bob are not
Robbie's the cult Robbie, fit cult Robbie, and then Bob Morales is one of the founding members of the sport of freestyle.
Yeah. Bill said that they got rid of Simon went and did his thing. Bill got rid of Morales. Bill kept the three of his 7 or 8 clients that were worth a shit, added them to my 2 or 3 clients that were worth a shit, and 5 clients kept 2 guys busy for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
and SNAFU came out of that.
Yeah, that's what I was. So
and that was Sherry. I wanted to know Sherry. So in 1985, I met Sherry Shue. Mm-hmm. She had just started a factory that had yet to make anybody's first bicycle, but one of the first bicycles that she made were CW, and some of the other first bikes she made were the really poorly conceived and executed SE imports. SE dabbled in the Taiwan space through her factory, but at that point, their brain trust was just, no one worth a shit was involved.
Yeah,
so
it
wasn't even Mike Devitt. It was,
it was the Mauler, maybe.
Yeah, that kind of shit. She made some Bronco Beckerings or some shit. Yeah, garbage. Anyway, garbage in, garbage out. A factory is only as good as the technology and information they're given or the specs that they're given. The CWs were dog shit and the SEs were dog shit, but I didn't hold that against Sherry. She made
good mongooses.
She made great mongooses.
Yeah.
I brought her mongoose in 1989. Okay. So her factory chugged along nicely in my absence while I was at GT. We used different factories. And in 1989, what I asked Bob during my interview, I said, so you want me in charge of vendor relations and spec? And Bob Marchevic, my boss at Mongoose, he said, yeah, soup to nuts. You're going to be in charge of everything. And I said, can I pick our factory? I've never heard of Liang. Your bikes aren't particularly good. And he said, yeah, I've thought the same thing too, but I've got to put out so many other fires. I'm just trying to shoot the alligators that are closest to the boat right now. And so, be my guest. And I said, great. you heard of Sherry Shoot? He said, oh, know her well. She made some Centurions for me or something, Night in the Sheikies. I said, great. And we're going to go to Southern Cross. And Sherry was, oh, nice to see you. It had been a while, And we picked right up where we left off. Her factory was singing along well. I brought her those 38,000 mongooses, turned it into 54 in 2 years, and then went and did my thing. Meanwhile, Southern Cross kept chugging along with Mongoose through every new ownership. And when she was ready to sell Southern Cross, she was making 700,000 mongooses a year. So, yeah, that was a big account that I brought to her. Yeah. And that endeared me to her for life, I would say, because every friend I've brought to her in the meantime has done business with her.
I've been with her for 30 years.
So she currently makes fits.
Well, she doesn't own a factory anymore.
No, she's a trading agent.
She sold Southern Cross.
Yeah, she sold Southern Cross.
Explain what a trading agent is.
Trading agent speaks Chinese on your behalf to the dozen or more vendors that it takes to make something like a bicycle.
Okay.
And does the financing and procurement, make sure that they gets assembled, manages quality control with help from the buyer, and ships it in every direction to wherever said buyer says they need to go. Puts a roof over their head in the meantime if there is no place for them to go. A little bit of everything. A trading agent does as little or as much as you ask them to do. Yeah. And with Sherry, Chris and I have learned it is intense. Yeah. But Chris and I have learned there's probably better trading agents, but there aren't any that care more about us as individuals than Sherry does. I mean, we're better.
I don't think you're going to find a better trading agent. You might find trading agents that hustle more, knock on more doors, and try and find newer vendors out of their comfort zone.
Yeah,
she has
a comfort zone.
Knows her lane.
She has a comfort zone.
She's loyal to her suppliers to a fault.
To a fault.
Sometimes.
Yeah, to a fault.
In my opinion.
And she knows that. And that is what I've spent the last 18 months with Biltwell doing, getting her out of that comfort zone. We have a new helmet manufacturer. Yeah. We have a new apparel manufacturer. I'm soliciting for a new glove manufacturer. I'm bringing more.
The amount of work this stuff takes, like what Mcgoo's doing, what he just came back from, he's just been over there. And I used to do 4 or 5 trips a year too. A lot of trips we would do together. Yeah. We used to travel together over there quite a bit. Once COVID came around, I stopped going. Once I had a family and kids, and I just haven't really been going, and it makes a huge difference. But I mean, when you're gone that much,
I'm gone 7 months a year.
It's insane.
In one month
I used
chunks.
to do that too. In the early days of Fit, that's how we got Fit going.
Yeah.
On my back. Well, and Mcgoo. Yeah. I mean, Mcgoo was. Yeah.
I would
do the first Fit complete bikes. I would write I was writing it down on paper.
Yeah.
We were just sitting in a hotel room late at night, and I was speccing bikes on.
Absolutely. I had no idea that.
I did.
Everything I know, I learned.
Yeah. And we worked on graphics packages together, colorways. Bill and I helped him design some early postal logs and stuff like that. Yeah. I love that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
I love that stuff. And Sherry's a 71-year-old multimillionaire. She doesn't need ass hats like me and Mole are ruining her day. She can hang out at the coffee house. She can go up to the mountain and drink tea. Yeah. She does it because she loves it. She loves it and she loves us. Yeah. And she's made that clear.
No, she doesn't need to be doing it.
No, she doesn't need to be doing this.
I've heard her name so many times over the years. How much of like a playmaker or I don't know what the right word is.
Well, she's not even taking new customers.
No, her
main thing is Biltwell.
No. So right now, Biltwell and Fit are always neck and neck for how much money we give her.
Yeah, but at least the people she's picked to deal with. I mean, we talked about Worsham at CW. I think Worsham stiffed her for $300,000-400,000. $300,000. And back in the 80s, $300,000 and $400,000 was a lot.
Hoffman stuck her for 7 figures.
But he may not even know about it.
So
I forgot.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Doesn't Sherry partially own Hoffman at some point? Is that what's the connection?
So. No, I don't think so. She was their trading agent.
Okay.
And she might as well have owned Hoffman. She spent all her money making their bikes.
I think they wound up with a big tab over there.
They did. It was a huge tab, and it was on the back of almost one thing.
And I think, honestly,
I can pinpoint
I don't think it's Matt's fault. I know we might differ on this.
What's that?
I don't think Matt would stiff someone knowingly.
I don't think either of them.
I don't know.
I don't think Sherry's or Matt's accounting was particularly good. And I say that with some confidence because his accounting, and I relied on them when we did the downhill BMX thing. I just relied on them for the accounting because they said that infrastructure is in place. It was dog shit. And it's like, and I think it was a combination of Sherry's shitty accounting and Matt's shitty accounting.
And Matt might just trust other people to take care of it.
He was trusting his brother-in-law. He was trusting his brother-in-law at the time. And I trusted his brother-in-law because Matt was my partner on that deal.
Yeah.
And I'd like to talk about that too, because he asked me what I did around in 2000.
Yeah.
What I did in 99 was enlisted the help of my friends Matt Hoffman, Steve Swope, Kim Boyle, who was just a local motocross buddy of mine, and Bill Bryant. And the five of us, I said, Matt, if you can get my foot in the door with ESPN, I can sell a televised downhill BMX racing concept that I think they will buy. Just get my foot in the door. That's all I needed Matt to do. So we created this company called Planet 7 Productions, a separate entity from everything Hoffman was doing and everything that I was doing. Yeah.
I mean, again, talk about just
and
ahead of its time.
Nothing before or since.
Well, not on a 20-inch bike.
No.
That's what I was saying. When I watched this last night or yesterday, I was like, this looks like a kind of like a mountain bike.
Well,
race,
it reminds me of four cross. It reminds me of a big, like a really, really insane four cross event. But I mean,
but it was 8 dudes.
Is that
it was one lap?
Is that Woodward or is that California? That might be California.
Let me look.
I think it's a Big Bear or
Big
Mammoth
Bear.
or something.
That's
something
Woodward.
No, it's not Woodward.
Wrightwood. It's Wrightwood, Chris. It's Snow Summit.
Snow Summit. That's what it was. I was like,
Mountain High. It's called. I don't think it's called Snow Summit.
Excuse me, not Snow Summit. Mountain High. Yeah, Mountain High. Anyway,
but I mean, this looks like this is a high production.
It was high production. It was high production.
It was great.
It
was hairy. I raced that one. It was hairy.
It was gnarly. Yeah, those tracks were gnarly.
I knocked myself out at that.
We had a 60-foot blind downhill triple. We had a step down triple, 60-foot blind step down triple.
It was.
They have like a crash montage in this. I was clicking around a bunch and I was like, "This is savage."
It ended Christophe Levesque's illustrious BMX career. He showed up at this thing with his wife to round 2, took one look, and said, "If this is where BMX is heading, I'm out."
Yeah. Well, really? I think Tomas Allier snapped his fork off.
I told him. I told him. No, he tore his fork off at the California one at Woodward West.
And my phone was ringing. Before these races, guys were calling me, "Hey, can we weld brake mounts on my forks?" Everybody wanted to get a front brake. I mean, it got crazy, around this time. How did you, so the first one was Woodward East.
Is this conceptual? Like, did you guys come up with this
I feel like it came out of your garage. We would sit in your garage. We would ride dirt bikes. And then we would just bitch about how lame BMX racing was. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We would just sit in Mcgoo's garage and bitch about BMX racing. And all of a sudden he's doing this.
There was 2 to 20 people. There was 2 to 20 people in my garage every Saturday or Sunday for 5 years when I moved to Lake Elsinore. I moved to Elsinore in 96. And
that's what you were doing. You're riding dirt bikes that whole period there.
Yeah, I was personally involved with motocross on a recreational level and riding trails with friends. And we all bitched about the same thing when we weren't bitching about our motorcycles. And it's like, why does BMX suck so bad? And I said, it can't be that hard. It can't be that. Because I watched Matt. Matt and Steve aren't the sharpest brain trust, but they had gumption for days. And they psychically willed ESPN to take freestyle seriously as they saw it.
Yeah.
And I said, I just need that. If you can get my foot in the door with whoever's in charge. And they said, I'll introduce you to Ron Semio, the guy that invented the X Games, and his boss, Jack Wienert, the CEO of ESPN division. Mm-hmm. I said, great, where? And they said, come to a B3 in St. Petersburg, Florida in the spring of 99. And I flew in with literature and my, one-man dog and pony. And I told those guys, I said, this is BMX dirt jumping with dudes dressed like NASCAR drivers. And there's a finish line and a winner. And there are no judges. And it's one lap, no crap. Last guy standing wins. And they said, that's music to my ears. And both of those old men said, the thing I hate about everything we're doing here was, oh, that was a twisty McFibrisher to a backside board slide. Now that's a 910, but he should have got a 6.8. And it's like, everybody's lost. They said, I said, 8 dudes, one lap, no crap.
Yeah.
Guy had to win. The guy who jumps that 40-foot double at the finish line gets the check.
Yeah.
And they said, sold. What do you need? And I said, we want to do 3 events. We want to hold them at 3 different locations. I need you to find a sponsor that think this has value for whatever that company is into doing. And I can execute this for $700,000. They said, Jesus. And I said, well, $150,000 of that is prize money. I said, if we're going to get guys to take this seriously, we're going to have to start paying BMXers like real athletes.
Well, it was dangerous.
It was dangerous.
Yeah.
And the money was big. It was $25,000 per win. And it was a $50,000 3-race series bonus to the top points earner at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody before or since has signed a check bigger for a BMX pro racer. I think that $50,000 check that I gave to Chris Sanchez might have been the biggest payday ever in downhill in BMX. There's been a lot of cars given away. There's been a lot
I can't think of, back at the Murray World Cup or any of those,
Yeah,
those
those-
5 grand,
yeah,
10 grand.
right.
I don't think anything's ever been
right.
higher
That
than
was a big deal.
Overall
And
series winner. So that dude,
no,
made like
no, he won 50 grand in a day.
No, 25 per day,
Oh.
50 grand
so
for
he
the
won.
championship.
So he
Yeah.
probably
Chris
won
won the
75.
Huh? Chris won the
Sanchez
overall.
won the overall?
Chris, he was the
Wow.
only guy to make all 3 mains. He was the only guy to make all
Well,
3
he
mains.
he was perfect for it.
He was perfect for
He's
it.
a dirt jumper. He's a racer.
Yep.
He was perfect for it.
Robbie was perfect for it too. He was at the end of his days.
Miranda.
Morales. Well, I mean,
Oh,
Robbie Miranda.
Morales
He
never
wasn't
went
going to
down
clip
one of
in.
those tracks.
No, but he won. He won the first one.
Miranda.
Yeah, Miranda won the
Yeah.
first one.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
cut
he was
out
in this.
perfect too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was perfect for it.
He's just
it
like-
resurrected some careers and it ended many
absolutely.
others. It ended Neil Woods' racing career.
It messed up his back.
Messed up
really
his back.
bad, really bad. On that step down at Woodward East.
So what ESPN did, this was ESPN said
Brandon Meadows, some of those guys were perfect for this.
Mike Day.
Yep.
Yeah, some guys were less perfect.
Alan Foster was a good one.
Yeah, Brian.
Yocolette.
Brian got on the box.
Mario Soto, RIP.
So on the strength of its success, so in the summer of 2000, there was 2 action sports programs created for and financed by ESPN. One was the Tony Hawk bus tour. Remember the thing where
Boom
Tony
Boom Hawk Jam?
No, the Boom Boom Hawk Jam was his giant ramp thing. Tony did something much lower stakes where he loaded up some ramps and some street obstacles in a bus and drove around the country hanging out at skate shops. And,
Okay.
and our thing. Those are the 2 things that ESPN said we're going to do. Tony, he's our marquee guy. And then we're going to give this BMX thing a shot. See if any of these things get traction. We consistently got bigger audiences. There was only 800,000 or 900,000 people that would tune in.
Yeah.
But the fact that we were beating Tony Hawk on a televised thing, and that spoke to what I told Semio and Wienert. I said, man, this is racing. People can relate to racing.
Yeah.
All of this esoteric flippity dippity bullshit, it gets lost on people.
Yeah. And this is what was really good about it from a viewer standpoint is that it's really quick.
Super quick.
You know?
Yeah.
It's not like trying to watch a supercross where once everyone starts getting lapped, it just becomes it's a mess.
Yeah, it's hard.
It was awesome. And ESPN loved it.
1 year?
So 2000.
You did 1 year.
No, 2000. We did 4 years because we had on X Games for 3 years.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why that stopped.
Yeah.
And we.
I thought you sold the whole thing.
No. ESPN said you'll like the story. So we did it in 2000. We did it. Vans gave us the 700 grand. Vans gave us the 700 grand. Vans owned it. It was called the Triple Crown of BMX.
Okay. Yeah.
Vans owned it.
Yeah.
And then
they 3 events.
Yeah, it was 3 events. And they were at 3 different ski resorts. We were going to do Woodward East. We did Wilmot, Wisconsin. And we were going to do Mountain High.
Yeah.
And Wrightwood. And we went to Wilmot. Wilmot was the best track ever. Nobody saw it. Of 70 racers.
But it rained out.
It did.
Yeah.
But we managed to run time trials and it was bananas. It was the best track in the world ever before or since. It was amazing.
How do you spell it?
Wilmot. Wilmot. You'll find it nowhere because we got rained out and Vans executives, ESPN executives and myself had to make the call. What do we do?
You'd be surprised what the old internet bring up.
What do we do? And I said,
we could be right though.
Go to California. We build a track with some decision makers and we hold the last 2 events on a single day in a place with more reliable weather. And they said, okay, we can make that happen. Vans had their foot in the door with Chuck Allen at this Mountain High. And he said, yeah, he welcomed us with open arms. We posted up there for a month, built the track, and it was fantastic. That was a great fix.
No, that was cool. It was a good event.
It was a great event. And, so on the strength of that, Vans was happy. ESPN was happy. We ran it at a profit. Something, it should be said, Steve Swope told me this. He says, Mcgoo, we've never run anything that we've done with ESPN or with the BS series at a profit. We lose money every year on these things. And I said, I can't afford to lose money. I'm a self-employed serial entrepreneur. I've got to make money on this thing. And we did. We all put good money in our pocket.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then ESPN said, we're in. We want it on the X Games.
Oh, and they did a few years,
3
right?
years,
Yeah.
3 years. I said, well, great. The first track's done. We'll go to Woodward East and we'll have the first X Games there. We'll tweak the track subtly. We'll, tune it up for a new event and we'll do it. So they said, great. I need you to parachute in a month before the event to do a site survey so we can figure out the number of cameras required. And, we said, okay, we did our thing. We started at the top. We walked down. You're going to do this. We're going to have wires here. We're going to have spiders there. This guy sounded like he knew what he was doing. He was, we're going to put a boom this, and we're going to put a spider that, and blah, blah, blah. And we do this for 2 hours. Someone's taking notes. We get to the bottom of the mountain. And he said, congratulations. And I said, what? And he said, you got 22 cameras on site. And I said, is that a lot? And he said, I produced last year's Super Bowl. There was 15. And I knew then it was the beginning of the end. I said, they can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
22 cameras for a sideshow, an X Games sideshow. There's no way. And they did it begrudgingly for 3 more years. But then in those 3 years, Supermoto got hot and a bunch of marquee dudes started dipping their toe into the Supermoto space.
With Jeff Ward.
Yes. Jeff Ward, Pastrana, household names.
Yeah.
Household names were doing Supermoto.
That was like the controlled drifting, the street tire.
Yeah. Street tire on a dirt bike. Yeah. It's easy to watch.
Yeah.
4 cameras. There was 4 cameras at that.
Yeah.
Household names, 4 cameras. So ESPN told us it's done. We're switching over to more motorsports.
The last one I went to was with you.
Woodward
we drove
West.
together.
Woodward West.
But you weren't even running it at that time.
No, I was.
Oh, you were?
Yeah. At that point, they ran themselves. My involvement year 4 was just executive management and communication with ESPN.
I always thought you sold it or something.
No. We got out because there was nothing left to do.
Here's the Woodward one, I guess. 24 cameras, 26,000 cameras.
22 cameras.
That's Woodward West.
This is East.
This is East.
It said Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this is East. This is the one that we refurbished and fine-tuned.
I was thinking he misspoke and said East when he meant West too, but he
the West was gnarly.
The West was gnarly.
But this stat one right there.
Yeah.
I hung up on that jump by about an inch and my forks went straight out. I don't know. I hung up by about an inch and my
But look at the production values. Look at the encore. Look at the finish line. Yeah.
The jump was so gnarly.
So when we did that.
So were you actually in this?
Yeah.
He didn't race X Games. He raced year 1. Yeah, he raced it.
I did the camera lap with Psycho.
Yeah.
Me and Dave Halford did the camera laps for the first one. I was already 30 at this. I was like 30 years old at this time.
You see, you can't appreciate this starting gate.
I can.
Yeah. It's elevated on a platform. The gate drops.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah. There was pro BMXers, dudes, 6-figure dudes, big guys, went there, stared at that gate all day. We had Percy Owens didn't do the starting gate until day 2.
They just stand up there and look at it.
Yeah.
I guess when you have something you've done for 20 years and then somebody throws you a curveball.
Well, this is drastically different, but this was perfect for a Robbie Miranda or a Matt Polkamp, But that little bike, man, those little wheels, again, no offense, but I even thought at the time, like, man, if you put Lopes out here on like a mountain bike.
Oh, yeah.
And Eric Carter on a mountain bike, I feel like their lap times would have been a lot less.
What I envisioned.
But this was rad. I mean, it's so, as a BMX guy, this was rad.
Yeah. This was the raddest thing. Yeah. This was, in terms of
this events, is like Hell Track, but real.
Yeah. What I wanted to see, if this thing could have survived and prospered and grown, what I would like to have seen it evolve what a BMX bike for the top level of the sport is. I could have envisioned it going to a 24-inch wheel with a longer wheelbase, maybe a 1-inch travel front fork and rear disc brakes. It didn't need front. No one was slowing down that much. But I could see the bike evolving to a point where a 40-year-old millionaire could make a living on a BMX bike. That's what I pictured. I thought, how come Dave Mira is the only guy that can be a millionaire on a BMX bike? There's got to be a way. And I thought this could have been that way, but it just didn't stick around long enough.
Yeah. Maybe even a 22-inch bike.
Right. But something.
Dude.
Those jumpsters, I can't, the gravity that got a hold of you at these tracks. I mean, like the Woodward East one.
You were pulling multiple G's in the turns.
Yeah. I never felt anything like it on a BMX bike before. Oh, wow.
Speaking of dead guys.
Yeah. R.I.P. Lafredo, another, like,
Corey Nastasio's evil step twin.
Yeah,
exactly. I was like, I've never seen that dude ever.
You don't know Justin Lafredo?
No.
What was really cool about this, Ryan, and Moeller was the only other guy in the world that would appreciate it. But what was cool about this is it wasn't Thomas Allier, Christophe Levesque, Bart Van Schnenkel, Mara Stromberg. It wasn't any of the bodybuilders. It was
kind of was. Yeah. But so what happened eventually? And I've always said this about these BMX guys, like them or not, it doesn't even matter. But
they will survive.
They're good.
They're good.
And you change the track and you give them the purse.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to figure it out.
And that's what I wanted to prove.
And you know what? Tomas did.
I know.
Woodward West.
I know.
He was ripping.
I know.
Yeah. They'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out. If that's what you do.
Is you get a handful of athletes in every sport that have their little niche. And for a minute, look at that Strelecki out front.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So, yeah.
He didn't get out front of many BMX races at this time. He rode for S&M right there.
Yeah.
Is that him? Oh, it's not him. Oh, whatever. He was good. Strelecki was good out there. But anyway, my point is you got your little niche because nobody's doing it. But as soon as the guys that are winning this figure out this is the new thing, then they're going to get good at that too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's just how it goes.
Bodybuilding.
They're just good at stuff.
They're good at stuff.
When I bring up Lopes, I always bring up Lopes because he's
the best at everything.
He's the best at everything he does.
Yeah.
And I saw him a couple weeks ago. He came to the race and he's just waxing everybody at the old school thing.
Yeah.
Him and Mcgrath showed up and he's waxing everybody. And then he just got bored and went home.
Yeah.
Didn't even wait for the mains. He just got bored and went home. Yeah. He drove 6 hours each way, got bored and just went home. I
don't blame him. I
hit him up later. I go, what? You don't have time? And he's like, man, I've done thousands of races. I wanted to get back for my kid's baseball game or something. I said,
that's cool.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then McGrath was out there. He's doing great too.
Sleeveless.
These are just dudes that are
good at stuff.
They're good at stuff and they're going to figure it out. So when that race came
out. There she is. That's the girl. So Bagley was one of the guys on that trip, and that's the girl.
That's amazing.
It was unbelievable.
That is amazing.
Look at her. What a prostitute.
But she wasn't. She was a respectable girl.
Jackie Hart at work. Yeah, pumping the gas.
That is awesome.
It was so good. Yeah.
So what year did the races wind up? 2000
to 2003. 2000, 2001, 2002, and 2003. They killed us in 2003, added Supermoto in 2004.
When did SNAFU wrap up?
We sold it to, what's that guy in New Jersey?
Oh, you sold it to a Hyper.
Yeah, what's his name?
Jay.
I thought you sold it to Bischoff.
No. Bischoff was working for a dude in New Jersey that does Hyper.
Okay. He's my age.
I know.
I used to race with him all the time.
It's just some New Jersey BMX guy.
Yeah, anyway, I'll remember in a second. He started Hyper back in the 80s.
Yeah, I know, but he was just some dude that started something that didn't get any traction, and he's had a chip on his shoulder ever since. So he managed to found the golden goose.
Jay.
I don't remember it being Jay. I thought his finance manager.
Don't tell me. You look it up, but don't tell me because this stuff bothers me.
Yeah, I know you know this guy.
I do know him.
It isn't.
I'm friends with them.
I know. What's his name?
He hired Eric Carter.
Yeah. Yeah. He hired Eric Carter to be his 1, 2, 3 punch and
Jay Goldsmith. Jay Goldsmith.
Jay Goldsmith. That's it. Yeah. I was thinking of Alan Goldsmith. Different.
No.
Yeah. Jay Goldsmith. Anyway.
From New Jersey.
Yes. From New Jersey. Sold it. So that guy sells a bunch of hypers and a bunch of SNAFU crap to big box and to mass.
Mm-hmm. Well, he sponsored BF back in the day.
Yeah. He sponsored everybody currently. I mean, it seems like everybody that gets on the box at any nitro circus that you see these days is a SNAFU guy.
Yeah.
So he does that to keep the Walmarts and the Dick's Sporting Goods of the world thinking that his brands are relevant. Those are just ancillary costs to doing business with those deep
So how many years did you do SNAFU?
99 to 2008.
And what pushed you over the edge? When were you
The fact that I was 42 and that no one would listen to a word that I said.
Were you getting in a kind of a little pissing match with Adam 22 at that time?
They chose that. I didn't. There was Adam 22 and the guy at
the Come Up.
Yeah, I know who he's from. Who was the dude that was the brains behind Primo's marketing endeavors in those days?
Greg Walsh.
Greg Walsh and Adam 22. And I'll tell you why I know this after I say it. Those two were just convinced for whatever reason, and I think I alluded to it earlier, that I was a piece of shit, that I was a money grubbing, opportunistic dickball that didn't care about the sport and didn't care about the riders and just wanted to make money. And had they asked, I would have said, if I wanted to make money, I would have stopped doing this a long time ago. I said, I like this scene. I do things for fun that matter.
You were able to sponsor guys like Behringer.
Right.
Well, I would have never got Behringer on S&M if it weren't for SNAFU.
Right.
Because Redline was paying him good money.
Right.
But when I wanted to get him on S&M, I came to you and said, let's
get him on SNAFU.
Let's put something together, S&M and SNAFU, and get him off Redline.
I could get anybody to ride for SNAFU. Dave Mirra rode for SNAFU.
Yeah.
And for $300 a month. And Dave Mirra asked me, he says, what does that pay? And he looked at Jim and he said, what? I said, he said, Dave, Jim said, Dave, I'll be surprised if it pays a dime. And Dave had never heard anybody say that to him before. I said, Dave, without saying my number, I said, hey, I'll tell you what, if you save all those checks for a year, if you save all those checks for a year, you can buy a sweet plasma TV for your game room.
Yeah.
I said,
you can or a bottle of wine.
You could buy a squat rack.
Yeah. $3,600 a year is what I paid for Dave. And he used about a half a dozen parts and we gave him a signature grip and he owned a bike company at the time.
And he rode S&M Behringer bars for free.
Yeah. Right.
The whole time.
But I did it. And let me tell you why I did it. So that when guys like Bischoff told me they were worth $1,000 a month, I could say, Dave Mirra gets 3.
Right.
Dave Mirra gets 3. Dave Mirra's on television with a SNAFU sticker on the X Games, and he gets 3.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, Matt.
I told all of my riders at the time.
Sounds pretty money grabbing, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I saw the social media thing was starting to get ahead of steam in those days. I think Aaron Ross was making a living on Twitter and stuff. And I told my guys, if you're tired of making $250 or $300 a month to use parts, I'll tell you what, I will give you $50 for every social media video you make. I don't give a fuck if 10 people see it or 2,000 people see it. Bother to make a video, put it on your social media, start a YouTube channel, do something, and I'll give you $50. And if you do 10 of them one month, I'll give you $500. Crickets. Nobody did shit. Nobody wanted to make their own media. No, I didn't want to make media. I was a 40-year-old man that didn't have anything relevant to say to that culture, but I surrounded myself with 20-year-olds who said they loved it and breathed it.
It was too early.
It's too early.
You were ahead of it.
I know, but that's what I wanted to do. And I would have done that too. And that would have been fine. Nothing was going to keep me in it because it didn't want me. Adam and Greg Walsh systematically tried.
Freestyle is its own worst enemy.
Yeah.
The 20-inch business is its own worst enemy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
Here we are again.
Well, I mean, here it is. You forced everybody out. Even Adam 22's out.
Right.
No, I mean, all right, well, I was going to bite my tongue on that, but now that you're saying it, him calling you a money grabber
is, I mean, height of irony. Height of irony.
A money grabber. Yeah. He followed the money no matter what.
Yeah.
So that's why he's out more than anything. The come up was fine. It just wasn't enough.
The come up wasn't fine. It allowed people to express strongly held opinions as fact. Monetarily, it was fantastic.
It was fine, yeah.
But you can't allow anonymous people to express opinions as facts.
Yeah,
you need editorial fact checking.
Yeah.
And when the BMX media became whatever 500 people wanted to swing off his nuts,
it was a
that's when shit
period.
got sideways.
Yeah.
There were no experts anymore.
Yeah.
Everybody was relying on the wisdom of crowds, and the crowd were 13-year-old douchebags.
That's why nobody innovates any new products, in my opinion, because they're so afraid of
what someone's going to say.
There's a backlash.
There's a backlash. Always a backlash. And I created that monster in analog time with the way I answered the mail. So I've become a completely different guy. I'm serious. I'm serious. I said, man, I raised that to an art form for 5 years, and look what it got us. Look where it got us. It's, it's like hate and venom and discontent and bullshit. When that's your brand, that sucks.
But when you wrapped up SNAFU, I mean, that was it for you in the BMX.
Were you still making, was it money? Or was it?
It was a lack of focus. We needed Bill and Sherry and I. This was 2008.
Yeah.
We incorporated Biltwell in 2006.
Yeah.
We saw the end of the line in one market.
Yeah.
Due to forces beyond our control. And we saw the sky was the limit in another, and we could control it by our hand. So we said, let's invest our human resources into that, which can provide the best future for everybody.
It was more fun.
It was more fun.
And that's what you've done your whole career.
It's chased
always
fun.
Ahead of the curve on whatever innovation it is, whether it's freestyle, the Stonehenge, the street riding, all of it. And then right up into 06, 07.
When BMX stopped being fun.
I mean, I met my wife in Mcgoo's office in Temecula on our way
to
Mexico
a motorcycle event
for the second ever Biltwell El Diablo.
Yeah, I know. You're a chapter in our book.
It's just, it's a fun scene.
It's a fun scene.
Yeah.
I've always chased fun.
Yeah.
I've always chased fun.
Well, I mean, I think that toxic time period online too, with like the peg thing and all that stuff. It was like
the peg thing was
like it was Mcgoo being Mcgoo, but if you didn't know it, and it was like Adam latched onto it pretty hard.
Oh yeah,
It was like he
I just deep throated a peg or something. Said, "Who gives a fuck?"
Yeah. He's like, it's fucking 3 inches. Look,
Justin Cosman film. We were walking out of a fucking shitty trade show where we just wasted our time in another shitty trade show, and I said, who gives a fuck? And I just spent a day being told that peg was 3.5 inches instead of 4 1/4. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. It's like, I'm over it. These clowns.
Yeah.
But
then it was like frustration that turned into like some fucking internet bully type shit.
That's what I was talking about.
Which is his formula. I mean, you fucking look it up now.
Yeah, look at this. Look at that. Yeah, look at this asshole. You want to give this asshole your money?
So,
that was, I didn't care.
Yeah.
And no, it wasn't why we got rid of it. We got rid of it because Jay Goldsmith. Clay Goldsmith.
Right. Clay.
I know Shane.
Clay Goldsmith.
It's Smid. Yeah. Shane is my main contact. So Clay, I was like,
son?
Yes.
Clay Goldsmith is living his version of my dream for SNAFU.
Yeah.
I wanted to find as few giant customers as possible, exactly for the purpose of selling them the things that they need so that I could pay people to do fun stuff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have chosen to put guys on jet fuel bikes with Mobiuses at the Nitro Circus. That's what he chose to do because he's always been in a pissing match to win. He's at the end of the day, he was an old BMXer from the 80s too, I assume. And he just wanted to win. Wanted to win, So his version of marketing is let's find winners. He hired 22-time national and world mountain biking champion Eric Carter to help him sell hyper mountain bikes. Eric isn't going to win any races on this fucking thing. And he'd be the first to tell you, let's just make a bike that's fun and affordable and take it to the trails. And he didn't want to hear that. Yeah. So he started gobbling up Australian superstars and putting them on SNAFU head to toe. And that's what he does. But that keeps Walmart into it.
Yeah. It's a formula. And it's, I feel like at a point you could probably not do that.
I see snowboarders up at the mountain in SNAFU helmets all the time. Really?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Because he's good at going to China, finding Christmas trash, slapping a brand on it, and convincing Walmart it's worth buying.
Yeah.
That's a skill.
Yeah.
I wish I had it. I didn't.
Yeah.
So I was trying to find distributors that were starting their own brands or telling me we just picked up Radio, or we just picked up Salt, or we just picked up Salt Plus, or I just start the building, whatever. Everybody it's too easy to do it.
Mhm.
So I said, why do I bother? Because Biltwell isn't easy to do.
Yeah.
Helmets are hard.
Yeah.
High barrier to entry with what we chose to do in Biltwell.
Yeah. But now, I mean, you guys, the imitators there's so many Biltwell wannabe brands now.
It's crazy.
It blows me away.
It's crazy. And you know what? We don't begrudge them because they could have looked at a 1970s full face and made the same choice I did. I just made that choice 17 years ago.
Yeah.
Seriously. Bell invented the full face motorcycle helmet.
Yeah.
And their current street style full face helmet is called the Bullet. It looks ridiculous. It looks like a Lego astronaut helmet. It's terrible. It's got bad chin bar proportioning. It's got a weird eye slot. Sell whatever you want. But it is. It is crazy. Yeah, that's our there you go. The Bullet's bottom
Oh,
left.
is it right there? Oh, oop.
Go back one.
Yeah.
That's the Bullet. You see the chin
I
bar?
think sick. Yeah.
That's them.
Oh, that's
not us.
theirs.
That's
I thought
them,
that thing
not
looked
us.
sick.
It's
I don't
not
know if-
it's not a bad
Yeah,
helmet.
it's a guy that doesn't know anything about fucking
it
motorcycles.
looks like an astronaut helmet.
Yeah,
That's
it look-
not sick at all,
That's
Fudger.
not sick. That's not
It's
sick
like
at
a
all,
retro fucking astronaut.
Yeah,
helmet.
Look
that's
how little
the chin bar
it's
is
gross.
Yeah, it's gross.
It's gross.
All right,
Yeah.
fuck you guys.
Yeah, you see the one on the
Look at
top
the
right?
Gringo.
See the
The
one on top
Gringo S,
right?
That one looks sick too.
That's sick.
That one looks
That's
sick too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bell invented that. That was Bell full face. Yeah. We just perfected it.
Yeah. That's,
Yeah,
Like-
that thing
looks
looks
like,
sick too. It looks like an astronaut, 70s astronaut helmet too.
Yeah.
it looks like
It looks like Nicky Lauda's helmet that he won the F1 championship in 75. That's
Okay,
what it
so
looks like.
fuck this one.
That's Lego.
Fuck this
you don't
one.
want that. Look at that. Come on. Man.
It looks
kidding me?
a lot less cool from that angle.
Yeah.
I will say that. The side angle looked
Don't let this thing turn into a video where Mcgoo bashes the competition. Yeah, I did not bring
let
it up
Moeller
for that
do
reason.
it for let Moeller do it for you.
Well, I'm a religious Biltwell bonanza.
Colt member.
Yeah, you're gonna like it. We have an S&M. We have an S&M bonanza for you. That's gonna look great.
I've been on a Biltwell helmet since they came out.
Frederick, I will tell you a story that speaks to whatever Biltwell's force in social media might be. I was at a factory in China 3 weeks ago, and they manufacture 450, 500,000 Bell helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Just one factory manages that's one brand.
450,000.
Half a million Bell helmets probably. Yeah. That's a confident guess. And
see, once I have one beer, I can't have it.
And that factory
could be warm ones. Just go grab one from the fridge.
That factory asked us how many helmets we sell, and I say a fraction of that, a tiny, tiny fraction of that. And the one that you're working on for us, even smaller than those numbers.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you giving us the time of day. And he said, so how do you promote? And I said, well, we're really big on social media. And he said, what does that mean? And I said, we have 400,000 Instagram followers for our little brand. And they said, is that impressive? And my coworker fired up his phone and said, Bell has 300,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
And the Chinese guy said, wow, you're an internet celebrity. And I said, well, yeah, that's where consumers consume information. Yeah. That's where, And we were early adopters. Bell wasn't, you know? Yeah.
It's a hard, I mean, dude, I started ourbmx after Ride went down, and it'll be 5 years in February.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like,
and it's a hustle.
And I started a media company in 2019, which is a media company, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. It's great. It's crazy to start from nothing, you know, and then, but we're already at like 350,000 Instagram followers.
Really? That's
which
fantastic.
Is insane, you know, which is like, well,
especially if you're not paying for it. Cause now they turn the knobs on the algorithm.
I mean, to my credit is one of the things that I got was at BMX.
Okay.
Which is huge on Instagram, you know, and so I had to sell my soul to get that originally, but it panned out.
That's good.
So, yeah,
that's good. We were just dumb luck. Instagram was invented in February in 2010. We had a page by June or something, you know? Yeah.
So
and it was how you communicated to our. We had to start. Bill and I had to start a basically a vital for choppers, chop cold. Remember when we said,
chop cold.
So we started chop because there was no way for us to advertise. There was nothing, no way to communicate to our customer. So we started chop cold.
Did you guys, because I feel like you guys, when you guys did the cafe racer thing, I felt like that was so popular and such like a, like almost like the fixie version of motorcycles.
It was. And it was the fixie crowd.
Yeah.
It was the guy that got
crowd.
tired of riding uphill in San Francisco on a FBM Sword.
Yeah.
So he bought an XS 650.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's like you guys took that popularity, marketed to it, obviously did well off of it, but then you guys have built it in this kind of well-rounded brand, right?
Yeah. We're never going to build the most cover bikes on Easy Rider.
Yeah.
We're never going to win the Sturgis Bro Down Hoedown. We don't even go to places like Sturgis. We're very good at knowing who we are and what we do well, and we stay in that rather narrow lane.
Yeah.
We ride motorcycles and have fun. It's our slogan. It's our brand philosophy. It's our way of life.
And you guys are great at putting on events.
Our events,
Kernville Camp Out.
Yeah. Kernville just wrapped last
Biltwell
weekend.
100. Yeah. El Diablo.
Our events are crazy, and you'll appreciate this, Chris.
They're life-changing.
Yeah, they are. They literally are. And
they have been for me.
You married a woman that went to
I met her in your office.
Yeah. So we events, we have managed to do events for our customer and our scene so successfully that it's now the 6th highest performing line item in our SKUs.
That's crazy.
It's bananas. We sell more events than we sell handlebar risers.
Yeah.
Just in terms of dollar volume.
Well, in the early days, Biltwell was a little more hard goods focused.
Yeah. That's what I was.
The helmets were quite by accident. Helmets were quite by accident. Yeah. We were happy to continue making hard parts because that underground home chopper builder needed the stuff that we were making. But there was going to be a pretty low ceiling in that space. So we said, let's diversify into helmets, but let's make a helmet that nobody seems willing to make. And that is a 3/4 novelty helmet, which is the helmet that Brian Foster made a living in for the last 5 years.
That's the helmet I still wear.
Yeah.
For vintage motocross. I wear the Bonanza.
Yeah.
Which is what Brian still wears too. I
know.
Foster still wears the Bonanza.
He does. We said, let's make novelty helmets. And that was good until novelty helmets.
Yeah, they're not novelty anymore. They're legit.
They're legit. And that's what happened. Our novelty helmets, they said, we love these.
Yeah, this is what I wear.
Yeah. These look sick.
But
those are real helmets.
Those are real helmets. Those are DOT certified. Yeah. Those are legit.
I love that one.
And that's our S&M colorway. So customer demand said, make them safer. So we did. And then a year after we made that, they said, no, much safer. So we added the chin bar. And they said, okay, great. 1 year after that, I'm tired of getting bird shit in my eyes. So we added a shield. We've always just evolved, keeping one eye on that retro styling that brought us to the dance, because this isn't retro. Yeah. This is cheesy.
Well, is the 395 out yet?
It'll be out
on the site.
No, it'll be out early next year.
That's really your most modern helmet to date.
The lane splitter is the most modern. And
right.
Yeah, the lane splitter is the most modern.
Yeah.
The Gringo SV is the newest.
But I forget.
But that one looks like a fucking Radical Rick mouth guard over top of
Simpson.
It's the Simpson-esque.
Yeah,
this is the open face is 60s everything. Formula One, motocross, everything. Open face is that. The full face is 70s F1. That's 80s drag racing.
Right.
That's everybody made a living in that helmet in the 80s in drag racing.
So I guess I think of off-road helmets.
Yeah.
I wore the lane splitter when we
off-road.
did.
I know you had a visor to it.
Yeah, when we did the Mexico race.
It's not ideal, but it was okay.
But I don't think of it as an off-road helmet.
It isn't.
The 395 is the most modern off-road helmet.
And it's full featured. It's going to have MIPS. It's going to be R2206. That's what's making it take so damn long.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic. We're going to do a dirt bike helmet because our customer has evolved. 17 years ago, he was a 24-year-old with an XS 650. And then 5 years later, he was a 31-year-old with a Dyna. Mm-hmm. And then 5 years after that, he was a 36-year-old with a wife and a 1-year-old child.
I feel like he's on his way to an adventure bike now.
He is, adventure bike and dirt bike. They're realizing I can't spend every waking minute of my day on this motorcycle, and I can't take my 5-year-old anywhere on a street bike safely. I know I'll get a dirt bike and he'll get a Stasic and we'll go out to the desert. And we've watched that evolution, and evolution is real. Yeah. And now we have as many people asking us for dirt bike helmets as they do for chopper helmets. Yeah. So we're going to try to satisfy that next year.
Wow. I guess, and tying it all up and tying it back together, like through the years and all that experience within BMX, do you ever feel like you come across something new, or is it all something that you can like equate back to like, when in fucking 95 when this happened, you know?
Well, yeah, because I'm just experienced and cynical enough to think like that all the time.
Yeah.
And Muller and I, we entertain ourselves nightly with exactly that conversation.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, good God, it's these
fucking
neophytes that think they're reinventing the wheel with this flangeless grip. It's like,
there's almost, literally nothing new.
Yeah. Same here.
No,
yeah.
MIPS
are new-ish.
Yeah. I've built, Bill and I have built a company with a lot of help from a lot of like-minded motorcycle enthusiasts. There's 16 dudes that think exactly like we do. Let's make this fun.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be about, these narrowly defined niches? I learned that the hard way. I attribute my success and my being as good I am at whatever I do, whatever that means, to the fact that for 20 years, I was 10 miles deep and 1 inch wide. I cared about bicycles, BMX specifically. And I begrudgingly got into the mountain bike thing starting at GT because they needed my skill set to help with that. And then I did more so at Mongoose, where I was able to go to Taiwan and see how good mountain bikes were being made. But I generally, for 20 years, all I wanted to talk about was BMX. And I suffered socially because I'm from a generation where if you loved BMX, it meant you had to dislike skaters and surfers. That was a weird time to be alive at my age. And it was true. And then the X Games sort of made it okay to love everything. Now I talk to people that are a mile wide and an inch deep.
Right.
There's 40-year-olds that know a little bit about everything, because when the X Games were invented 20 years ago, they were 20 and they said, wow, this is rad. Snowboarding? Sure. Why not? Rallycross? Absolutely. Sign me up. I wasn't that guy.
That's what I meant earlier.
I wasn't that guy.
Everybody's just spread out between all these things,
I was never that guy.
Yeah.
I was to a fault in a trench.
Yeah.
And then, so when we did this, I said, I've got to open my blinders. There's more than one way to have fun. Let's just try to be the brand that they think of when fun on two wheels is what's being discussed.
It sounds like the Mongoose formula.
And it was.
Yeah.
And it was. Yeah.
That's like a race. They do this annual race out here in Ridgecrest. They've done it 3 years in a row.
We don't make a dirt bike product.
Yeah.
We make chopper parts.
But the slogan for the race is good times, not lap times.
Yeah.
And they have a mini bike class, and that, it's,
I think
fun.
I've seen something from it.
It's just a good time. Yeah. But out of everything you've done in your whole career, this is by far the longest you've ever done one single thing.
Yeah. Well,
is this it?
Yeah.
Are we done? Are we wrapping it up with this?
I'd like to think so.
Or what are you getting into next?
I'll be 62 in January.
What could you possibly get in? Because, we're going to do the 20-year Biltwell party here pretty soon.
I know.
What, 3 years?
Yeah.
20 years.
20 years.
Biltwell.
I know.
You've never done anything longer than 5 years?
No.
Prior to this?
No, Bill and I,
Revolution.
We did Revolution for 22 years.
But a hard goods.
22, 26. Bill and I did Revolution for 26 years.
It seems
our last client was Biltwell's first customer. It was Lowbrow.
Oh, right.
We built their website, their ads, we designed their packaging.
Yeah.
Our biggest customer was also Bill's and my last creative account. And that worked out great because
20 years of Biltwell is mind blowing.
It's mind blowing.
I feel like he's always had his hands in other things.
Yeah, but this one has gone like that
during the Revolution period.
I feel like this 20 years has flown by.
It has flown by. This is bananas. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's really hard for me. For 10 of those 20 years, I've been with the same girl.
Yeah.
And that was never the case in my life. I just went years without girls.
Yeah.
Or, I was a serial monogamist, I I was ambivalent towards needing a life partner. I just, that's not what I wanted to sign up for after my ill-fated marriage to a girl that I thought was in lockstep with me philosophically. You know, it just didn't work out. But I've been with Paula for 10 years.
That's sweet, man.
I know. And we get everything's better because of it.
We'll see her tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as you don't burn the house down again.
I won't burn the house down.
We're going to go tomorrow night. We're going to go, Melissa and I and Paula, we're all going to go to the girl 30th event tomorrow night.
Skateboard thing?
Yeah.
30 years of girl and chocolate.
Crazy.
Can you believe that?
Yeah. And he worked with two of girls co-founders at Ride 35 years ago.
Megan was on the phone.
Right. She was Club Homeboy. Yep. She put arm bracelets. Yeah. Megan, the co-founder of Girl Skateboards, used to put Club Homeboy arm bracelets in envelopes and ship them to members.
We've got all these old tapes floating around the office, and Charlie's been going through them in this logging footage. And he sent me some footage of Seppi's apartment in 87. Maybe they're having a big party at Seppi's apartment. And, I'm there, and me and Gork are I'm fighting with Gork. Yeah. Basically. Yeah. And Megan's trying to talk me down.
And whose apartment was this? That Seppi's?
Seppi Mays.
Okay.
Yeah, we're at Seppi. I think you might be there.
I might have been there.
And she's, mad dog. She's trying to talk me down. Yeah. And she was always like that. Megan Baltimore from Girl. She's the girl of Girl. Yeah. We'd go to company dinners and she would say, mad dog, why would you order that? She was always trying to. She was a nurturer. Yeah, she was like my life coach or something.
I haven't seen her in 10 years.
I haven't either.
But when I burned my house down,
we'll see her tomorrow.
She saw something about it somewhere, probably on Paula's Instagram, because I was off Instagram at that point. But 2 days later, a box full of shit from Girl and Chocolate showed up.
She sent
socks,
boards to my girls.
Boards, backpacks. I mean, thousands of dollars worth of free shit. Heard about your fire. Hope this helps. And that's just who Megan is.
That's cool.
Unreal.
Yeah.
20 years of Biltwell coming up. 30 years of Girl.
40 years of S&M.
We're about to hit 40.
Fuck. 5 years of our BMX.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, the good thing about that is if you hang in there, it's not going to get any worse.
No.
Nah.
It can only get better.
Nah.
No,
this reminds me of 90, when I was taking over S&M by myself.
Yeah.
It was just.
Hey, whoa. You guys were all doom and gloom about an hour and a half ago.
No, but this conversation.
About the doom and gloom.
But the underlying message, and now it's overt, is hard work is its own best reward. If you just keep doing good shit, it will be rewarding.
Yeah, in one way or another.
I have a caveat of people is there are people that do okay, and I do okay, and it's not, but from your guys' perspective of 250,000 bikes and all that world and all that shit, you guys have a different point of view.
Well,
on what good is.
Yeah.
I was using that to add context to the dilemma.
It's
the context that I was trying to the dilemma is, and the bicycle, not just BMX, it's the bike industry. Yeah, the bike industry got its tits smoked too during COVID. It had a giant spike where Specialized doubled, and they put $1.5 billion in the bank, and now they're on prepayment terms with their factories in Taiwan because it's dried up so much. It's
now imports are 50%.
Yeah.
From last year, 1 year. I just read the TBD the other day, 50%.
I know.
And that's every category.
I know.
50% more
down,
than it was.
Down.
Oh,
down.
Wow.
Yeah. All categories combined. That goes from, balance bikes to 29-inch.
Toilet paper.
50%.
Yeah. Balance bikes to e-bikes.
So I don't know what assembly plants are probably making e-bikes.
Barely. All the e-bike places have shifted to where the motors are made, and that's Vietnam and Indonesia.
Interesting.
Yeah, because these are grim times for the bicycle industry at large.
Yeah, and it's a weird time. You have the COVID just fuck shit up. You know, because it would have stayed on its silly little course. If that course was down, it would have stayed. Without COVID, it wouldn't have been like this.
The problem,
but it would have been better in a way because everything you've described a couple different times is exactly spot on. People sold everything, ordered like crazy. It didn't show up on time. Then it showed up. Then you couldn't give it away. Now you're sitting on it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's scary.
And business in general is just like a human body. It's easy and fun to get fat. You're eating, you're drinking,
Yeah.
you're just having a good time. You're
And
getting fat.
it happens.
When you gotta slim back down, the business is the same way. It's hard as hell to slim back down.
Yeah.
Getting fat, hiring people, getting riders. I mean, that's fun.
That's easy.
Right? Making ads, videos,
Being lean is
projects,
hard.
new products, R&D, all this stuff is fun. But then when you got to go on a diet, that's no fun.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of how it is. That's the cycle.
Who's the best rider you've ever worked for or worked with, and the worst rider you've ever worked with?
I love this question. You gave me a similar question, except you left out the best rider you ever worked with me.
Yeah. I only want to hear the worst, but you just got to give him the best option.
No, I love I love the question. And my answer surprised you, remember?
Who was it?
My least favorite rider to work with.
Yeah.
I have to repeat it now.
Well,
you can just say it while he's
I
thinking.
didn't hear it. No,
he's thinking.
Sean Mack.
Sean Mack, yeah.
And that surprised
That's a depressing one. It was a depressing one because I know because it's personal for you.
Well,
maybe
maybe it was at the time. I don't think
I think when we talked, it was
anymore.
personal.
But I love the dude.
Yeah.
And he was a ripper, but he was just a pain in the ass. But
yeah.
We're going to give Mcgoo a minute to think about this. I think I know the answer. I think
it could be Gary Ellis.
Nah,
it could be anywhere from Gary Ellis to Dave Mira.
No.
I don't think he's going to say that.
I won't say those kinds of guys. Although Gary Ellis, I don't have many personal heroes, but he's one of them because he functioned at a high level on his own terms and always agreed to play by the rules, even when he thought those rules put him at a disadvantage. And then when he had nothing left to do and nothing left to say, he went to the NBL Grands, won 3 mains in a row, and pieced out.
I saw him 2 weeks ago.
And that's...
he is doing great.
He's doing great.
He doesn't have any desire whatsoever to be part of any of this that's going on.
I saw Gary.
I love it though.
I love Gary. And that was, that nobody in BMX from any side of the sports spectrum can say that. They always cling. They always claw. They always try to milk it.
Not the best.
The best of the best. No, the best of the best. But Stu is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, but Stu's still pretty goddamn good.
I know he is. I know. Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
No,
you.
I know.
This same event.
I know. No, I know.
I don't think on my best day I could beat Stu Thompson around a BMX.
No, and Stu was retired.
And what is he, 70?
Pushing. He's born in 58.
It's unreal.
He's born in 58.
Yeah.
Stu's awesome. So I saw him at the Temecula Pump Track grand opening, and we shot the shit for 2 hours.
Gary Ellis looks like he's been running triathlons.
Gary Ellis was not the easiest one I worked with, but the most impressive. So Google him, kids. He's the real deal.
He's the GOAT.
Yeah.
10 championships.
God.
10 championships.
Best and worst. Favorite, least favorite.
Yeah,
favorite,
he was just the one that I'm the most in awe of as a human.
Making $150,000 from GT.
Oh, Christ, he was making more than that.
Let me tell you,
I'll get the numbers wrong. So these numbers will be close, and they will hold places in something that will make sense. It was my job to talk to Greg Hill, because he was riding for Robinson at the time, and to talk to Gary, who was riding for GT at the time, about their new contracts, probably 87 or 88. And I did so. And Rich and I decided we were going to pitch one of 2 kinds of bonus structures for our racers. One was going to be X, Y, and Z for first, second, and third at covered nationals, ones that got any coverage at all.
Yeah.
And then, A, B, and C, much half X, half Y, and half Z for non-covered nationals. You with me so far?
No, you kind of lost me.
If it was a race had media coverage, you were going to get 1,000 for a win, 500 for second, and 250 for third.
And that would motivate the guys to go to, because sometimes guys will
cherry
go
pick
to the easy race.
Yeah. Okay. And then
if you decided
to go to the easy races, it was going to be 250, 150, and 75.
All right.
That we'll just use numbers as those placeholders. The other pitch was, this was my idea, not Rich's. I said, Rich, let's roll the dice. Let's tell a guy, you don't get any contingencies, but if you win the ABA Pro Championship, we'll give you 20. And if you win the NBL Pro Championship, we'll give you 20. And if you win the World Championship, we'll give you 20. And if you win the Nora Cup, we'll give you another 20. And Rich said, I like that. Let's tell any guy that wins all 3, any 3, that we'll give him 100.
Ooh.
And I said, okay. And Greg, not surprisingly, said, I'll take every race. Gary Ellis said, I'll take plan B. And he won, and that year he won NBL, NBA, Nora Cup, and the World Championship. We gave him $100,000. ABA, NBL, right. World Championship, and the Nora Cup. He swept it that year.
Wow. What does he have to go to Chile?
That's something stupid. Yeah.
Wow.
But that's badass.
I always wondered why he went to that race. I always wondered why he even went to that race.
Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why he's respectable.
When Rich cut that check, was he ecstatic about it?
He should have been. He should have been. Probably not.
He was probably pissed.
Yeah. But that's a badass.
I feel like Rich was always pissed when he had to cut a check.
Yeah, always pissed. Yeah. All right. The best rider I ever worked with from a understanding the game, being concerned about his level of professionalism, but not compromising his street core integrity or whatever that means, was probably Dennis McCoy.
I knew it.
Is that a bad choice? Is that a bad? No.
I just would say the same thing if I were you.
Dennis McCoy. Yeah. I've worked with them all.
Yeah.
You know who the first rider I fired was?
I know this already.
It's in
via my research. I know.
Okay.
It's in the
list. Bob Harrell, which is insane.
Isn't it crazy?
But it's probably fired him from Max.
I did. Yeah, well, because he was riding Max leathers, but starting Haro pants.
And why did the Johnsons want to fire him? He just made too much money.
They said no. They said, why are we paying him to wear our pants and he's paying Greg Hill to wear his pants at the ABA Grants?
It's so confusing.
So I said, Bob, we met in 1981. It's 1982.
Are you doing it on the phone?
I was on the phone with him. I said, listen, I'm not going to send you your check for November and December. You can wear any pants you want. And he said, what do you mean? I'm still in your pants. I said, yeah, you're not doing anything right now. And a month ago, Greg was wearing your pants at the Grants. Yeah. So he said, I get it. You know, he wasn't expecting that check forever, but it's like, wow.
I love McCoy as your favorite guy to work with. I would pick the same one. If I were you, from what I know about what you've done,
he was a pro. He was a pro.
Yeah.
He was a pro.
Still is.
Yeah.
Now, what about your least favorite? Because I like this one even more.
Yeah. You know it? You think you got a guess?
Write it down.
You know what?
We can text it to him.
Okay,
text it to him.
I'll tell you. I don't have a phone. I'll tell you. You got to give me a pen or something, or give me your phone. I'm going to write it down. I think I know who it is already. But
least favorite, huh?
Yeah, you got to think about it, man. Think about all.
I'm trying to think
of the different places that you've been too.
I'm trying to think of my least favorite one that I've worked with over the years now.
Yeah.
There's not really.
My definition of least favorite is going to be based on the fact that he didn't live up to his potential. I mean, I'm thinking of a guy who had so much charisma and so much talent, so much marketable style, but so little personal focus.
Now I know
so little personal focus that he just couldn't capitalize on it. Yeah.
Hold on, we'll
give
them all. Yeah, we'll give.
I'm going with the second guess here, because I think I know what you're going to say.
But this isn't. He wasn't my least favorite to work with. He was the one that I thought delivered the least on his incredible outsized potential. If he had just listened to a little bit of leadership and if he took a little bit of leadership and management and encouragement, he could have gone far greater places.
And that is
Corey Nastasio.
Oh shit! He rides for us. Come on.
He had Greg Hill and Mike Miranda.
Oh no, Miranda was no.
I went with Greg Hill just because back in the day when Greg, like the snake belly deal.
Yeah. Oh, that was.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's right. That's the kind of stuff I'm referring to. That Corey's career opportunities were tainted by a not giving a fuck mentality.
Yeah.
And Greg's were tainted by.
And then when you were talking about not realizing their full potential, I started thinking about Miranda maybe with your CW days, but
no, Miranda, Miranda was. He's hard.
Corey though.
So when
Corey was so,
but he's still going.
I know he is, but
it feels like he's more driven now. It's like the wisdom that he has gained in the last 10 years.
Yeah, but this isn't when this.
Oh yeah,
he was in a place. He was in
so good.
He was in a place where
the Road Fools is so good.
I mean, that.
Because you spent a lot of time with him at Huffy.
95 to
Huffy.
99, 95
we didn't even talk about Huffy.
90, yeah, we can. 95 to 90. 95 to 2002.
Yeah, why not, man?
95.
No, I'm not even mad.
There's only going to be one. 97.
More beers in the fridge.
There
96, 97 to 2002. Those were the years that were going to decide whether you were a thousandaire or a millionaire on a BMX bike. And he was in that conversation. Do you think ESPN wanted to show Corey Nastasio was the guy? Corey was the guy that they wanted to show winning dirt because he was dog, all about it. Being, he would have been, he's telegenic. And it's like, fuck, just buckle down for 5 years.
When we put him on S&M, that was the most I'd ever paid a rider. To this day, it's the most I've ever paid a rider monthly.
Yeah.
Was Nasty.
Yeah.
For 2 years.
Yeah.
And it was, I was a huge fan,
I am too.
And he was just a shredder, but it was mainly based on the fact that he was going to have the TV show and he was going to be the deer deck. Of BMX, I thought.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
But it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
But it could have happened.
And and while he and I were thinking that he was going to be the deer deck of BMX, it would have been insane. But I loved him. I sat in the bus with him for 11 days. And he's a Florida hillbilly. And there's so much simpatico. And I just don't think he ever got told, hey, if you do 10% of whatever Mcgoo tells you, it might change your fortunes. He never did, and he never cared. His attitude was always, fuck it. I came from a trailer in Loxahatchee, and he said this. I came from a trailer in Loxahatchee, and I can move back to a trailer in Loxahatchee.
But I guarantee you, he learned a lot from you.
I hope so, because I loved him.
And he put a lot of what you taught him into use eventually.
Good.
And he is currently, he's selling real estate.
Good.
He's doing great.
Dude, he posted a story today about a jam. A jam that he's going to hold at a park next
I love Corey. I love Corey.
Yeah.
So he wasn't the worst guy I worked with. He was the guy that didn't deliver on what I thought was, again, you're right. The deer deck of BMX is
That's
perfect.
What I thought.
And that's,
he's such a polarizing person that you just like, the Hoder, the moon. It's like the same type of thing where
Here's
he's
what
like, he's got his own gravity that pulls people in.
When he showed up in Southern California, in the mini truck, right, with the crazy style, and he came to Sheep, and a bunch of white punk rockers, right, HB House guys, myself included, Balls, all these guys. He shows up, and nobody could have rubbed everybody the wrong way
harder than he did
anymore.
Yeah.
Instead of fighting with us and, taking offense, he just found out where we lived and showed up at our house, maybe the same night with some beers or something.
Yeah.
And we were like, this
kid's
dude's
all right.
crazy.
Yeah.
And his pants are falling off.
Yeah.
And I couldn't be any further from our scene.
No.
But we loved him.
Me too.
He can endear himself to anybody. And then he'll arm wrestle you.
Yeah, he's charismatic. I love him. I love him.
Absolutely.
You can't dislike him.
No.
Well, maybe Batters at Vans dislikes him.
What did he do to Batters?
Well, no, Corey got dropped, and instead of just going away gracefully,
talked shit about it.
Oh, he went bananas.
Oh, well,
it's a bad.
You know what?
But he speaks his mind.
He speaks his mind. Batters. I don't.
It wasn't a great look.
Batters.
I'm not saying that Corey handled it perfectly, but I also
he handled it terribly.
I feel like Van shouldn't even drop somebody like him. You're on the team for fucking 20 years.
Yeah, but when you get dropped nowadays, it's so hard to get any kind of deal. I'm different. I'll badmouth people because I make my own money and always have.
Yeah.
But if I were a pro rider, you just can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
No.
You got to go gracefully, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything.
That's that.
That's
that self-sabotaging stuff I was talking about.
Well, you nailed it.
Self-sabotaging.
The stories that he had, like when we did the podcast with him, and I flat out asked him, I was like, "What was your best year?" And
you mean financially?
Financially. And he's, this is going back to what you said. Like, I feel like he was like $150,000 or something like that. And I was like, I feel like it would have been more. And I feel like he wouldn't even have known at that point. He wouldn't have known how much he truly made because he had the manager and he was so fucking 1,000 miles an hour that whatever he made is just what he saw in his account, possibly, or what he knew
back
about.
In those days when Corey was like at the height of his earning.
Yeah.
my girlfriend at the time was she managed a strip club, and she used to call me anytime somebody in my world was
at her club.
Right. So she would tell me.
Is that the sandwich one we used to eat sandwiches at down the street from S&M?
She managed
Is
the
that
bar.
the one that pissed in your hands?
No,
that was on Road Falls.
That was
on
my
Road Falls.
that was my
Yeah.
tag's
Crandall's, yeah.
girlfriend.
My tag's girlfriend.
That was Red.
Yeah, Red.
No,
we hit it off.
My girlfriend at the time was a bartender, and then she managed a strip club.
But at which strip club?
California Girls.
Oh, yeah.
On
Okay.
Harbor.
Yeah.
She worked at some other ones through the years.
But you and I went there.
She would call me, and she would always give me intel on what was going on. And sometimes it was really helpful. Like my shop manager, who ran the manufacturing at S&M, he's since OD'd and died. But she'd call me and say, hey, your boy was here, till 2 something. Then he left, took one of the dancers home.
Oh boy.
Now he's opening the shop at 5:30. We used to open at 5:30.
Yeah.
Because we did 2 shifts, 5:32, 2 to 12 or whatever. So she'd say, yeah, your boy was here till 2. And then he left with one of the girls. I said, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So then I'd see him the next day and I'd go, oh yeah, where were you last night? And then he would always bullshit me. And I'd say, So
get much sleep, did you?
I had the intel, right? But the intel that I would get from her sometimes was unbelievable. And one time it was, hey, your couple of your boys are over here. It was Nasty and Stephen Murray.
Oh yeah.
Oh, boy.
I need to read Stephen Murray's
Corey.
book.
She said a Corey and a Stephen are over here. I said, oh my God, what are they like? I can only imagine what's going on over there. And she would tell me the details. Those dudes were spending a lot of money.
They were spending a lot of money.
All I can say is that they were spending whatever they were 150, 200K, whatever it was. They spent it all.
There was
every dime of it.
The Inland Empire, news travels quick in the Inland Empire. And when he became an Inland Empire habitee, he was hanging out with, who's the drummer from Blink 180 Corn Biscuit? What's the name of that? That fucking shitty
Corn Biscuit 182.
Blink
Corn Biscuit 182.
Blink 182. Travis Barker.
Yeah.
He was hanging out with
Travis
Travis Barker had a place in the Corona Hills, and they were hanging out there. That whole crew, that whole Fruit Loop troupe of him and Pinter and Steven and all these guys. Yeah. And there was rumors of a lot of blow, and Corey was banging. So there's a place off the 15 South called, it's like Farmer John's or some shit. It's a hillbilly horse shit destination for burgers and furniture and stuff. It's dumb. It's a tourist trap.
Burgers and furniture.
It's a tourist trap.
I thought you were going to say tropical.
No, it's like a Cracker Barrel. It's like a Cracker Barrel. It sells rocking chairs and hamburgers. Anyway, the dude's wife was a hot MILF, and her hobby was just spending her husband's money and banging local BMX celebrities.
Wow.
And Corey was, doing her in a jacuzzi. So we had to hear about all this horse shit. And then so fast forward 9 months, and I heard this one is my favorite Corey story. So Corey walks into Club 215 in Colton or somewhere, near
another
San
15,
Berdue.
15 joint.
San Berdue Titty Bar. And he walks in, being Corey, shirt off.
Yeah.
Dog. Guy said, yo, dude, are you Corey Nastasio? And he goes, fuck yeah. And he punched him in the face and said, stop fucking my wife.
Oh, man.
That's Corey Nastasio living the dream.
No, that's nasty.
That's nasty. Yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. That's just Corey Nastasio, real estate agent.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
I love him.
We need to do a nasty 2.0.
Go big and buy a home.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I've been pitching that tagline forever. No one will take me up on it.
Yeah.
Go big and buy a home.
I think you have to go big to buy a home these days.
Do.
Yeah.
You
really do.
So.
Well, good for him. Where does he live now?
He's in Oceanside.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's down
still
here.
with my wife's schoolmate.
The Victoria's Secret.
I thought the one from the TV show that did the numbers.
Is he still with her?
Yeah.
She's awesome.
I think she's the one that's like got into the
holding
real
it
estate
together?
and then brought him in. Yeah.
She went to
She's
high
the
school.
glue that's holding that thing together.
My wife will be happy to hear that, because
she's great.
That girl's teenage past was nearly as dark as Corey's 20.
That's probably why they were.
Really?
Yeah.
I find that seems weird to me.
Well, it seems hard. I mean, Corey's past
Yeah.
Corey's life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
he's been through some stuff.
He's been through some stuff.
He's doing great, and his son is doing great.
Good deal.
He's playing football.
Oh, good deal.
I mean, I just lived vicariously through Instagram with his family, but I mean, his son is just, I mean, it looks like his kid's going to be in the NFL or something.
The kid looks like a fucking weapon.
Good deal.
Like, literally does. Yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah, like just catching. Like,
is Corey still super fit?
Oh,
yeah.
And he rides for Fit,
Yeah.
and he's doing great.
Yeah.
He came out to Colorado 2 years in a row.
What, Metal Eagle?
Both.
Metal,
he's
you
got
can pick up a Metal
bike.
Eagle from
He has a bike called Metal Eagle?
fitbike.com. You can use the code.
What is the code? What is the discount code? What is the discount
I
code?
don't have one.
I don't know either.
We're trying to plug it, man.
You can use the code Unclicked
go to your
versus
local
Mcgoo
dealer.
20.
We'll come up with one.
Go
Come
to
on.
your local dealer.
Go to your local-
Otherwise, they're going to get real mad at you.
Go to your local dealer.
Yeah, go to your local dealer.
You can go to the local dealer and use the code
Use the
Muller
code.
2020.
Please sell me something.
What didn't we touch on? Things like we've touched on everything.
Huffy was the only thing.
Huffy. So during Road Fools 4, obviously, I think Huffy. Corey's on a Huffy at that point.
My replacement.
Were you the TM?
No, there were several Mcgoo replacements at Mongoose after Bob gave me the boot.
Yeah.
One of them was a guy named Rich Vidiello.
Rich
Vidiello was a useful tool, but he wasn't the sharpest tool in that shed.
Yeah.
And he was a tool.
Yeah. But Rich, God love him, said, hey, I can't do this Huffy thing that's landed in my lap without you. So I want you and Bill to come on and make me look good, because they hired him on the strength of what they had seen Mongoose doing.
Mm-hmm.
And the years that Huffy were looking at were mine. They weren't looking at Rich's years at Huffy. They were looking at mine.
You know who's back on Huffy?
Who?
This is going to blow your mind. We already touched on him.
Danishek?
Stu Thompson
What?
is back on Huffy.
Really?
Wait, Huffy is a brand?
Huffy's back. They sponsored the Frogtown event.
Okay.
Shit, I
And
need
Stu
to
is Huffy's
add
rider.
Huffy 2024 Our
That's
BMX.
Crazy.
Isn't that just
That's insane.
insanity?
Wow.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Rich Vidiello bang your ex-wife?
He did. Before I knew her. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, before you. I thought it was
Yeah.
after you got
No,
divorced.
well, he
And
might have been
after.
after. Yeah, we were
Yeah.
only together 23 months. Yeah, he might have gotten rid of her. I mean, he might have after I got rid of her. He might
when
have done that.
Mcgoo got married, we weren't allowed to come to his house anymore.
Well,
For a
she was
little bit.
She was
For
a
a
cunt.
little bit.
She was a cunt. Yeah.
C word, the first C word ever dropped on the
Oh, sorry.
podcast.
Oh,
At least it's 5 hours in.
Yeah, well, hey, he means it in the Australian.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He means it in the Australian
Just like,
sense, as in like a loyal friend.
Yeah.
A very loyal friend.
Yeah, exactly.
That sticks with you through thick and thin.
Yes.
You
Oh,
sick cunt.
exactly.
Not like the blood sucking fuck your coworkers. Cunt.
Yeah.
He means like sick cunt.
Yeah. That's it.
Is there any? I mean, I think the only
Huffy
other,
was fun, but
Outstanding in his field
we
is one
learned-
of my favorites. I mean, it's one of my favorites, man.
outstanding in his field. Why
Corey
do I know that?
Nastasio with a shovel just at the trails.
yeah.
And the tagline on the print ad is outstanding in his field.
Yeah, Corey
It's a
Nastasio.
dad
He was on
joke.
Dirt Track. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's totally a dad
Yeah.
joke, but I loved it.
It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say this about Huffy. The big takeaway from the 6 or 7 years we worked with Huffy was simply this. I learned, and this is sad to admit, that in the early 2000s, I learned that big box retailers, all they give a shit about is what are our what are our dollar turns per square foot.
Mhm.
Big boxes can survive nicely at the time that I learned this on about $250 retail turn per square foot.
Oh wow, I see what you're saying. Like so, literally
Every square
upward,
foot
upward
has
and
to make
everything.
me, every square
Yeah.
foot of this building has to make us $250 to sustain this business. The bicycle's problem
the big square
is that
footage.
it's 2 foot wide and 5 foot long.
Yeah.
That's 10 square feet. And a bicycle at the time sold for $175.
Probably sells for less now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that I thought, oh yeah, he says that's why bicycles are doomed everywhere. You can't, they're doomed at IBDs because nobody has $3,000 for an electric bicycle, and they're doomed at
Outside of
mass.
San Clemente.
Because I said,
True.
doomed at mass because when summer rolls around, you can put $20 beach towels in a square foot, and you can sell 1,000 $20 beach towels in 1 square foot, you know? And that's what I learned at Huffy. And I said, what's going to fix it? And he said, nothing. Big box is just going to be one more place where where bicycles go away. And that has happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. I hate thinking of business like that.
It's so nuts.
It's just there's no soul.
I know.
It really is.
But
yeah.
There's no soul to just stack in some product in your 5x5 foot, footprint.
Right. No.
To have maximum turn.
Right. But
I don't even want to get out of bed to go there.
I know, but that's how retail juggernauts survive. That's how retail juggernauts, that's the economics of their business model, you know?
So that doesn't look good for the bike business.
Doesn't look good for anything.
Big box store.
It just seems like a brutal world.
It is a brutal world.
Hyper shouldn't have pulled out. Hyper shouldn't have pulled out.
From us, no, but they're back.
Hyper should have doubled down. Hyper should have doubled down and tried to shift that narrative.
They own the nitro scene.
Yeah.
I mean, look at every single dude looks like looks like the buff guy with the tattoos.
Yeah.
Barry or what's his name?
Nastasio.
No. There's another guy, but they all look the same.
Barry Nobles?
Macho Man Randy
Savage. They all stole Barry Noble's
kind of
vibe,
stick.
Right?
I guess, yeah.
Isn't his ex-wife the announcer?
Barry Noble's ex-wife, the Australian girl, is an announcer for Nitro Circus.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she Carolina or something?
Carolina
Buchanan.
Yeah.
She does. It's like I've seen her on the mic doing those events. Anyway,
her writing
they
days might
own
be
that.
over.
Hyper owns that scene.
Yeah.
And is Barry aligned with Hyper?
No.
But just everybody copied his
there's definitely an appearance.
Shtick, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they're all ripping and doing their thing.
Yeah.
And they own that. So, I mean, regardless, like whatever scene it is, if you own it, that's something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's our cup of tea.
Yeah.
They're owning a scene.
I know. Full props.
Pretty badass.
I gave him full props. I said, man, Clay Goldsmith, a guy whose name we couldn't remember.
Right.
And that's going to stick in his craw because 2 dudes, I sold him something and Mueller raced against him. And neither of us can remember his name.
For the record, I deal with Shane. I remembered Shane's name, and Mueller told me to not say it.
He's a good guy.
I'm telling you,
he's a good guy.
Clay, I apologize. Please don't drop.
I didn't tell you not to say.
Clay,
you said don't tell me. I know you could look up the guy's name.
Oh, no,
but
I got it.
Clay did things.
He's a good dude. I like
Clay did things with SNAFU in 6 months that I couldn't do in 25 years of trying. So I was happy that it found a home. I don't even care that it's in Walmart where they measure success by how many hundreds of dollars you do per square foot. I don't care. I haven't cared about any of it.
That's their thing.
All I've ever cared about
is looking forward
and having fun. Yeah. And I know that sounds selfish and self-serving, but I've given back a lot in the meantime. You know, I don't feel bad.
83 in 1983, we're in 2003, so 50 years.
Yeah.
40 years.
40 years.
Math is off.
40 years.
I mean, you haven't been BMX in the last 10 years, so 30 years solid of insane contributions. Like industry, when I started the podcast, I said industry icon.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no higher than you two currently. So
here's what I like about it. Because I love the vintage riding.
Yeah.
So like this Frogtown thing 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
I want to go to the next one.
I wanted to go, but I was in Taiwan.
Yeah. Well, I love the riding of the bikes.
Yeah.
But I don't, the Pattersons have a big party 3 years in a row.
Do they?
That's what I hear.
I wouldn't go to that.
I've never been invited. I don't go.
Yeah.
Right. Then they have like a big party at the event. I've always missed that too.
Yeah.
I'm just camping with my boys.
Yeah.
Having a fire, drinking beers.
Yeah.
I don't give 2 shits.
Right.
About sitting around with, Vance, Patterson.
No, because it's
these guys.
always
I respect these guys.
But it's
I'm not
always
living
good
in the past. And you never have either.
Ever.
It's the high school football touchdown.
And I've always felt like BMX and BMXers were better than that. Harkening back to what you did in '79 seems bananas to me.
Yeah.
No, you've never done it. So from reinventing the freestyle demo with the CW team all the way up until, Biltwell and doing the chopper stuff, you're always on the cutting edge and doing something new. And as soon as it's something, you've kind of moved on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Which
that's
is
okay because
really
that's
cool.
That's
you
what
brought a lot of fun and it brought a lot of cool shit and a lot
Yeah.
of shit that people don't even realize, you know?
Yeah,
Like, and
well-
you know, hands in starting fit with Moeller. Like, I
Yeah.
had no idea. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, even S&M, I'm sure
Yeah.
back in the
we
day,
did some stuff.
I probably
Yeah.
ran ideas by.
Constantly. Yeah, Moeller
I was
and
always yapping when I was younger.
Moeller and I, because Moeller's a sponge,
yeah.
Yeah.
and I was a loudmouth, and that's a perfect mix. You know,
Yeah.
and I know
Yeah.
I've been turning people on to the virtues and the difficulties of Taiwan for 40 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the people who understood it thrived, and the people who can't get their head wrapped around it got shot off the back. You know,
Yeah.
it's not easy.
Yeah.
And I've told everybody that this will be hard. It will require your time and you will be frustrated, but it can help your business. And that's all I ever tried to do too.
Yeah.
For Sherry's benefit and for the benefit of the Americans who listened.
Yeah,
you know?
no, it's a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass.
It was no way around it.
No
if
way
you were
around it.
trying to do a bike brand.
No way around it. And Sherry,
You know.
God love her. And this shit has moved on. There are $5,000 carbon fiber e-bikes being assembled in Indonesia and Vietnam today.
Yeah.
Taiwan is the pinnacle of high-end bicycle manufacturing, but that's shifted dramatically.
Yeah.
But Sherry, God love her,
It's
still
like
tries.
it's like the new Japan.
Yeah. Taiwan is the new Japan. It wants to make high-tech, expensive shit.
Yeah.
Foxconn is a Taiwan company. They make Apple phones. That says all you need to know.
Yeah.
You know?
What? How do you say hotel in Chinese? Fontian.
Fontian.
So one time we get into a cab and we're into one of Mcgoo says, Jinping is the name we stayed. Place we used to always stay was the Jinping. It says Jinping Fontian. And that guy said, Jinping Fontian. It was about 50 times. I swear to God, you said Jinping Fontian 50 times.
Yeah,
And then that guy just looked at you like you had two heads. And then eventually the guy looks at you and goes, Jinping Fontian?
Yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker. I just said the same thing 50 times.
Yes.
But it,
Yeah. I inflected it incorrectly.
Just a little
Yeah.
bit.
We had Moeller and
it's like,
I.
how is that any
I
different
don't
from
know.
what you just said 50
I don't know.
times?
Sherry was making fun of me. It took 40 years, but she's finally making fun of me for how little Chinese I speak. I said,
Right.
I don't speak any, Sherry. I don't speak any. I don't need to.
No,
You do.
Chingay, well, Pijo.
Yeah, Pijo.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow. Yeah.
I learned the bare essentials.
I bet the
no
bare
matter
essentials.
what country I'm
Beer,
in,
ice
I can
cream,
always
no- yeah.
order a beer. I don't care about ice cream.
Yeah.
I always learned how to
That's
say
my
learn how to say sorry.
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like I gotta
Oh, like
apologize
a
at some
Lo
point.
Siento or
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
right?
Lo
Yeah,
siento.
in Taiwan, in Chinese, it's what is no
she-
problem?
she-
Oh,
she-
Meiwanti,
No, Meiwanti,
no problem.
No Meiwanti.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
But Chingewa Bijo, and then Salai Bijo.
Another?
one. Let's keep
Yeah.
it going. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. What's the other one? So expensive.
Oh yeah.
Sami Tai Chi? No, no.
In Chinese?
Yeah,
In
so- is
Chinese,
it
you
Sami
say it
Tai
like this.
Chi
You
or-
say in Chinese, you say, "Oh, so expensive."
No, what's it?
That's Chinese.
No, that's not. That's racist.
That goes back to good old melee.
Mei-Ling.
Mei-Ling,
Yeah,
yeah.
good
You know who
Mei-Ling.
Mei-Ling is?
It's Fu's daughter.
Fu's adult daughter.
Adult
Yeah, she's
daughter now,
25
yeah,
by
yeah.
now.
But she was a
Yeah.
tiny girl.
3-year-old.
That was
In-
insane.
in a
Yeah.
welding helmet.
And Mcgoo was wiping like dirt on her face.
Yeah.
And
The
we made
helmet
her
was-
take one of her shoes.
Yeah, the helmet was hanging from the ceiling because it was too
Great.
heavy
Too
to put on
heavy.
her
Her
head.
head
Yeah.
couldn't support
Yeah,
it.
and so we
Yeah.
had it hanging from the ceiling. Yeah, it was bananas.
You could we would get canceled.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe
If we did that now,
Yeah.
would we get
maybe.
canceled?
Yeah, as a maybe as a joke. I don't know.
The problem is
I don't
nobody
know.
would get the joke.
My first,
Yeah,
so my
now
first,
it's different.
my
yeah.
first trading agent before Sherry was that guy Leo.
Yeah, Leo.
This guy was unbelievable. Everything it was always the same. It was impossible. Everything was
Impossible.
impossible.
Yeah.
And then it was like, ooh, so expensive. And then
That's
the
where
other one was, oh, upcharge from Mecca.
Upcharge.
Yeah.
Sounds like Taiwan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upcharge for maker.
Upcharge from Maker, impossible, and so expensive.
Are you trying to wrap this up? Do you feel
Yeah,
like
a little
you're?
bit. I kind of have to pee more than anything. So if you
I've
guys
had to
want-
pee for 3 hours.
Yes, me too.
And I have
Yeah,
a 62-year-old prostate.
mine's
So no sympathy here. Go pee.
so expensive.
What do you want me and Mulder to do?
When
You guys-
Fudger's
you guys
Fudger's
can talk
gone,
about-
we'll just talk shit about
You feel
Fudger.
I would.
We'll just talk about how fucked Fudger is. He really is fucked.
Man, he's fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
Wow, this is beautiful. They steal that off Brad's desk?
I don't know. Man. This is a whole different vibe, you know. Hopefully somebody tunes in and wants to listen to this shit, but
they listen to yours for 3.5 hours.
I guess normally they're like breaking down.
I'm afraid
somebody's how their foot is on the pedal when they do the overtooth. It's a different deal.
I have a feeling this is going to be the smallest audience he's ever had, but the most engaged. I think there's going to be 50 Crandalls that watch this, and nobody else is going to give a shit.
Yeah, probably. Shout out to Crandall.
I texted him yesterday. He gives me the quarterly, how you doing, buddy? And he's on a bicycle adventure. Yeah. We talked about Taj's bicycle adventure. That one's pretty impressive.
Crandall's one of those guys that has got his shit together, but it's become apparent that to deal with the shit that he was dealing with before, he surely couldn't be sober.
You had to be drunk to deal with FBM in those days?
I think he had to be.
Yeah.
Probably.
He's sober now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But he doesn't hang out really.
No. He's always been kind of reclusive.
Yeah, but he would get lubed up and then would be in the middle of it all.
That's funny because I've always looked at alcohol as it magnifies your essence. So if you were reclusive and you were a drunk, you'd be a self-loathing, reclusive drunk. Right. Like for me, I want to get it on and have fun. So when I'm drunk, I get it on and have fun.
There's
there's a tipping point with your drinking.
Where it's blackout drunk.
Well, no, you get into when you had the giant bed.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear about the giant bed? At some point, Mcgoo had about a 6 foot tall bed.
It was really awesome.
You got it custom made.
Yeah, custom made cabinet bed.
It looked like something out of like a cartoon.
It was awesome.
He's in a giant bed. And one time I was at your house. And they came downstairs. I said, Chris, we need you up there. You know, Mcgoo's having a problem. we need you up in his room.
Did I have a meltdown on the weed or something?
Full emotional meltdown.
Was it on the weed or the booze?
Maybe a little bit of both. I don't know. But anyway, I got up to your room and you were up in the 6 foot tall bed. So you can stand next to his bed and it's here.
The mattress is
but he's in the bed.
What's underneath the bed?
Oh, cabinetry. There's 210 cubic feet of storage space.
But he's weeping. He's weeping.
Yeah. Uncontrollably.
He's weeping. And then when I come into the room, you're saying, I know what you said.
I was blackout drunk.
I know what you said. You said, who's the fat, loud guy? Who's the fat, loud guy? I'm the fat, loud guy. I am the fat, loud guy. And you just kept,
so
louder.
It magnifies your essence.
The fat, loud guy. And I would say, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Harold. And then Kim and Boyle, we were trying to tuck you in.
Party's over.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, our party hadn't barely even started.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
No, we'd be going for a while after that.
Okay, good.
But we had to tuck you in.
I want to make sure everybody had a good time. Yeah.
It's your house. It was your house. But we had to tuck you in. That house was amazing. How about what's his name? Hart?
Carey Hart.
In your garage?
Yeah, I had
Mcgoo kicked Carey Hart kicked him out of his house.
Yeah. It rocked Scott Town's world to such an extent.
Remember the flip?
Yeah.
Scott Town made a zine about it.
He was like famous, absolutely famous.
He's married to Pink.
Yeah, married Pink.
He's
kicked him out.
No,
get the fuck out.
Because I was a housewarming party. I had 85 people at my house. We had indoor high stakes gambling. We were throwing a big party. It was a good time, you know?
Yeah.
And I go into my brand new garage with its insulated garage door, all of these refurbs I was so proud of. And it said, Mcgoo is a motherfucker with a Sharpie. And it said, Sully eats pussy. Sully was my roommate and friend. And he drew a picture of a hairy box. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And somebody, I think that motocross guy did it. I think Carey Hart did that. I said, what the fuck, Carey Hart? So I ran around my house and I found Carey Hart. He was in socks, barefoot, because he didn't want to ruin the new carpet or something. I didn't ask anybody to take their shoes off, but I had polished mahogany staircase and I dragged him by his hoodie with his dick in his hand out of my bathroom to the top of the stairs. And everybody in the house is like playing black track and they hear me, you backflipping motherfucker, Vegas honey boy faggot, get the
the fuck out of my house. And I'm dragging him by his hoodie. And he's like, fuck, wait, I can explain. Fuck you. You can't explain shit. And I booted him down the stairs in his sock feet. And he almost snapped his fucking neck. And he flew to the bottom, landed at the base of the stairs. My bouncer picked it up and said, you should go. And he took him outside. And then Carey, no, you don't get a dog. You don't get it. I know, Mcgoo. We're cool. We're good. He goes, no, dude. I saw what he did. He threw you out of his fucking house.
Yeah, he's not going to take it back.
Go home. And Carey jumped in his monster truck and disappeared. I didn't see him for like 3 years. And then I saw him again and I walked up to him and he thought I was going to punch him or something. It's like, no, it's over, Carey. It's fine. But yeah, that was bananas. That just sucked all the oxygen. Are you back flipping faggot Vegas honey boy? What the? I just lost it. Man. I lost it. Yeah.
I threw shit.
Good parties.
Remember the time we came up on the car that flipped and the guy was
that was a good party. That was a good party. So we went to a weird
it was a CFB.
That's right. It was a CFB event in the middle of it was Arizona.
Is it
Arizona?
Denver?
It was the one in Arizona at that shitty skate park.
No, it was in Texas.
It
was at the Dead Skateboarders Park. Jeff Phillips.
Jeff Phillips Kim wasn't on that trip with us.
In Dallas.
We were in Kim's car on that adventure, and he drove us to the Phoenix event where you, me, Crandall, we sat on the deck. We made fun of posers.
Okay.
Yeah, Kim was the driver. You and I were the passengers, and we're going home at midnight on a Sunday after a 3-day freestyle fun fest, and we see a car start swapping, and we said, whoa, this is going to get, goddamn. And that car went ass over tea kettle at 70 miles an hour to 0 in a ditch in the middle of fucking nowhere.
In the middle of the night.
Middle of nowhere.
I'm trying to just blow by it.
Yeah.
He won't let it go.
Of course.
We're pulling in.
Yeah, we got to stop.
I said, let's go. Let's go.
As if you did something wrong?
No.
He just wants to help.
But you.
What's funny is,
stay on
and then
schedule.
on the scene, I just want to get home. On scene, on site.
But once it happens.
So we get there, and we're 3 to 5 minutes before the next trucker comes up behind us, somebody that can truly handle his business. You can get on a CB, shit could happen, you know? Yeah. But in the meantime, there's a wife, 2 children, a husband
who's trapped under the car.
And the husband was sleeping in the back. It was a little mini Bronco. He was sleeping in the back. She got dozy, swappy, tossed out. He hit against the window in the inside of the car with such force that the window popped out and the car landed on top of him. So we see this dude sticking out of the car with his face in the dirt saying, I'm hurt.
He can't say. He's not talking.
Okay, she was saying shit.
He's paralyzed.
Yeah, he's fucked. The baby, the tiny baby is in her baby seat hanging upside down in the car that's got her dad pinned to the ground. No, it was reasonably calm. But Mulder, I need a wrench. I need a pocket knife. Give me a pocket knife. Got something with a serrated blade. I'm going to extract the baby. I'm going. Yeah,
I went into shock.
He went into shock mode. I'm going to extract the baby. I'm cutting this, and he's narrating this. I'm cutting the seatbelt. The baby is in my arms. Tell the mother the baby is in my arms. I'm lower. Yeah, it was insane.
It was out of body.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
He was, it was nuts. It was emergency. Yeah.
And it was crazy.
And we got back in that truck at 1 a.m. on a Sunday and was like, what the fuck?
Covered in blood. Baby blood.
But yeah, it was bananas. Yeah.
There was a baby shoe in the car, and I was convinced it had a foot in it. It's always like,
I don't want to touch
I've
it.
located the shoe. Yeah. I believe it has the baby's foot.
The mom was just sitting on the tailgate of the next guy to pull up and, is he going to be okay? Everything's going to be fine, ma'am. Our friend has your baby. Your son is standing next to you. Your husband, we're getting him out. Yeah. I mean, he was fucked. Yeah. It was crazy. We had good times.
Bronco.
Good times.
God damn.
Good times.
Good times.
Unbelievable.
Is everybody that's been on a podcast?
No, honestly not. There's been like 80 of them.
Okay.
So we started shooting Polaroids at some point.
That's fun.
You've never had Vic on.
No.
You still have
because he doesn't live here. He lives in Nashville. I hit him up about it occasionally. He's just not here.
He's still a career BMXer, right? Doesn't he do demos?
In like Africa.
Vic?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still riding the bike.
Jesus.
He's getting paid.
Yeah.
He's 55 years old.
Yeah,
but
he doesn't age. He doesn't age.
Yeah.
He looks exactly the same. Like,
I went to his wedding in Vegas. It's just
that's wild.
Blows my mind.
I literally have a
October. I rode with them one time, and it was one of the coolest sessions I ever had. I mean, we just rode around the town, never stopped.
Look, This is
And
him.
just
This is
hit-
him like a month ago.
Yeah, no,
What?
he's unreal. Yeah, look at him.
Oh my.
Ageless.
Wow.
He's on that bike.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you know,
So Shad Johnson recreated it may be mostly the bike.
yeah, no, Shad made this. It's a Skyway TA.
Yeah,
with
but
a sticker pack on it, but it's the Dirt Brothers bike.
it's not. Is it not the actual frame or no?
I don't know, but it's just.
Yeah.
I mean,
Either way, but Vic doesn't fucking age. Look at him.
No,
he
he's
looks
unreal.
exactly the same.
yeah,
That's
he's
He posted.
unreal.
He posted
Well,
a
good
photo
for him.
doing a tabletop over a box.
Look at that
jump.
high and tight
Wow.
haircut. Look at this. Wow.
The audio on this video is fucking horrible. Shad,
Yeah.
just don't ever do it this bad again. It's such a cool video. Besides the audio side,
He'd be a good one. He'd be a good one for.
I'd love to.
for the
Love to.
Unclicked.
Yeah, love to. I've talked to him about it like 2 or 3 different times. I'm like, let me know anytime you're in California, please.
Yeah.
Other best rider, but I'm not going to hold the didn't stick around long enough to live up to his potential.
Mhm.
Josh White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh
Yeah.
White was really special.
Yeah. I always,
Yeah.
I mean, it was obviously he was before my time, but anytime anybody talks
Oregon
about
guy.
him,
Yeah, weed guy.
weed guy.
His parents grew weed in Oregon, and he and his little brother would sit around the dinner table and roll and pack bindles so that his parents could sell the weed that they grew on the farm. He grew up having a joint before dinner just to take the edge off. I mean, yeah, he was raised in the culture of recreational medicinal marijuana, and it was reflected in his chill Zen vibe. He was chill.
Was he the car wash? Did he wash cars? Did he have a car washing?
I don't
business
know.
or something?
I don't know.
That wasn't him.
We were at a.
He liked strippers.
But everybody
Who
likes
doesn't?
strippers.
No, but I mean, I think he had like a.
Well, his problem with strippers is that he thought they liked him back.
Right.
And I would
That's
tell
what
him
I-
that's not.
he
how
had
it
like a
works.
Vince Neil kind of problem.
Yeah, well, and he just
does
had
that
a
mean?
naive country.
Well, like Vince Neil's always marrying strippers,
yeah.
you know.
Josh's problem was that he
That's
was
a guy from a band.
Motley
was-
Crue.
he was
All right,
naive.
so it's
He was
my age.
naive. He was raised by farmers who happened just to farm weed. So he was surrounded by hippie culture his entire life. And I think that there was a certain naivete to the way he looked at life because his parents were medicated most of his life probably. And it probably wasn't a horrible way to grow up,
Yeah.
but he
Yeah.
didn't care about any of the trappings of superstar success. And the reason, this is one that Sean Buckley got right, because Sean Buckley hired Josh before I did. I took over payments on Josh with team management and stuff. But Sean saw in Josh a guy that could make people forget about who Eddie Fiola was, because it was time to start making people forget about who Eddie Fiola was, because he was no longer relevant.
Yeah.
You know, that's a hard thing to say because his wife just checked my eyes yesterday. She's a
Yeah.
doctor.
I just
But-
saw him at that event too.
Yeah, but poor Eddie, man, and his
You
wife.
worked with Eddie, right?
I worked with Eddie, for years, and
I loved Eddie.
yeah, it was my job to not love Eddie. Unfortunately, everybody said, "Look, Eddie costs a lot of money, doesn't bring a lot to the table anymore. The sport seems to have sort of passed him by. There are no many skate parks. There are no more skate parks for him to dominate. So what do we do with this guy? He wants to insist on
The
doing the
moonwalk,
moonwalk. He wants to do the moonwalk.
Still doing it.
I know, and he's still, yeah. And I said,
Still has that viral potential. Midget Corey.
Well, Eddie was first.
Eddie, what I will say for Eddie, he's never really had to take a day job in the classic sense.
Yeah.
He's a
The
stunts.
The stunts have been great for him.
Yeah, the stunts have been great. I love Eddie, but it was hard to be in the position of having to shape this team because Chris knows you got to fire some guys sometime,
it's the
because they
worst.
won't go away.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
They won't go away, and you should.
Maybe the only person that's ever called me and just to discuss maybe the fact that they shouldn't be making any money anymore.
Please
is
tell me
Brian
it was Foster. Okay, good.
Brian
Yeah,
Foster. Oh,
Foster.
God.
That is crazy. You called
He's
that.
like the only guy
because he's a
that-
professional.
He's
He
the only guy that's ever
understood.
called me and just wanted to talk about like, I'm not doing much anymore.
Yeah. One guy in
Yeah.
40 years of sponsoring guys,
Yeah.
one guy knew he was reaching his expiration date.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brian.
Well, Jordan Hango is another guy that's right in the same zone. Like I've spoken to him and he was like, "Man, it's crazy that you called me because I was about to call you this week." Same kind of thing. These are just stand up dudes.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Self-respect, self-awareness, maybe,
Something.
yeah.
Just badasses.
Badass.
I think just badasses.
Brian's a badass.
Turning down money is hard. You know, like,
It is.
It's a crazy.
I don't know if I've got it in me
To turn down money.
Sometimes when
So like when I kept getting my airwalk check, and after they fired me, after Alan Foster or Todd Lyons or one of these guys just
there were a
me,
lot of opportunities in your
then they
career.
started coming as Chris Miller.
There were a lot of opportunities in your career. You've had a lot of opportunities to pivot. You've said, I'm going to stay. I'm going to do what I do. I'm going to do it well. I do it at a high level. I enjoy it. It brings joy to others. I'm going to stay right here. And that's where Bill and I are at with Biltwell. Yeah. Bill, we say it to each other all the time. This is our last rodeo.
That's what I always wonder.
I have a question from Scott Town. Diz Hicks, Fuzzy Hall, or Matt Behringer?
What
was
I don't know. That's it. Choose one.
Choose one. As what?
Well, like marry, fuck, kill?
Marry, fuck, kill.
That's a crazy question.
Scott? That's a crazy
He had another. I think I kind of integrated one of them into.
What was it? What were his people?
Diz, Fuzzy, or Behringer.
Diz, Fuzzy. I couldn't come up with three people that are more different.
Maybe that was his point.
Diz doesn't give a shit anymore, right?
Which means he's the most like me.
Yeah. Behringer's still riding, having a good time.
Yeah.
And Fuzzy runs a limousine company.
Does he?
Something.
Yeah.
He owns it.
Yeah. Right? No, that's a terrible question. Sorry, Scott. Next.
That's your
next caller.
Current magazine.
He had some others. He actually did have a funny story. He said the first time I met Mcgoo.
Todd Seligman. What does Todd Seligman have to say?
That's
Louisville. Straight out of Louisville.
Todd Seligman?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
That's something.
Old GT show writer. Remember Todd?
Not on my watch.
That was Crystal's boyfriend.
I know, but I didn't give him free shit. I banged his girlfriend. I banged his girlfriend.
I know you did, but
sorry,
what I'm saying it. Yeah,
I have a text, so you can see it right there. An unread text from.
What is Todd saying? Just check. Oh, he's checking in.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott, you liked what was the breaking point when you decided to what?
Is
this live? Are we doing this live?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
What was the breaking point when you decided to exit BMX? But we already kind of discussed that. I figured that would come naturally. But he did have a funny story. So the first time I met Mcgoo was in 1986. I was the new guy at Plus. I met him at a race and asked him what was new at CW.
This is all Scotttown?
Right here, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was a good story.
He proceeded to explain very convincingly that they were developing a radio-controlled brakes that eliminated cables, rotors, etc. He leaned in and said it in trademark Mcgoo delivery. The only problem is that they're too powerful. The brakes are crushing the rim.
He believed it. Yeah, I told him we were doing servo brakes. Yeah, I had dabbled in the RC car space, so I knew what servos could do. Yeah. And I convinced him. Now the cables are obsolete. We're working on a bike that makes cables obsolete. You'll have them.
And now they are.
Yeah,
they are.
Yeah, I know.
They are. Yeah,
yeah.
Too funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything else. I mean, I think it's been, dude. We've never had a podcast this long. I don't know if I should cut it into.
I hope I haven't wasted your time. I hope I haven't bored your listeners.
Dude, it's been fucking great.
When you were,
it's Friday. What the hell else we got?
I got nothing else. Can we get lunch now?
Yeah. Maybe my wife will come.
Yeah,
we have to pick up the kid in 45 minutes.
Oh shit!
But one of us does.
How do you wrap this?
You mean Amber Fudger?
Amber Fudger, yeah. Amber. Her last name's Appleby, though.
Look at this list of people that's
here. Why is Todd Seligman checking in? What are you in touch with him?
That's the craziest one.
Click that.
I can't click it.
Why not? Just checking in, wondering if you have gigs.
He's in the movie business or something now, isn't he?
Wow.
Isn't he in the movie business?
I'll talk to you guys when we're actually not.
Oh, is it adult?
What's that? No, it's not adult. No.
Well, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap this up.
We can cut it. We'll cut it right here. If you're still here, I appreciate you. Yeah, if you're listening, still appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for coming, man.
Thanks for having me, dude. Thanks for having me. I hope you enjoyed it.
As far as industry guys go, I am your biggest fan. You know, like literally, I don't think you realize the impact that you had on me, just through the ride letters, and then, like I said, like the early SNAFU days, and just berating and just being funny as hell when we had small interactions over the years. So thank you for everything. Thank you for all the education. Thank you for Chris for facilitating this and for sitting alongside, because Dennis was like, you don't want me to come, and I'm like, dude, I don't think you're needed, because it's just like, it's so above, it's educational for me that it would have just been like
his head would have exploded.
Foreign language for him. So,
Dennis is rad, and he genuinely loves this stuff, but he's just from a different era,
right?
Yeah.
So it can't move at this pace, because there's a lot of backstory that has to be, you know, Fudger's always having to bring everyone up to speed.
Yeah.
So it
We
takes
didn't do
a
that.
while.
And it,
So-
you know,
But I bet you he really would have liked to have been here.
he would have. Yeah, he would have. I feel like he would have been like,
And Unclicked is his baby.
I feel like he would have been hammered and just been like this at this
Hammered?
point.
Well, he pounds these
He's-
beers.
does he?
He's the one that drinks the most.
He pounds these beers.
So it's
They
funny,
are
so.
they are good though.
They are
I'm
good.
not
They
even
are
a
good.
pale ale guy, and these are good.
They're good. Yeah, they're kind of mellow.
They go
ones,
down
so,
easy.
Yeah. So shout out to Chris. Shout out to Fit Bike Co. Hit us up for
Shout out to
the
Dale's.
affiliate code, which we will figure out one day.
Dale, you make an almond
Dale's.
chai.
Yeah.
You got an almond chai, you're a customer for life.
Thank you, Mr. Mcgoo.
Thank you.
Mcgoo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers.
Man, if you can piece something out of that shit show.